and it's been respect banned by a lot of teams so far in Pacific. A lot of teams have said, I don't want to touch Nongshim's Pearl. It's one of the best maps in the pool. Ascent as the decider, before we go into more detail here at Haven, is one that I have no idea what to think about, because both of these teams struggled on Ascent the last times they played it.
I mean, with Haven, we do have, you know, Talon saying that they had a lot of the breakthroughs, you know, previously. So now that they are up against Nongshim again on this map, I feel like they're going to perform a lot better. The Pearl is the one that makes me a little, you know, a little sus or a little nervous, I guess, for Talon, especially with how they performed on Pearl previously, which was... nearly.
Yeah, we'll have to sort out audio a bit as we go.
Dismantled two of the Korean giants in this region on their map. Haven being a strong map for Gen G with their Viper comp, as well as T1, defining an entire style.
Big day today, chat. Big day.
With limited success, particularly against Nongshim with the Yoru ISO. With Talon swapping over to this Deadlock comp, they have had a lot of success against a lot of strong Haven teams, so you can see why they're backing themselves to pick this map again today.
Yeah, I love this new comp from them. I think it's a really nice fit. I think the Deadlock brings a really nice niche, and they want to run it back against Nongshim. They
hello, YouTube. Hey, what's up, Godshot?
And now they're saying, hey, like, let's go
so
one
the
more
draft.
time. We can beat you.
Pretty interesting. So I thought it was going to be one of two directions, right?
History says
either
it's
ban
probably
out
going to be a win, and I mean against Nongshim as
find
well. You look at the previous times these two teams have faced off against each other. It's kind of the similar story every single time, right? Even the way the series goes. So is it going to go exactly the same way? Everything points to one outcome, but is it going to be different for Nongshim? Is it going to be different for Talon? Who steps up this time around, especially under the pressure of elimination? Because once again, this is going to be the lower bracket run, the start of the lower bracket run for all of these teams, all the way
but honestly,
to that
I'm kind of down with
this
map draft.
For Masters Toronto. So let's kick things off with Talon Esports and Nongshim Red Bulls up on that stage.
I don't know why it takes so long to set things up here, but we're here now. Oh, all right, chat, please. We just need a good start. We just need a good start today, then we'll be good to go. Stop talking. How about that? Chat, I admit I have a curse, but some teams are just better than curses. You know? What can I say? Oh. Does Nongshim merch ship to India? I think you can, but like they don't have an official English page for the store.
Rise Pacific.
So I ran into Persia. Well, I went and said hi to the entire team, but ran into Persia a little bit, had a bit of a chit chat. But Persia's feeling pretty good. I mean, first of all, he's like fully recovered. So
Talon.
Expect the unexpected whenever it comes to Talon Esports. They are the team
Let's go
that
Team
dares
Red.
to do
All right,
what
that's
you
safe.
will.
That's safe.
And maybe against a familiar opponent, they'll get
The
even
Aussie
bolder.
election.
The last time Talon went up
election
against
day,
Nongshim, it was always Talon to claim the victory. Can they do that again and make a Cinderella run for Toronto?
Yeah, they've been knocked into the lower bracket by really informed Gen G, but Nongshim is a
doing
team
the
that they have
walkout?
beaten time and time again. A team that finished top 4 in kickoff. If
All
they go
the
out in the lower
time,
bracket
all
here
the
with their
time.
full tie roster, it will be a disappointment.
Do you see any people wearing
And
Gen
of course,
G
they'll be up
jackets
against
and merch on the
Nongshim
way?
Red
Why would they
Force.
be
And
here?
this is a
They would
team
all be
that has
at the
always made their mark
LCK
in
games.
every single match. You know that when Nongshim hits that stage, they won't ever slow down. They've
Let's
come
go,
such
let's
a
go,
long way
let's
since
go.
Ascension,
Here come our
and Nongshim have proven
boys.
that they belong on the
Margaret,
Pacific stage. Can the adrenaline of a lower
had
bracket
an
run fuel them for
amazing
the
game
first global event?
against Zeta. I mean, he's been having an amazing stage. There's Persia,
a lot of people very, very high on them.
Feeling better, fully recovered, back in tip-top condition.
They managed to scrape their way through the playoffs, and now they've had 2 weeks to sit, think, and prepare for this Talon.
Is it going to be track by track? Nongshim doesn't do track by track.
By the way, sending some love over to Chobra's watch party over there. He is, of course, one of those people who are very, very high on the Nongshim Red Force team. So,
very high on the Nongshim Red Force team.
We're
just higher.
Arms up in frustration or joy.
Some respect, please.
Over on his watch party. Of course, we're seeing the 2 coaches here. And it's going to be really interesting to see what the process goes.
Oh boy.
Absolutely. I know that he has sky-high expectations. You've seen it in multiple pieces of content. He thinks that this iteration of Talon is extremely strong.
I think there's
high amount of
I think all of them kind of have a reason to their name.
Gen G that's been shaky so far this
year. So
I
find it interesting that Talon banned the split. I guess they saw the weaknesses in Pro, which there were. There were very clear weaknesses on Pro, so they just figured that if you ban the split, the Pro will get picked.
People constantly kind of sleep on.
But I think Nongshim had to have predicted that the Haven's coming.
Talon are the ones with historically better placements, with historic
Francis is quite
over
tall.
Nongshim. I think the pressure is on their side to deliver today. If
so
they're able to do that,
here's the
very,
thing.
very strong,
here's
but,
the thing,
you know,
chat.
This team is up
Persia told me a fun little fact.
Well, right? Nongshim is a team that
Look at all these non-believers, by the way. Oh my goodness. They believe in things like curses and patterns.
Also dictates that Talon should win this, but
what
Achilles and Komodo going over with Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, for my prediction, I just feel like
let me say just one thing.
Prep time for Nongshim, they won't be able to change as much as Talon will in 1 week because they
Persia
practice changing things non-stop. And now we have our agent picks coming in. Talon aren't the ones making any changes here.
All we need
deadlock, but it's been so effective on this map. This is a really
5 wins in a row
style for Talon, and
to win Pacific.
But
right?
Nongshim changing a few
just
things
5.
Actually going back
not
to
a big
style
number.
That they ran
Not a big
over
number.
In Ascension Jakarta, where they were winning over their own.
But
Haven.
the real fun fact
Ivy on the Sova
is Nongshim's won 26 in a row.
So really, Nongshim, in general, it's full circle
5?
for this team.
That's not
they've
even
tried
1/5.
to change things. They've tried to adapt.
That's not even 20% of what they've done before.
But it's always circling back to the same success that has worked.
I mean,
for them
listen,
in the past.
everyone has peaks and valleys, but not even 20% of peak Nongshim needed to win Pacific Stage 1.
You have, you're seeing him classic on the Cypher, and what a match to actually.
I hadn't thought about that, but Persia was like, I mean, listen, we've done 26 in a row before.
Life game.
5, not a problem.
For sure, but guess who else has the weight of expectations? It's our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Oh, we got lots of Nongshim fans here today. Some of Margaret's family as well, it looks like.
From down under, but it's more important that we talk about Talon versus Nongshim today. I mean,
how many gifted will you gift if Nongshim do I have to just make a bet every single match?
There is a lot at stake actually right now for both of these teams, right? We know that Talon are being very vocal about wanting to get back towards champions, for example, and for Nongshim coming up from Ascension, they've got a lot of weight on their shoulders because they've got to get points, they've got to try and get the champions to stay in the league.
오늘이 시작입니다.
Playoffs, they're having to go back to Ascension, and if they don't make
yes,
that, well,
what?
they're going to be fighting the dust, turning into dust. Very right. I mean, big stakes here for both teams, but especially a little bit more so for Nongshim. Given the fact that they are
I mean, listen, Nongshim's going to win, but if you need some extra motivation, if Nongshim wins today, I will. We'll do 10 gifted. We'll do 10 gifted in chat.
Able to set up Darby when the breach is in play as opposed to Teo. I mean, it had its good moments. Don't get me wrong, but it just always feels a lot more comfortable, and it's not the scenario where they're just sending in Darby, throwing him in.
Do I get anything if Nongshim loses?
Not actually throwing the games, everybody, if you're wondering with that one. It's throwing Darby in towards the sites.
Isn't a bet a two-way thing? Not that it matters, because it's not going to happen.
So I think that the breach coming in towards this one is really good for them.
Should be back into some familiar territory. Well, no, because it's like bound to happen. I'm not going to put my life on the line for something I know is going to happen. That'd be crazy.
You're going out with 3.
Like if I said I'm going to jump off a bridge if Nongshim wins, like I know they're winning, so then I'd have to jump off a bridge.
Well, Talon on
That'd be insane.
We have kicked things off. So far, so good, just hovering around this A long position. Yeah, of course.
All right, lock in,
with
chat.
This composition as well is going to be great to counter the likes of Dambi
Talon,
on Neon, the likes of Yoru plays as well.
Nongshim is starting on defense, but we need a lot here, right? Because it's the double sentinel again, which we've seen from Talon before, and they piloted it quite well. So look at where Nongshim's at. A lot of focus on that B site. That was the pistol round that Talon showed us before.
This is the time for Talon where they've got to realize that they're not being presented with anything. Now they've got to go looking.
Curious smoke bloomed up around A lobby as well, right? And this kind of pushed Boys in a
no, those are two dings. Okay, good pick.
Now heading over onto Francis, but also the site.
All right, once again, wall comes up, but Nongshim's already quite ready for it. Persia, nice little high, nice peek. Oh, huge paranoia. Keeps them all trapped up.
That was a really great flash coming out from Persia as well. It does keep Talon pitched into this beast.
Dambi, let's freaking go. Doesn't even need to run around to get the kills. Let's freaking go.
The round picked up in a dime.
All right.
This is going to be my most mentioned statement ever this year in all of the broadcasts. You probably already know where I'm going with this one. Stuns are cosmetic. They do not
Do you believe Nongshim can break your curse?
Dambi
I mean, my curse probably doesn't break, but Nongshim just doesn't get affected by it because they're just better. They're just better.
That Talon were at least going to be able to find one kill on the back of that, but unfortunately not. It's just damage, and Dambi literally says, no, I don't care. I'm going into the site. There's a sonic sensor.
Nice. Get the energy up. You love to see it.
It's a little bit arguable because sometimes if you're a Jit boy is getting stunned up, then you feel that pressure. But if you're Dambi, oh my god, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. Stinger buy out though for Talon as the plant was there, and they favor themselves going for this, but against Margaret with a shotgun.
Whoa! Oh no! Francis, calm down. Chill.
Just Francis to try to spray and fend them off, but to no avail. The spike
we know it's
still going
Stingers,
down on the
Talon.
C site.
Chill.
All around though.
Okay.
As well. Persia fighting one through.
Good pick. Keep your distance.
He's been accidental there.
Play the weapon advantage.
Now as well, just for Talon to hold.
We're gonna see another, 2 rounds in a row of Stingers. That's what Talon does. No big deal.
And also the stuns.
Okay, calm down. Where's the cover? Oh my goodness, the flashes!
Straight down the stroke point. 2 kills, a third from Thigh, and just Persia left. He's gonna push out.
Oh, you're gonna push out into Stingers. Oh no.
Finds it, and Talon answer right back.
From Talon as well. You know, we've seen a lot of discussion and arguments at the moment of second round force-ups, second round buy-ups, especially with the Stingers.
I do think Nongshim had to be better prepared for that. Come on, we know. We know it's Talon.
I've seen a lot of great percentages.
We know that they're going
to
blow those
the
through.
Second round, but I guess for Talon here, it's why not just?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
We've got an idea that
it's just a little grounding
already from the pistol round. They may not expect something a little bit faster for a C split, and it works a treat. Unfortunate for Margaret.
Go for a fast push out of C. I like this though.
And now you have to take a knee as Nongshim.
Right? You're expecting they have the better weapons. They might focus on C side. You get picked off, but honestly, I mean, good shots from Thigh. I'm not taking that away. But the push out itself, I think, still a good idea. Not overcommitting with all your util. Good idea, because chances are you're losing this round.
Have an idea of individual tendencies in a situation like this as well, right? Ivy.
If we can do some damage, that would be nice, though.
This A site on the Soba.
Yeah.
You'll see him with Dambi a couple times here and there. I'd be interested to see, for later when there's proper rounds, what sort of changes Margaret will have with these Cypher setups.
Oh boy.
That
Ivy.
will be quite crucial, Komodo.
Margaret,
it's just Talon
doesn't really play bait, just dies to it.
Trying to get the spike planted.
Ah, 2 would have been good. 2 would have been, I mean, it doesn't really make a big difference in the grand scheme of things.
If I was able to find more than one, because now gets just a little bit more problematic for the likes of Persia, where, I mean, you'd see maybe Thigh look for a kill here.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch any of the Pearl game between G2 and EG.
Drift, which coming in towards the next gun round is going to be quite huge, so that kill at the end is just a bit of a consolation prize for him, some padding of the stats, some extra creds, and now we'll get into the meat and potatoes of this game, where we'll have the buyout for Nongshim.
I like meat and potatoes, but more importantly, it's also just taking a look at the entire history back and forth, right? I mean, you're talking about how Nongshim has played Talon a couple of times so far in this year.
Raise the volume
every
for
time
myself
they've lost.
here.
And Haven was one of these maps where Talon always had their way with things as well. Talon getting that great read against T1 from before. A little bit shaky against Gen G last week for sure, but right now, so far, this is getting that feeling tingly.
Yeah, immediately, right now. This will tickle you a little bit if you are
the Euro ult on the buy round, a little bit tough. Whoa,
whoa! Oh, it works out, but it's immediately back, and that was the kill ship that we needed. The fact that JitBoys gets 2 here turns things a little bit upside down for Nongshim, but maybe, just maybe,
good commitment.
Margaret and Ivy can bring it back.
Good commitment from Margaret.
A little bit too early into the peak of
JitBoys is low.
Also kind of alleviates pressure onto A for then the spike to get delivered over Prim. Looking for the 1v1s, and he takes them. Just Margaret left. He's been having a great game.
Primmy's so good.
For the recent matches, but right now, 1v2, can he live up to these
swing?
expectations? Kind of
Margaret
walks into the crosshairs that way.
I mean, good angle hold from Primmy too,
just
though.
locks it down.
What a weird angle to be holding. He's so confident.
For the duel against Primmy, where you flip it on its head, and that's a really great duel for Primmy to be able to just dig deep and win, right? A massive kerfuffle in mid that ultimately gets won by Talon. Some stability looking to be brought back by the Nongshim lads, but I'm looking at Ivy here, and I'm thinking
what I want to see from Nongshim is their ability to like slow down the snowballs. Nongshim either snowballs or get snowballs. Snowballed.
Information with the standard kind of oversight dart and a drone if you want, but didn't happen. One of those things.
Not a full stack though. They're still kind of just assuming that they can win these aim duels, which I'm okay with. All right, NT. Okay, he creeps up though. Oh, he is stuck. Nice sting. But Ivy gets picked off. Oh, really? Really? Oh no, the barrier mesh. He can get around it. He can get around it.
I don't know if they recognize that he
Yeah, but I mean, he has to try to creep through, so.
Snuck over, and he's slowly creeping up from behind. You still have
some damage done
around the bottom of window, just in case, maybe.
He's trying to jump over it. Domby's trying to jump over it. He jumps over it, gets the slide. Okay, good for one. Check window. Check window.
Still got that sharp, he's good for one.
A little bit too wide.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Ivy is gone as well, and now with the neural theft, that's all the information that Talon need to book towards the A side.
They have all the pings.
They will be met by
They're going to go to A.
Nice and early. Disrespect this smoke and look for the lurk of Primmy.
It's decent timing though, but that
nice shot.
Still landing the shot square.
Yeah, I mean, you thought about it double.
On this lurk position, just completely
the round
cutting
is
off
done
rotations.
for sure.
Margaret left, and this is not a scenario where you want to find yourself in.
Nope, this would definitely be a doom spot for Margaret. If he can potentially even pick up a rifle here, you'd just be looking to save that towards the next round as well.
Good call.
Because you're not going to tickle the economy of Talon really whatsoever here. Again, building up some better things, getting closer towards some of these ultimates. Sty's picked up his. Cruz is one away from the annihilation.
I think the Neon ult...
set yourselves up in a post plant like that, and it's going to be pretty good for Talon.
No, I'm okay with it though. Especially a Neon ult on the eco. I'm okay with it.
Changing up on this attacking side. This is sort of the scenario where I'm
because the thing is the Neon ult doesn't exactly like for instance, if there was a Viper on the other side or something like that, you'd be like, okay, well maybe you still save it to like counter one of their big set plays.
At the same time,
at the end of the day, like you just need to hit your own set play to get the Neon ult to work.
Impactful. Nongshim though, trying to find ways back into the game.
Primmy is starting off hard though.
Just with a bit of a glimpse.
Yeah, I think when you're looking towards...
Nongshim chose defense first.
Right? Getting an operator out, if you can put him on the proper line, and I think right now, if you're able to remove the likes of Primmy, who's multi-frag and up...
I think the idea that you just get a certain minimum, even if it's double sentinel.
A step in the right direction, but as I was just talking about, right, you probably are looking
I like this timeout though.
Here for Nongshim to settle some nerves, get
some chill things down a little bit.
Towards this veto scenario as well, and I'm thinking and I'm agreeing with what
I mean, the thing is
the fact that Pearl is snuck in towards this
you have to fight to get info. You're playing Neon Breach, like you have to.
When we're looking at Talon
because while they are playing double sentinel, if you don't meet them halfway, they will just creep up and then just flood the site.
And then getting some, quite good results, right? They're looking more positive, quite good.
Wait, is that drawn? There's no way that's drawn.
Not bad. It was the right idea for them to continue on with this comp. So I think
that was good.
At the veto, I wouldn't be surprised.
Francis is the IGL for
You can see
Nongshim.
an argument go for both of the teams.
True. I mean, it still is one of those things where it kind of.
I feel like you like everything about Nongshim, though. That's actually
week.
not true.
Who knows? Maybe Talon comes in with some.
I don't like how they executed it
on a map like Pearl as well.
I can like the idea, and not like the execution.
Leaving it open and not
but I didn't like them. You know, I didn't like their anti-eco. That was bad.
Right now, this is what we can see. Smokes up. You got the op.
All right, Persia with the op.
Fancy a Persia operator posted on the Omen.
Just in case Talon decides to get antsy, to peek out.
Well, he is.
So the op is a good answer, but they still want Domby to be quite fluid. You got Hunter's Fury as well. Okay,
right now, keeping things close
so not bad.
Alt Orbs picked up.
So I like the change. You get the op anyway, so now they have to kind of fish for the op.
But they have dealt with many members in mid.
All right, the Neon is spotted there. No op. I wonder if Talon assumes that there is no op. We've had Francis, Persia. I mean, everybody pick up the op at some point for Nongshim. Ivy gets spotted as well. No op in the end. So Talon is going to make the assumption that there is no op. They'll still play it careful. Talon's playing very careful. They're playing very cautious. Okay, you purposely leave a lurk on A. I like that. Oh, no. This is gets spammed out. Oh no! Ivy. Ivy. Chill. Chill. Ivy.
This duel against Jit Boys. He was doing really well a little bit early on. 20 seconds to go. Spike to make its way here. Darby's in the heavens. Persia's with this operator.
I mean, this, unless you can get a pick before it gets planted, which, well, you did, but you got traded. Yeah, now you have to save.
Just down to Persia.
Or not. Dude, Primi is fragging.
Has all this happened?
What the hell?
In round 6.
I mean, I'm telling you, man. Primi, he is activated in towards
this
12 and 2. He wants to make sure that there's a lower bracket run for Talon to get an international appearance happening. You know, it would be really awesome for the likes of Killer and Dai stepping in towards this roster. Imagine, you know, season 1 of play, you get straight in towards an international. I mean, it's a little bit far away, don't get me wrong, but the way that Primi's playing at the moment, he's certainly looking to be...
I think Nongshim... I don't... Here's the thing, is that, like, you shouldn't play scared. That is true. You should never play scared. But also, if someone like Primi is this heated up, it is okay to just admit that, like, we don't want to fight fair.
Such a good call by Cruz to take that round rather slow as well, but this time, with the confidence going a little bit quicker into C.
Oh, no.
Margaret just... risking it for the biscuit
they're going for extreme plays.
It makes it quite problematic.
Again,
at the moment
you need them, but you kind of need a basis.
And they might have some A-long control with Darby slotted up deep and Ivy available in the backlines with the recon, with the Owl drone still. But the stealth drone is just gonna, well, I would have said remove all
gets
the info.
Spammed.
Destroyed by Ivy
a
early
little bit
on,
fishy though.
The
fact that he can shoot it from that far, because how would you have heard it?
Talon hit it. It'd be free for the taking.
So that drone taken down, it's a bit of information.
You
feel that there's something fishy around this A-long. You just
deadlock
to see.
Everybody just back off. No, Francis, back off.
This is a tough
my
retake.
gosh.
Yeah, and you've still got Barrier Mesh, you've still got some.
Dude, and look at where Killua is on the map.
Pretty hard retake.
It would take
I mean, Nongshim shouldn't back off yet, but
blunder from Talon to mess this one up.
It is not looking good. Domby has to win this.
The fights around the back lines. Domby initiates a bit of utility into Garage again. Not too bad though, but still
Talon is trading so well. Talon's playing. They're playing real well,
but I don't see how
as they did on Haven against Gen G. Like credit where credit is due.
Great decision making from Talon. Again, beginning of the rounds, not going too far, but if you are together,
is that a good way to use Deadlock? What, just to push people out? 100%. I don't think you should. In fact, you shouldn't ever be like always going for the kill. Obviously, you should use it like you should shoot it at some point.
And if we just take a little breather of things coming out, right? I mean, just so much pressure against Nongshim right now. Yes, in terms of the stakes as well, but in the game on this map. Talon's been keeping things up all towards this A site, as well as C. Extremities on the map because of Jit Boys on the lurk, because of the whole team peeking down C.
And I mean,
Nongshim are so horrible. Do they even prep for these matches, or are they just running it down?
Have we really seen from them so far?
I mean, they clearly are better than enough teams to be in playoffs.
Margaret setting up C.
It is funny that you say that when they're going up against Talon, who also runs it down every other week.
He's spreading his wings. But apart from that, it's been just just a little bit stale.
No, Talon is playing really well, though. Like, Talon would be very one-dimensional at times, but ever since playoffs, like even last week against Gen G, exactly on this map, they played really well on Haven. They just looked really bad on the other maps.
Down all your utility, something that you just try again and again in scrims to get down right, and they're going to have a free site for the plant.
Jit Boys now with a different lurk timing.
And he's just always good for one at the moment.
You could tell Nongshim not expecting him to already be here. Persia's holding close, though.
Just keeps Nongshim on their toes.
Oh, okay. I mean, you get him, but losing Ivy as well is rough.
But still, a tough position to be in.
I mean, you got to consider that Killer has an
Nongshim band fracture.
Salvos eventually will come back online. It's just another round where you're not doing anything, and Premi's found one again.
Well, Davi's certainly going to try at the very least until Cruz.
I mean, nobody else had rifles, but I don't know if Persia gets to keep this one. It doesn't really matter either way.
For him, so he's going to back off. No real
obviously
exits
it matters
found. It's
for
just
morale.
All the way.
Talk about on the move. I'm seeing them in the groove at the moment. Talon, they've got the song that's in their ears, and they are not
What
stopping.
would that song be?
What would the song be?
Yeah, give me a song.
I'm not that fluent in
You need to support
music.
Talon
right now. It doesn't have to be Thai music. Come on, it could be K-pop.
I mean, the way
Chat, remember when you all told me that in week 1 when Nongshim was playing RQ?
Playing pretty damn good.
And you all were like, it's over. It's over. It's over. Chobra's cursed him.
In this league for the
RQ wins map 1 and everyone's like, it's over.
Currently, albeit slightly, with the highest defensive round win percentage.
And then RQ lost? Remember that?
No, that was actually one of the more interesting things. We were talking about this from pregame, right?
That's the only time you
won.
They wouldn't be in playoffs if that was the only time they won.
Have been taking their way with things. Back into it again, and it's Jit Boys with pressure down A.
Well, I'm going to say it again, folks.
RQ chokes. Oh, because Talon doesn't. Because Talon didn't completely choke their match against Gen G. They didn't just suddenly turn their brains off going into map 2. Listen, I'm not saying that Nongshim playing this Haven very well. I'm not. They're not. I mean, you know, they're not. But, I mean, making it sound like they've literally lost every match ever, and every other team plays perfectly every time is incredibly short-sighted.
Spotted out Ivy, and you just found him.
Once again, Jit Boys.
Oh, I don't think he wins this one. Yeah, dude, Jit Boys is getting better and better too, and that's why last week I predicted Talon to actually beat Gen G. Because to me, Jit Boys having really good timings on his own was a sign that the rest of the team was working very well, and it did again, even on map 1 last week.
It's timing and understanding at the moment from Talon. No one's really overstepping from them. They're
still
being very
believe
patient,
in the pattern. It will be a little funny.
Jit Boys have been sensational. The timing from Killer were there, impeccable.
It will be a little funny.
Kind of just
it will be at the cost of Nongshim, but it will be a little funny.
Not giving Nongshim a chance to set up for any of these ultimates because they're removing these pieces really early on. I mean, you just look at the positioning and pathing that Jit Boys does around
I think they did. I was like, you should call another timeout. Honestly, at this point, like, I think you need to think it's okay if we lose this map, but we can't lose it poorly.
It's just such a beautiful recovery from last.
I mean, that's not what you should say in the timeout, but I'm just saying, like, individually, you should all be thinking
Talon have read
that.
the script at the moment. I'm looking like a fool on my prediction with the way things are going here.
Right,
but
both timeouts being called in the first half.
Talon
like, if you're considering that this could blow out to an 11-1.
It's a good sign.
Yeah, that's a thing. But you know, if there's anything to look forward to, you do have the next upcoming map. We were talking about the map view. There's still a decent chance. I know the mental game can be affecting.
Someone in Slee's chat said that you need to take a bathroom break.
Is that the scenario that we're at right now?
Look at the scoreline.
Dude, we've got some good signs today for both sides. Everyone has like such good handwriting and such good drawings.
That the second half with Nongshim on this composition would kind of work against the whole Davi Neon.
No, I think no more timeouts is fine.
If we're seeing,
because if you don't stop it here, you're definitely not winning the map. You had, like, this was it wasn't a good timeout, but it was a necessary timeout.
TP aggressions to come on out. You'd need some good shock darts from Ivy. And I mean, we've not really seen
EG can make it a chance
successful for Nongshim at the moment, right?
If they keep improving.
We're thinking about
I mean, I didn't get to watch the full match, but I think so.
Activated.
I mean, it was a close match, no? I didn't get to watch like any of map 3.
You're looking at this round again, and it's the same. You know,
seems like G2 was forged in the fires of pressure, and EG not yet. So seems like that was the big diff.
Instead of long.
I don't mind it too much. At least they're still trying
Right,
to
so after the timeout,
right?
Talon plays it slow again. Same drone just to see if there's a push-up. It's a really good drone. That's really good from Talon. Instead of going deep for like full information, they're just checking, okay, did you take space early or not?
This is about the time
if
in the
not,
round.
we re-clear.
They see, all right, Ivy's over towards the A side again. Dambi's probably going to be here.
Speaking of first bullet accuracy, that's all
fault
at the
line to try to go for the
Premier,
peak.
As well as
that's 40 seconds where Talon can now go for the execute if they want. They have Euro ult as well.
And they're going to peek into Premier at any point. There it is.
Finally, there's an opening frag the way of Nongshim. They've taken down the raid boss in Primi. With 40 seconds to go, you're pivoting to this C site. You're tempting with Margaret.
I mean,
Francis is there.
Listen, it is an eco, but you have
Rolling
ults.
Thunder with 30 seconds to
you
go
have
to stave
ults.
off this round.
Margaret, you don't need to do this. Francis, I don't...
What's the call, though? He's already hovering around.
He has to do this, to be honest.
Right now. Persia finds one down middle. Arma gonna rip through as well. And
okay.
There's the Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder just to buy time, 20 seconds.
Yeah,
they're still scared of extra lurks. You already got one in mid and you're still scared because you don't have the weaponry.
All of them holding these grand positions.
All right, I don't think they're going to go for it. Talon's like, we already have 8, we just chill.
Jit boys, though, still silently skulking around.
Okay,
another kill for
get whatever
Margaret.
kills you can. Oh, no.
Jit boys.
Nongshim
oh my
the
goodness.
Guns, essentially. I mean, they'll have a buy in the next round. They need all that they can get. So 3, the pass mark, I guess you'll say. More importantly for Nongshim, it's the round. But at that point in time, that can even just be like a respect one from Talon. We've taken 8 off you. You can have another one. It'll be fine.
Valen or somebody from G2 was tearing up in the post-conference because of how stressful. Really?
Single mistake. You don't want to get too complacent. Nongshim could still mount a bit of a comeback. Right now, though, that's a great recovery and certainly will do wonders.
I'm not surprising,
on the mental
though.
Side.
I feel like
best half result that Nongshim
it's such a hump for G2 to need to get over, but I think that'll make them grow even more.
Individually hitting the shots, coming out with a lot of these calls. They've been holding some of these ults in their back pockets for quite a little bit now.
Okay, so timeout round, you didn't push up.
Put themselves in a situation
this round you do.
to be able to use them because Talon aren't giving them space. Talon aren't giving them the light of day.
Okay, this time he's holding the other corner though.
Just reacting and calling so quickly.
Yeah, they expect this corner.
Extremities off the map right now.
I mean, so
you can't be missing
I think
Zombie
got scared that they're gonna check because obviously if he was in the other corner, he would have 100% died.
And off to the C side as well. But still.
I mean,
Talon's playing it so methodically. They're playing very, very slow. And it's making Nongshim just panic one by one. They're like, oh, like, I have to make a decision.
Positions.
And that's exactly what Talon wants you to do. It's rough.
Sort of a retake.
Huge paranoia as well. No. Why are we
his
doing
way?
that?
You don't even have an opportunity to use
chill.
the Hunter's Fury to deny Spike Plant at this point.
Chill. If don't let the dominoes fall.
You need to make sure that your credits are deployable for the rest of the team next round. So Persia's going to be dropping something. You're again not playing with the economy of Talon whatsoever.
All Primi.
Yeah, you take him down, but it's still a 2 versus 5 now. 1 versus 4. Like, yeah, it's just not achievable for Nongshim.
I'm worried for his stats. That's why I said Primi.
Primi stats? I mean, the way that he's going right now, whoever of our analysts and hosts predicted Primi on the duelist, they put him in their built diff team.
Keep that rifle, man. Oh, no.
Nice.
Oh.
Now Ivy is probably going to be...
still alive!
Put 6 feet under as well.
Woo.
Okay.
Maybe not. No,
keeps himself afloat.
A
little further away with these
frags earlier, Ivy.
Oh, we might see them a little bit more in the second half now that he's found this little moment. The round might have gone over onto Talon, but we'll keep ourselves invested for Nongshim.
Isn't Talon only supposed to try for champs?
They're still going forwards. I mean, there's a lot of traffic lights here and there that the lights.
Honestly, I think that plan probably changed a little bit
here and there,
when
but
like
we're still chugging along with
not
the
the teams you expected took first seed, and you realize the champ points are going to be a whole mess.
I hope he's doing okay.
I mean, knowing.
Do you think letting the Nongshim players live instead of going for the kills would have been better, as it would have destroyed their econ if they saved sheriffs in the previous round?
You're probably looking at an angle of
I mean, if you're trying, objectively speaking, I guess so.
And now it's the last round of this.
I mean, the thing is, it doesn't destroy it because they,
I talked about the ultimates.
In theory, you should always expect they have enough money saved up to buy the next round, right? And there's only 2 rounds left, so I don't think it really matters. Okay, I don't mind the chase there. Like, again, I mean, if there was more than one Dom, he probably dies, though.
Meanwhile,
so I don't think he's going to learn his lesson from that, but
it's just Persia.
You knew you had the tag. You want to make sure that you have information drone out. The Cypher's still there.
You've got a little bit of
it's just a
Cypher
at the front of Op spotted.
An operator echoes out towards the C side of things where now Persia, the right player to get out of dodge with that shrouded step.
No. Why are you guys standing there? What are you guys doing? There's a deadlock ult coming. Oh my gosh, how did he get out?
He does get away though.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately not able to come up with the goods.
Was it all part of the plan? How'd they bait Killuan like that?
There's the Hunter's Fury to
what the hell?
A bit more time.
That's insane.
Yeah, but the Neural Theft was used after the Hunter's Fury, so they're not able to combo those ultimates on the back of the information.
Yeah, not fully, but at least they are aware that there might be a player looking down the back of Garage. That said, though,
so low.
Will regroup with his team just to mark down these angles now, trying to
get through. Break the wall. Margaret gets one. The pinch. Break the wall. Somebody break the damn wall. Thank you.
But still, gunned down, blazed down by Noxum now. Just Primi left.
I mean, it's fine.
HP.
It's fine. There's no way. Just don't give him 5 1v1s. It's simple.
2 kills. He's still good on the 1v1s. Noxum, though, will be able to stick the defuse all the way through.
Oh
2 kills
my
not scary enough
gosh.
at the end there for Primi. Certainly a little bit of damage. 9-3 at the half.
9-3.
You're looking back
we
at this
take
one.
those.
There's a lot that you can learn
we take
for Nongshim. Hopefully in this little break here on what they need to deploy.
3 is not good, but we will take it.
Defense, it can be a bit of a fickle thing. I don't really.
No. 3 is not good. I am not going to tell you that 3 is good.
If they can get out of the gates here, you get
we will take it though.
Or you're dropping the pistol round and get a second one back like your Talon have just done to you. Maybe they can start to have a little bit of a comeback at the moment, but I'm seeing a couple of worries. All right, what have you got for us, Jem? What have you got here? Every match has gone to map 3 so far. What about today?
Definitely going map 3 or 2-0. Think about the score of the first map, Jen. Think carefully.
Just based on trends, right? Come on! She's still deciding. Okay, there we go. She's
I don't know about that.
Yeah, but that's a 2-0, and the players in the picture are Nongshim there. So she's saying 2-0 Nongshim, which means there's going to be a full reverse sweep on Haven.
I mean, yeah, she believes in the comeback,
Jen is
I guess.
The prophet. Things have happened before. We might see the comeback. There is still a chance.
See, that's the right prediction.
Can I please transition to becoming
especially with the win-loss record of Talon so far?
I'm looking at this. The logical prediction is probably 2-0 towards Talon. Let's be real.
Just
what? Komodo? What?
So far, but sometimes you gotta believe.
Needs to be the wake-up call though.
For that guy.
At the moment, right?
We're gonna have a
half
talk.
is done. They can stew in this little break at the moment. They need to shake off any worries, shake off any nerves.
Majority of the audience just went for the three mapper.
Audience knows.
They know what's up.
Yeah, I'm Talon though. Primi, first half, 19 kills. That is absolutely ridiculous. Chipboy's up there as well.
Chat, just a heads up, by the way. As soon as map 1 ends, I gotta hop over to the analyst test. They wanted me to join again after game 1, so.
You see Primi down sewers. That's gonna scare.
So you guys will be on your own. So mods, please bear with the chat.
Do just that.
I apologize on their behalf for making your lives miserable.
4v4. You still have your initiator. You can kind of cook things up somewhere.
This is interesting for Talon. Running the double senti.
Oh, the push out. He's got so much
space.
space. Oh, Ivy! Oh!
I don't know how he's gotten away with that one. That was risky business.
Ivy?
But
close.
Oh my god, round 2 and 3.
Talon,
oh no! Oh no! The drone! Ivy! Ivy! The frenzy god! The reload! The swing!
So why not go for it? Cruz now finding the headshot. Got Killua spotting them out towards the back as well. The double kill. One that Nongshim did not expect.
Yeah, just absolutely catching them on the timing there through the sewers and wrapping around. They would have had to contend with the barrier mesh as well. It was at the top entry choke of A, so it would have been quite difficult for them to even get on in. Just a lot of duels being traded.
Good
old
honest
a little bit
2-1 Valorant.
Interesting on how it actually goes the way of Ivy, but traded out in the end. You know, a different round if he's able to dispatch of Cruz.
Just like pistols don't matter, the first map doesn't really matter. Does the first map, does the match end when the first map ends? No.
Yeah, I mean, Talon
it ends on either map 2 or 3.
So going
the first map doesn't matter. I mean, Primmy's just bad in his stats.
He's essentially just won the round with those 2 kills, and even the tag onto Danby. You can't slide in with 10 HP on a Stinger, you would assume.
Absolutely not.
Clapped
through
we gotta work on
your
our Haven,
entire
though.
force by hinged
If we're
upon
gonna
this, but it
permaban
just got
fracture, we
broken
gotta work
apart.
on our Haven.
Decent
man.
kill from Ivy,
You
though,
had the
but you still need
VODs
Premier
from
Rumps.
Talon,
Yeah,
man.
Primmy's still here, calling for the cavalry as well.
Thigh nearby for flashes if needed. You got this little edge around the smoke. Margaret, though, will be able to play
the
close
macro
range.
is just
Primmy
not
out through the other side. Danby
dude, the
looks to
timing
equalize. Cruise up from the
Giga
top.
lucky, but we'll take it.
And well, Jit Boys with
Luck
the judge. It's a little bit tough in
is
terms
part of the
range,
game.
but
Oh,
down the
Margaret!
dumps. It's
Margaret!
trying to
You
trade
gotta watch
through,
more
doesn't
G2
quite
VODs,
the
my
way
god!
that he
Okay,
wants.
oh, hold on,
Margaret
hold
now
on,
an outlaw.
hold on.
One shot
Okay,
is all
well,
took,
he was
but
so
still
low.
the
He was
low
so low.
HP. Tough
All right.
again, but decent economical damage.
Yeah, it's a nice try in for Nongshim there, but unfortunately, as I mentioned,
I mean, here's the thing, chat. You're gonna look at this. A lot of you are asking, like, why would they let Haven through?
As well, and
but
it's just not able to
Talon,
get the job done,
their Haven looked
Nongshim.
really quite good, like from a theory standpoint against Gen G. But otherwise, while we know they like Haven, not necessarily their best map. And also, Nongshim's map post sucks. Talon's isn't great either, but you know, they're both their map pulls are both pretty bad.
11-3. You really need to make a deep run with every single buy from here on out.
Yeah.
So, if you want an explanation, it's because
a couple players as well. 2 of them on light shield for Nongshim.
Nongshim just doesn't have a good map pool.
Well, at least they
that's just the
diff
answer.
Primmy this time. I say diff, not really a massive diff. It's just removing the head of the duelist of Talon, and that's from, unfortunately, highlighting the least fragging member in Francis at the moment.
Okay.
Has to adjust
between
the Taylor back towards the breach.
Ooh, they wanted to see if there was a reaction shot, but there wasn't. I don't think they
example.
know that it's a judge! Oh, Dobby! That's right.
Continue pushing out of B as well.
Okay, chill, though. Like, come on. We know that Talon's been flanking you back and forth!
Second kill! The Stinger doing wonders! He walls himself up just to keep himself somewhat alive. Nongshim then to play with caution. Shrouded steps over, Margaret to receive, and Ivy to find the final kill. Nongshim will keep themselves afloat for one more round.
Yeah, for one more round at least here. A bit of cushioning, but all it's going to take is one little faltering and Talon.
Did you see Lakia's on the Korean? Well, he's on the casting desk. He's actually literally right next to me. Yeah, Lakia's on the Korean broadcast today, by the way, for those who are fans of Lakia.
On what generally would have been the bonus round for Talon anyway, but with the way that those first 2 rounds went, it means that they're going to be down on the pistols come this next round.
When you go to the NSC, you should put the main. This is the mainstream.
Changes of position, of utility from Talon on this defense.
Do you guys not hear the casters?
Scared to waltz together through mid.
Tell Lakia to stream with you. He's literally being paid to cast in Korean chat. Chat, we don't have time to dilly-dally today. Don't you understand? There's freaking careers on the line, chat. In this economy, we can't fool around. We can't fool around.
Which, if he did, you know, and was able to spot out 2-3 members, you just call an audible there and absolutely leave the site. This time, though, Nongshim just going quite slow together, waiting to see any over-aggressions from Talon.
And could reckon kind of fair enough. You've seen Talon push out B a couple times.
It's a 5v4 anti-eco. Why am I scared, chat? Why am I scared?
You're going to be going
why am I worried?
Spotted. If that goes from the top of
okay, all right, a little bit less worried.
You just removed Killa, so no need to worry about that for now.
You just wait to see, right? Talon's all like they're learning though. They've always been pushing out from somewhere else to try to get another advantage.
Hot flash from Primmy stays
Where's the
alive.
cover? Where's the cover? Build the site, please. Don't leave him on an island. Oh my God!
The entire team just decimates Talon. But you have
warm up game. They need their warm up. All good.
So Nongshim again holding on. But remember, that was just the pistols to come through for Talon.
Now you've got the full buy.
Now you've got the full buy and the backup of the ults as well. And I say backup because we know that Talon...
Who are you supporting next if Nongshim goes out today? Well, that just really depends on how much everyone donates.
On the early stages. You know, if
but they're not going out today.
With this operator as well,
why would you even think about that?
See where that one's going to be poised over towards the C site where you've got your
you should have a heart rate monitor
setup rather, because the deadlock traps are going to be towards the A side of the map from long, which means if Darby decides to overdrive through there, well, he's getting stunned up twice.
That would just be great anticipation from Cruz. We'll see how it all works out, though, Drone.
Yeah, it's the timing.
Oh,
right
dude,
now
the double sonic sensors is a little nasty from Cruz.
Kilowatt with the stealth drone.
Okay, one
Smoke's
gets broken.
Really quickly deployable by
Still
Thai.
one more, though.
Do you get the sensation as Nongshim that
the Talon's playing so patient, like no overreactions.
One sensor removed by a shock dart. Still one at the front of the site.
I mean, I think they just, they probably just have the faith that if we play with the same foundation we did against Gen G, like we should be good, right? Because it's another neon comp.
Swivel to go between Garage and Long. Trapwire not broken by the Owl drone.
Etc., etc.
And I don't even know if it was actually spotted out with the positioning that Ivy has just shot. So that Trapwire can still be played with a little bit later.
Oh, no.
And that's timing to be bought with the Armageddon and the barrier mesh deployed as well.
Okay.
So Nongshim, 30 seconds to go.
Chill.
We're
doing a full fake at 30 seconds?
Heat,
I mean, you drew the paranoia, but the spikes got so long to go, you don't even have the tripwires cleared. I did not like this. There's an op here, my guys. Boys. Oh my god, what a deadlock ult. Oh no.
Wait, dimensional drift as well.
Dami actually got picked up by the Annihilation.
Oh no.
Oh, that just does not bode too
well.
Oh,
Persia?
Persia, though, trying to keep themselves
Persia?
alive.
Our savior?
Spike down as well, but Primi out
That's
for
a
the
fake.
clone.
That's a fake.
In with the
just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Cruz then with the grab net coming
yes, Persia! He's back! He said he's recovered to full condition.
Might have just done it here, Nongshim.
We've done 26 in a row, 5 in a row, no big deal. Let's go.
Cruz now looking for some potential exits.
And that's just an incredible save coming out from players.
Wait,
like
am I
Persia,
like
Francis,
actually hurting
Ivy
everyone's ears?
well.
I can't hear myself. So, well, I kind of can, but everything's very soft. So you guys got to let me know.
Okay, hang on, maybe. No, never mind.
Okay. All right, I'm just louder than usual. That's because at home I don't want to get noise complaints.
You might be able to just escape on this one.
Spike will just blow off.
More importantly, it's another round for Nongshim, and I'm looking
11-6.
at it, right? Primi ult, Cruz ult, Killer ult. I gotta say,
good
Cruz
stabilization.
The Annihilation
Dude,
on the A side itself really early. He's just ricocheted that one to mid-window and picked up Darby. When, by the way, Nongshim are in the C site, Darby the Duelist is lurking mid-window.
How big brain is that?
No, how unexpected is that?
I mean, he knew Darby was somewhere around there.
Yeah, Persia, not even phased. We're back. We're back to good old Persia.
Such a smart
call.
Know?
Gets huge impact kills, just says, oh, it's just another weekend.
Sure enough, there is an element of that in there.
Rifles, though, for Nongshim.
That's right.
To the A side of things, forcing a gate crash away, starting to slowly gather some space. It's another eco scenario for Talon.
All right, last time you pressured A, you had a sealer, you rotated C, but it is an eco from Talon. You're trying to see, do they push out? Is there a reaction? Do they have a trap play?
Through with your ultimates, you can definitely string a couple of rounds together.
And Talon wants a trap play. Deadlock now over on A.
Will be able to come back in with the full buys.
Zombie has his ult as well.
I mean,
ideally, you don't use it here,
but kind of 100% in these sort of rounds, right?
Brother, you have an outlaw. You don't have to go for that shot.
I mean, it's not the worst thing. Reminds me of, you know, America's
okay, we're working the map.
We're working the map. Steel Gardens are used on these anti-eco rounds more often
mind
than actual rifle rounds.
But the thing is like working it like this, it looks okay because it's an eco. Well, I mean, Talon still has a read, but in a buy round, it doesn't work out, right? Because traps are all going to be on the site anyway.
You're not rolling thundering as Francis.
Oh no!
This is rough.
Yeah, no info yet either. Hopefully the recall gives a bit of a tell, but yeah, the grab net. Right on through.
Oh, it's Omen. Oh, Omen's so OP.
Seconds then for the hit. The barrier mesh coming up at the right time. You got the right clicks. Not too
the plot armor. Oh my God!
Absolutely overwhelmed the entirety of Talon all throughout this part of the map.
Neural Theft used at the end there. You throw your hat in the ring, so to speak, as Margaret, but the bell had already rung, so nicely done.
I'm a good neighbor, no loud
11-7, 4 in a row for Nongshim. A better identity on this attacking side at the moment, where we were highlighting earlier. They have had majority of their success over on that defensive side. Flawless variety, though, against the little half-buy, half-investment, sort of investment.
Dude, that was a good wall, though. I mean, dude, Talon is playing still so well. Like, Cruz, dude, Cruz is calling on Haven the past couple games they played. Is so good.
Pulled off for the past several rounds.
It's scary. Like, it really has to be given a lot of respect.
Yeah, a little bit of a creep up together, holding each other's hands. It's something that Margaret maybe should have done on the defensive side. Have a buddy with you.
Oh, dude, the Sonic Sensors are nasty from Cruz.
Nongshim still
good trips from
hovering around
from both.
It's risky though because Primi
wants
to do it on the camera. That is gorgeous, and they can get out of this one as well. Oh, it's done. You've taken out 2 members.
Good setup from Talon.
Just around
golf,
garage,
clap it up.
Then the drone out. 3v5.
That was
just as
that
the
was
started.
I mean, listen, like obviously we see it, so we're like, why didn't you immediately hide?
Half-time result of 9-3 really becomes a problem, right? Because you got 1 round that you sacrifice.
I mean, you're probably also almost thinking like, I can pre-fire this.
Get 5 in a row.
You know what?
Unless you get a 3 versus 5 conversion.
Good setup.
As Nongshim here.
That's why this is just such an incredible call, incredible teamwork coming out from Talon once again. What a way to splash cold water onto Nongshim's.
They leave the site for free.
Still
no
ults.
3
members trying
on the side.
Scrounge something up together.
Salvos are online, but they're pretty far away.
If they can get the plant
Spike will go down.
charge, they'll have
okay, Domby has to make a play
and
here.
a Hunter's Fury. But you have
like
to see
he needs to get 2 and stay alive.
In position so far.
Or he needs to get like 1 and stay alive for a really long time. He gets 2 and he stays alive.
He's equalized the
He's
numbers.
doing it.
Oh
my
God.
Well. And now you switch to post plant. You still got that ult. As I said, you got a from the shadows.
It's the first time he's listened to what I said. Not that he can hear me. Oh no. Wait. Okay. No, we got Hunter's Fury.
Oh, it's just thigh left. And he's just trying to keep himself alive.
Gosh.
He got tagged.
70 HP. Domby slips through the net.
Domby?
He sees that no one is on
like, what
the
hell?
spike. That's
is there
key
a wall
information. The round
that's right.
is
you scared?
done.
And there is a wall there, actually.
Oh my.
Joke's on you.
Ivy, Persia, a 3 versus 5 conversion. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Survived there with the operator. That's just a bit of a saving grace for Talon. That is a huge round for Nongshim.
We don't know who called the timeout
well
today because they're both red.
In this map,
so we don't
depending on the next gun round that we see.
Spoiled.
If this operator saved doesn't deploy anything substantial in this next round, it could actually be the round that has just saved Nongshim.
A clattering round of applause from our
that's right, Domby. That's right. Get the energy up.
Just
Everyone's
so
coming back
acknowledgement
online.
to the
Everyone's coming
efforts
back
of Nongshim in
alive.
that very round.
Let's go.
Meanwhile, for Talon, still looking for that map
It had
point.
to be. No, I know. I'm
I'll
just
be honest
saying
with you,
in general.
they're looking for
I'm just,
one round at the moment.
I knew it was
attacking side.
No, Voidman, give me a break. I'm losing it out here.
At least they've got those 2 timeouts. We'll see if Jovi and Frost can cook something.
Chobra, if Nongshim won, I think your curse is not active if you're very loud. Next time, rent an internet cafe. They've kind of as loud as you can. Honestly, I should.
Familiar.
Well, at least the hat's on.
I should.
Yes.
That was
that one time.
It's honestly, dude, they walked to the studio.
Oh my God, he's not wearing a hat.
You see him not wearing a hat.
Oh no, they're joking because their friend said
as well. So that.
I took the car to
Rosario, but
from
that
Busan.
said, yes.
And their friend was like, well, I walked here.
Right now, we've got a very loose handshake at the moment from what we're seeing for Talon. 11-8, shambles in their camp. So they call the timeout to have a bit of a discussion.
That's where you got to take a look at how Nongshim's able to play around this as well.
Dude,
something I want to say as well, 19 kills for Primi on the first half. He's had 5.
He's only 24 and 12 now. But like we got to watch out for this round. Was saved over. Okay, you're trying to pressure it. Do not go crazy. Do not go crazy, team. Don't go crazy.
Try and regain something towards this A site though with
Don't
the
go
operator.
crazy. I feel like they're gonna go crazy.
Cheeky from Killer.
I feel like they're like Nongshim's probably thinking, all right, we push the op away. Let's push the tempo up
because all of Nongshim are
okay.
pretty much here now.
Oh, but that might bait him to peek. Oh, I like the aftershock. I like it. I like the paranoia. Oh no, the wall. Just chill. Just chill. Whoa, Persia. Whoa.
Team as well, but Killua.
Okay, where's straight? Where's straight? There is a trade. That's what I'm talking about.
Remember, an operator for Premi, you'd need to be given a duel almost, you would think, and then
I
with
mean,
the 2 rifles of dying.
Honestly, though, Talon should save.
You kind of consider going
I mean, like,
for it,
it's
remember,
Premi, so you might consider it, and it could work. But you do have
an opening
like 2 extra rounds margin.
Watching for at
oh my
least
God, they're going to go for it.
Thigh as well as Chip
No,
Boys.
you cannot let your guard down. They're
every
going for it.
single
They're
angle.
going for it.
Damage
Where's
was
the
done.
beast? Where's the
Rolling Thunder
tricksters?
baited out.
Okay, all right.
Chip
You know
Boys,
what?
he doesn't get
just
away
use the Rolling
alive.
Thunder.
That's
Okay,
call
I'm
now.
okay with
You
that.
wanna take
I'm
this
okay with that.
operator into
We
the
need the
next
round.
You cannot
It was
reinvest
well
in
done by
towards that
Talon,
one.
though. Baited
Chip
out the
Boys,
Rolling Thunder.
unfortunately,
Still
you lose
kept
your life
the
at
op.
the end, but you will
Like,
take
we got to
a
give them respect.
rifle
They're
and
scary.
that sniper into the next round. It's another
scary.
successful one for Nongshim.
No. I mean, listen,
As
like,
I said, though,
it's gonna.
using the
Someone's
ultimate
gonna
on
think
these
that it feels
rounds where you
bad,
feel like you
but
just have to
we
try
need
and
we
win
need
it,
like
because
absolutely
that's
the
important
round.
factor at the moment for Nongshim.
And I
It's
think
winning.
just positions
it's not
and
giving
health,
Talon the
it's
space,
fine.
the opportunities.
Someone
if you're
needs
off-putting this
T1's
operator
coaching
time
staff
and
to
time again,
change.
you're giving yourselves enough rope to be able to hang on.
A lot of rope, in fact. I mean, 6 rounds in a row, and you just hear the crowd continuing to cheer and applause.
What
it's
is
getting
this?
louder and louder.
Why am
tomorrow
I
with
in
every
this
single
picture?
round going towards Nongshim.
But again, all it's going
What
to take
the
is one.
hell?
It's not too excitable at the moment for Nongshim. They know
Double judge.
Oh
that they
my
have to just
gosh.
keep their head
Hold on, I'll
straight.
bring it up. I'll bring it
And
up
into
after
C-side,
after the game.
potentially, it would
Oh, I
be
gotta go
where
to the
Premier
end of
is.
this. I'll
You
bring it
would
up
think
afterwards.
Generally, you should be good for one in this here.
Oh my God,
At
double
least one
judge,
in
double
practice.
judge and an op. Okay,
Well,
this
like
is a
that
tough
as well.
round.
Progressive
I don't
smoke
think
at
he can read the
moment
double
for
judge.
Nongshim to just
But
make
they
sure the sniper line
expect-
isn't available for him. A
they
bit of a
expect
difference
the
as well,
op to
right?
be
Playing
here.
on a Yoru, you're generally not going to see it elevated on the top of the C site. You'd have to see Dai
But
pick
like,
up the operator.
how are we
and-
gonna clear
Are we seeing
garage?
Dai
I
pick
mean,
up an
nobody's in there
operator?
yet,
No,
but
not
like,
so far.
Not really.
Great
oh
recognition
my
coming
God,
through
dude,
from
the
Nongshim,
setups
but right
are
now, just
nasty from
lurking
Talon.
to
But
several
Talon is kind of,
positions
I mean,
just
they're
in
going
case as well.
desperation mode, right? They're going for like multiple trap plays right now.
Deals with the camera for now.
You see a lot of the Sensi U-tilt.
Dude, he
towards
doesn't
the
show
A
the
side as well for
judge.
Nongshim. It's
Very
where they
smart
kind
from
of lean
Cruz.
towards
Shows the
a little bit.
classic.
And a bit of a different look as well. Forward
like,
trapwire.
Surely not.
Kill
Surely
trap
not,
in the
Margaret.
side,
Surely we
sensor
don't.
as well.
There's no need. We're
More
being
time
poised for
bleeding off
A
this
anyway.
clock.
Dude, it's,
Start to
by the
consider
way,
that
it's double sentinel traps
going into an
on
angle.
A. We have no
Judges
information
there,
about that.
well, it
You
could
got
be
to
a
start
little bit
creeping up now
problematic
if
for
you
Nongshim,
want to
Especially
go
with
for
just
this
seeing
move.
Cruz in such a
Dude,
forward
Cruz
position.
is trying to push them away, man. He's making all
Well, they
this
do want to
noise.
contend with going to this A side though.
Trying
so
to just guarantee
Jip
the one
boys,
kill.
It's gonna be
I mean,
Dai.
dude, okay, the wall's coming
down
out,
to
the
the
drone's coming
utility as well
out.
as
Like, they
smokes.
want you to go to
Possibly
A.
close
They
range
want you to
kills
go
as
to A,
well,
but you
but
don't have time.
you're
We
working
don't have
against Davi.
time.
Salvo,
Break,
so
break,
sub
break,
30
break, break,
seconds to
break,
go
break.
to
You
try
hear
and
it,
get
you
this
hear it, you
man
hear it,
down
you
into
hear it.
one
No, you
trapwire
don't, no,
as
you
well.
don't.
The
Oh
judge
my
is gonna
God,
get
it's a
caught. Now,
disaster.
This might be hard for
Margaret?
Nongshim.
The TP
Margaret?
canceled as well. Unfortunate for Persia. Now Nongshim just trying to
Oh
trudge their way forward,
my.
but the judge brings justice. Francis and Ivy, though, not backing down. Smooth criminals in their own way, but Primi to fire back. They're all blocked off at this toe point, but Ivy still bringing things right back to the 1v1. Chip Boys getting the spam forward, and he brings Talon up to that crucial, much coveted map point.
Yeah, you unfortunately had to go for the stick there as Ivy to extend your chances of winning the round. And when
I mean,
the neural
he-
theft
yeah,
comes on
but
out,
even if he
you
did,
don't
he was
know
being,
where
like-
Jip Boys has slipped in towards as well. It becomes a little bit
I don't
difficult.
know.
As I said, sub 30 seconds for them
I think
to
if
get
he
in
goes
towards
behind,
the
though, he
site.
survives
the
for
fact
at
that the
least
From the
half
Shadows
a
is
second after
invested
the
from
plan goes
Persia and
through.
just absolutely red and hurt as well makes things a little bit more difficult. 5, 4, 3, not even to the 3 seconds on the clock. It would have been really difficult for Ivy to have won that one, but as you said now, 12 and match point
Okay, the
for
op's
Talon.
down. There's still a judge,
Already
though.
locking Nongshim out of A
No,
lobby.
listen. Nongshim was forged in the fires of OT.
And you also got Primi pushing up as well. Further
EMEA
information
took the
gains.
record.
Nongshim, though,
Nongshim's here to bring it.
Spirit
Well, actually,
caution
don't bring
through
back the
it,
record.
straight
Just
into
win.
B site for the quick TP spike
Just get
plant
to
play.
OP.
Oh,
But Thai
no,
has spotted ahead of it.
No one's protecting him. He's gone for the plant and then to try and get on
I mean,
out
there was
there.
no
And now How do
reaction.
you get the spike back?
So they
It's
just
Persia.
assumed.
No chance.
This
You
is
can't assume
probably
Nongshim.
done.
That just makes an
This
ass
is
out of you and me.
absolutely
Didn't they
an
teach you
unheard
that
of
in
situation for Nongshim to get
middle
back in.
school?
Oh, and they're just continuing to spray
probably
a
didn't,
hail
'cause
of bullets
that's
going
an
all the
English
way
thing.
through at this one little gate. Nongshim unable to scratch their way back in, still close off onto the other side, grab net, and that just confirms positioning.
I'm just looking
they've
for
got
the
2 kills so
3-minute
far.
ad timer on Twitch.
But can you
Chat,
get
don't
more?
worry
I
about
mean,
it.
Spike in the site, disrespectful play from Dai to deny the plant from going down. Faultline
I mean,
and Recon to at least clear the front of sight. But
you'll get the
Talon,
spike.
they recognize with 30 seconds to go. All right, let's just disconnect from it.
They want an extra kill, but
play with numbers. Got the flash, possibly grab that coming back as well.
And if you keep pushing his Ivy, you would probably
assume
that,
there's spoilers because I have to head out. So I will be right back.
And it's a 1 versus 3 for Francis.
Uh-oh. How could you possibly know? Francis still trying desperately to keep himself in the game. A 1v3 would be monumental But it's so tough. He hears the footsteps. Cruz just crouch at the very last second. And we end the first map 13-9 in favor of Talon.
Yeah, they came out of the gates with a great idea after that first pistol round that goes the way of Nongshim. Just 8 rounds in a row, rather, to make it 8-1. Finally won back, but I mean, it was really the heavy lifting that they did on their own attacking side. Gets a little bit of hold under the collar on the switch up. Pistol round, second round going Talon's way. You think, yeah, maybe this map's done. A wake-up call on the side of Nongshim. They start to collect together. They start to have some good timing and spacing. But really, when you're looking at that 9-3 turned into an 11-3, there is just no space that they had to work with.
That's where you really got to wonder, right? There's still a decent chance. I mean, this little comeback, that was, what, 6 rounds straight in a row picked up by Nongshim, and certainly could do wonders for them in the upcoming maps. Talon, meanwhile, you take a look at the recent matches, the recent games that they've been playing, it's gone 3 maps every single time, and that's sometimes where they falter as well. Do they have a problem with closing out the games?
Well, I mean, they broke the curse the other day on their first map of the series of a best of 3 as well, right? Now they've echoed that yet again, but whether or not Pearl is going to go their way for a 2-0, or with Nongshim going into that and that being a very confident map for them, maybe they can tie it up and push it to a center.
That's where things get a little bit surprising for sure, Komodo. I mean, just thinking about Nongshim, this is the first time they've picked Pearl against Talon. We'll see how it shakes up, because for now, we're going to have to toss it back over onto our desk to break things down.
Haven is a place on Earth. It certainly is for Talon Esports that take the first map of the day. They're all cringing at me.
How long have you been saying on that? They're all cringing. No, I think you need to understand what I just went through watching this on my coaster, and the first thing I hear is Haven is a place on Earth. Like, what am I doing here?
Well, welcome back. Chobra here on the desk as our special guest. I do have to, how are you? How are you feeling?
I'm upset. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at... Well,
You're not at yourself.
I'm kind of mad at the boys. I'm mad at Frost. I'm mad at everybody. I'm mad at EDG for losing.
Yeah. You're mad at me now for saying that line as well. But and I quote from a while ago, I think somewhere around round 18 or 19, Chobra did say,
Persia is back! He's not back. He's been gone for a while.
We did hear that though from him from across this area.
This is the bar is like someone gets a 2K and they're back. Like that's where we're at now.
Will is regretting coming on the desk now.
I thought this was a safe space.
No. He came here for therapy, but he just gets bullied.
I mean, with a match like this, come on, how can you not, right? It's Nongshim. They had us believing a little bit, especially towards the end over there.
Yeah.
And I mean, you had your hands up in the air so many times, so yeah.
Were you believing in the comeback by the end there?
Yes, but I'm gonna be brutally honest, all right? And I don't care if Nongshim sees this. I was 40% believing in Nongshim bringing it back, and I was 60% believing in Talon throwing it.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah,
so,
no,
like,
that's a good point.
That's where it was. That's where that map was.
They were doing a pretty good job of that, to be fair. There was so many like 3v5s and things like that. I mean, yeah, we'll go into a little bit more detail about it later, but I think at the end of the day, it was interesting again to see Haven come back into the veto after the last time the comp changed. It's now 3 in a row that Talon has won with this comp, and they're beating Korean teams every time.
I mean, when you have Primi with a performance like that, how can you not, right?
Electric.
Absolutely electric versus Down Beyond the Neon, right?
I mean, especially this first half. I think he ended this first half on 19 kills.
Yeah.
He absolutely took over. Multi-kill after multi-kill. This guy, he could do no wrong. And I mean, as a Nongshim fan, it's got to be frustrating watching this guy be on the other side.
Well, yeah, because there were so many other things that I was like, oh, like Nongshim, you know, some of the players haven't warmed up, etc. And then I'm looking at what Primi's doing, and I'm like, maybe it doesn't even matter, because he's just going around fragging anybody anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he just couldn't die. It's, you know, in this, he's constantly getting kills he shouldn't get. He's constantly getting away with his life, just making an absolute nightmare of a time for Nongshim.
Yeah, you got a lot of really good opening kills. I think on the attacking side as well, fragging out that hard on the Yo when you're the solo duelist is really commendable, because a lot of the time you have to be that space creator that isn't actually always set up to frag. A lot of the time you're trying to make space for the middle of the pack to actually get into a post plan or get involved in the action, but just Primi things. He just goes and takes aim duels and wins them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, 7 first kills. That just shows just how much of a beast Primi is.
Who's saying he's baiting? 7 first kills.
We're quite happy. We're quite happy. I also had Primi on my team, by the way. So I think we're doing okay. And I think, you know, props to Talon for pulling out some really scrappy rounds as well, especially at the beginning of that map too.
If you compare to kickoff, I mean, Primy's taken more than double the amount of opening duels that he was in kickoff. I mean, part of that is switching back over to the duelist, but what I was kind of alluding to before, if we get into the next set of replays, is the amount of 3v5s that were converted to Nongshim, and part of that's down to Talon. I feel like there's just not good enough freeze protocols. You get an Annihilation pick and an op pick from Primy, and then you're in a 5-on-3, and you just give Persia way too many opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, this round was a little bit crazy. We saw Talon invest 4 ults into this and managed to lose it. You must have been feeling hyped on this one.
That was the round when he was back for that round.
He was back in that round.
That was it.
He showed up for one round.
I know that moment.
And then it happened again here. Like, that was another 3-on-5 that Nongshim was able to win. And Talon, they've got to be kicking themselves because they were dominating. They were front-running this game on the attacking side. And it's worth mentioning that Nongshim opted to start out attack last time, and they had a pretty good time of it. But this time, they chose to start defense after Talon picks Haven again. And then you did see a little bit more of a comeback on that attacking side. Partially, I feel like that was down to Nongshim's game plan. They did a really good job playing slower and conditioning like the rotations initially, and then got him with some really nice sight hits. But part of that is down to Primy, who's got the MVP here, gets an opening pick or gets an opening kill. You're in a 5-on-3, and then you're just not able to actually convert that despite a lot of ults invested, or maybe not having good enough freeze protocols and allowing these really solid mid-rounders who, you know, maybe haven't been in good form lately, like Persia, to actually pop off.
Yeah, once he gets that opening duel, right, you can't, your game plan kind of falls by the wayside, and suddenly you're stressing, and you have to adapt and everything. And Nongshim, they're still trying to find their ground into doing this, right? I can actually see Will is actually stressed. He's like, there's like a twitching vein on the side.
I've never been this stressed in my life. This is like just beating out my own wedding and how stressed I am. All right?
Oh my God.
Like, this is insane. Like, I don't know what I signed up for, but this wasn't it. This wasn't it.
I do think there is hope for Nongshim still. We're going into Pearl.
You didn't even friend Nongshim.
What are you doing, you traitor? I'm not a believer. I'm trying to give you some copium. I'm trying to help you here.
We are here as friends. We are here as friends. We are going into Pearl. And no, I do have to side with Morgan here, because this is the map that kind of makes me a little nervous as somebody who did predict Talon.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I was to summarize it for all the viewers, Nongshim good on Pearl, Talon bad on Pearl.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I mean, it's kind of a weird dynamic here that I have to kind of be the devil's advocate, but honestly, what I am a little bit concerned is that I still see the same bad habits from Nongshim. Like, every team has their own bad habits, right?
Yeah.
Like Talon has their, we're going to give 1v1. So Nongshim, the same bad habits showed up on Haven, and while I trust that they have reinforced their Pearl, if they sat there and thought, well, our Pearl is good, let's work on the other maps, then I think Talon could come and prepare it. So in all honesty, like, I don't mind losing that first map. Yeah, you're expecting you win Pearl, maybe it's a 1-1. But the way they lost that first half, I mean, a little bit concerned.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I still believe, just so we're very clear.
Look, I think Talon, they haven't had a good run on this map, especially the game against Gen.G doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence, and it took a pretty inspired Zeta. Despite the fact there was some like degree of misplaying in that game for Nongshim, they still barely lost that game, which shows you the quality that they have on this map, right? Like, even a Zeta that is kind of peak performance plus some good preparation to beat Nongshim on this map, I think you're feeling pretty safe to go through to a third map.
Yeah, you gotta remember that 13-3 against Gen.G, right? Which Gen.G were able to take on Pearl.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And Pearl has always been very, very strong on the side of Nongshim. You mentioned that they're not really changing anything, but for this map, is it one of those maps that they probably don't need to?
I mean, listen, if you get the pistol, maybe you don't need to, right? You get the snowball, you get the tempo rolling, and they're very good at that. Like, Nongshim's a very streaky team, both winning and losing. So I think let's get a pistol, start off, not, you know, let's
not get stingered.
Yeah, let's not get stingered, because we know Talon does it every single map anyway. I was losing my mind. Okay, I gotta chill.
That one definitely stung.
The ramen is heating up over here. The ramen is cooking, and we gotta let it simmer just a bit as we're about to step into Pearl. What are we expecting here? I am expecting, though, that Talon doesn't make that same mistake that happened against Gen.G last time, and they're coming in a lot stronger here on Pearl, especially since they left it open.
Yeah, as you said, Chobra, I mean, I do feel like this is a map that, by leaving it in the pool, you sort of know Nongshim are going to pick it, right?
Of course,
so that very much means we know what Talon are like in terms of how they like to prep. So Talon will have an idea here. They've not let this through entirely on a whim. It's not a mistake for this, you know?
Absolutely. And I think we could let Chobra get back to his watch party as well, because I do think that we are stepping into Pearl right now, and we have some very interesting updates.
Nongshim not changing up too much, but similar to actually what we saw on that previous map, we're getting rid of the Teo and bringing the Sova back in. So minor changes there for Nongshim to start out here on the attacking side of Pearl, which means that Talon has chosen to start defense.
Yeah, but we are seeing Talon play this kind of double sentinel that, you know, we just saw it on Haven with the Deadlock. Now we have Vice and Cypher with that solo initiator Teo instead of the Fade that they previously liked to use. So this is definitely a slightly different look. This seems very well prepared and a much more holistic style that we're seeing from Talon.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. I mean, I think I did like the Fade being the solo in it, especially on the attacking side, but you know, Teo will be a slight change up, so both teams only opting to really change their init.
Hey, does the series belong to Talon already, or are Nongshim ready to make a comeback here on Pearl? One of their best maps. We're gonna find out as we toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika, and Big Time and Pilsky. Yes, this all comes down to it once again. You have some slight change-ups in terms of the initiators,
we got pictures taken.
I just got to remind everyone, right? We kind of have to do it.
All right, let's
again, the Ascension team
calm down,
needs to
chat.
find these
It's
wins.
Pearl.
They need the championship points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna.
Show the tweet.
Did Pilsky watch how they piloted the Fade last time?
There
wasn't that much against Gen G, let's be real. So
they got shut down every step of the way.
Yeah, they did. They couldn't get anything happening as Talon in that game. Nor really against Team Secret as well, if you cast your minds back towards that one. But hey, different scenario, different standings.
I'll do it in halftime.
Round map number 2. And Nongshim, they need to win this one to try and send us into the third to be in with a chance to win this series. They have already gathered
Nongshim on the
control
attack.
at the moment. They would have to contend against Jit Boys, who was pretty sensational on the Cypher over on Haven.
Okay, you're checking early for the wall. There is no wall.
So far onto this map, it's a lot wider.
So we're feeling okay about B if need be.
Some added support. Nongshim just
that
kind of
Cypher trip is going to be deadly, though.
Yeah, Jit Boys taking
Margaret,
a little bit of
nice.
You can't quite navigate a secondary one, though, as Nongshim.
Shoot,
so
I got that trade.
Margaret down for the count, of course, had a.
But now you know there's multiple here.
On this
okay, you know there's one more. Nice, Ivy.
If map number 1, he was a bit silent, well.
I mean, we don't even need to rush in. You can just walk it in.
Who has it?
Okay, thank you, Persia.
Really tough for Cruz now as well to be put in this 1v4 on the pistol. Then again, Talon were able to kind of bring things back on towards the subsequent rounds.
Okay,
right now, though, just Nongshim to collect
you know,
very cleanly on towards the next win.
And now this is the second round.
Sunset is not in the map pool yet. It is in the live server, but it's not in the map pool yet.
Potentially win out the round, or are they going to play quote-unquote normal Valorant, go for an eco, and get out?
Where's the heart rate monitor?
In the
chat, you guys should put that. You guys should tweet at
a little lick of damage, a single frag,
and apart
from that, a lot of bullets
at the stations.
Yeah, if you do buy up the stingers for the next round, you're not gonna be leaving yourself with a lot for the upcoming ones.
Okay, they're on defense, no stingers. Doesn't hurt to be wary of it, but you know.
Plenty. That's going to do a lot of
penetrative
damage.
Yeah, will it be in the map pool for Toronto? My assumption is no. What I've heard so far is no, but it's not 100%.
With the classic and a gate crash to get
talking about Sunset.
You would generally hope that Nongshim would not overlook a position like this. And with the drone going through, he's going to have to skedaddle on out of there. Meanwhile, Jit Boys is down for the count already. Again, just pistols here. So you were generally just looking for the pass mark on Nongshim.
Just chill. Margaret, like Pearl is the map where Margaret's been popping off, even if Dombey has ups and downs.
He left Pearl open intentionally.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Nongshim, also just recognizing how to play around this map as well. The long-range duels right now, everything favoring them. He can close range with Marshall, though, kind of using it as musket. So far, so good.
What?
Cruz with a right click.
I just have in my head in a situation like that. If Margaret is there, he needs to be doing texture. Help, help, help.
Calm down.
He's missing the shots of the Marshal or any gun. Needs someone to bail him out. But this time, right now, there's an unexpected location of Primi and Killua. And this, I'm talking about needing to be a flawless round.
Calm.
Damn it. 1 versus 1, but no, Darby.
Oh my gosh.
In for the 4K.
So clean, still good, and with those kills and
like, I love these guys for being confident. That's what makes their games fun when you're not committed to them.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of
little did I know
right? It's the classic.
that's going to be the death
of me
around
such as that
when I signed with
Nongshim. Carrying over the Outlaw to make sure that you've got a lot of these pieces for a puzzle in the next round to try and come out on this attacking side.
Oh my goodness.
Kind of flawless, right? We need to just see some domination from Nongshims to build some confidence on this map. Of course, a map expected to come in towards the veto with Talon not banning it. So I would be expecting a lot of counterplay.
Okay, slightly deeper wall.
Especially in terms of...
the thing is like,
how
whether you put it there or
so far,
further up, it doesn't
around
really
mid. If you're
matter.
Right now, you're a little bit paranoid, and that's why you have a couple of players
I guess you'll just
I guess you
get it,
the
signal
all the way
earlier.
down Flash.
So close.
Dom,
you got the kills going through towards
kill.
Talon, though. Numbers and spades, and it's just, who is that? Francis to trail off with a spike.
Doable to do more damage. Hard to win the round, but you got Guardians, so doable to do damage.
A little bit, but now you've got a slight gap around the map. Killua.
I don't know where you go from here, though.
Is down, meaning you can funnel some information up through mid.
Trips.
What can you do? You need to see something come out from Ivy, from Margaret, and the spike.
Okay, he's trying to create space. I like this. It's a Hail Mary, but I like it. Trying to create space for his teammates to go into B site.
Breaking the trips.
I was gonna
players rotating
and
over.
overall, that is not a bad idea.
Margaret's turret was still there. He's just retracted it, so I don't know if Primi would have.
Does Ivy and Margaret push out though towards CT? You also have to make sure you clear B main because you have no information.
Talent.
You got numbers, you got guns.
Exactly, they're okay to do so. They've got the drone on Cruz to still spot info. They've got the clone on Primi to throw a spanner in the works, and they've got salvos as well.
So. Here's the thing.
Okay.
They
Phantom pickup, Hunter's Fury online.
As a full team.
Wait,
I'm
doable.
Francis actually.
Doable.
Just come online. You've got 2 shock darts.
Hold on.
Fury. I mean, how
doable.
dirty is he going to
if
be
Ivy stays alive, doable. Bonus conversion.
Nongshim could come away with a bonus win this
Ivy,
time.
chill. Okay. No, hide away. There you go. Play for time. Play for time. I mean, I get it, but
now Francis and Margaret to hold up, trying to play for time.
Right. He's gonna get half. Oh no. Oh no. Now we've used the ult. What the? They just jump into it for us. We take those.
On towards Francis. He's trying to
get
all the way.
He's not in.
But it's not enough damage, and the Red Bull clutch picked up by Talon.
That just
okay,
like
you took
Francis didn't really have a full idea on where the spike was planted. I mean,
you took away all the weapons.
Such as this one, if you're going for a bit of an open plant, you need to make sure that you're, having the timing down right, making sure that if there is a smoke, you're kind of having the numbers to go for the sprays.
Well, because they didn't know half was done.
When the
That's
Hunter's
the
Fury
problem.
goes in, but a little bit too late, it's also looking like, a half defuse. You can just get on that while the Nebula's still up and go for it.
Yeah. So it came close. There was a slight chance, but recognition, especially in the heat of things. But that said, though, catching a glimpse from it.
But it's okay. You broke the economy, so you can snowball is still in your favor.
Finished off.
True.
Primi.
It sucks, but
would have had to have a spray.
The ball's still in your court.
But playing the long game, Nongshim with the full buys, Outlaws as well.
Yeah. I mean, those sort of scenarios, you see a couple of, post-plant teams, for
Margaret
example.
shouldn't have beat that.
Throwing these double shock darts
first. In any Nongshim round, there are
doing all this nerd stuff, which I like.
On average,
I like
probably at least 3 players per round that shouldn't have beat that. That's
Sova right now.
Unfortunately, and fortunately, their DNA.
Possibly push out mid again. I mean, look at how
they just need to harness it
as Ivy
for the better.
Are watching for this middle area of the map.
I mean, a little bit of paranoia as well around this B site, right? Needing to clear all of the angles, seeing no Cypher util, seeing no Vice util.
Whoa, chill. Do not give them a free Phantom. Don't ever do that. You're getting sandwiched. I mean, they're
Talon on their toes. They have to spend some time now just to check him out. Talon, of course, it's a round where they're kind of throwing things away.
Oh my God, Margaret, please don't lose that. Please don't lose that against Cruz. Please win that. Please win the fight against Cruz. Oh my gosh, they gave
down. Margaret, not too bad, standing tall. And you have more shots coming in with the Outlaw as well. Talon have to run away.
I mean, they're going to have to go up and spike, essentially, or die to the rifles. So they do have to just charge on in. And if you're Nongshim, I wouldn't even mind them just disconnecting from this one.
There you go.
My soldier's rage!
2 from the ult.
Suzume!
There you go.
Just run in!
Yeah, just get the lockdown. Oh, whoa. Okay, I mean, you got
as much as you possibly can.
I meant the other way.
Nongshim, the Titans in this round.
He got it.
Will be able to crush Talon outright. Jit Boys with the Soul Rifle being picked up. Keeps it in his hands.
That's some good damage at the end of that one, and actually kind of keeps the credit to Nongshim a little bit honest going in towards these next few rounds.
All right, lockdown online.
They're able to still bring a lot of stability. It should.
The snowball's not rolling as hard as you want it to, but
again, these sort of rounds are just the pistols to come through from Talon, so an idea of some mid control. And I'm looking at.
I mean, this is a round where Talon's like,
in an anti-eco environment as well, right? Still having Margaret play solo there, Ivy play solo there. These are the things that.
Thankfully, like again, but it's
bodies a little bit earlier on.
You can't have too many rounds in a row like this. But like the ball is still in your court, right? If you win again, it's your snowball to roll. So it's Talon's job to stop it. Attack off. Oh, nice pick.
The
commitment from Cruz.
Whoa, there's a trade in the kill feed. You've still got advantages, Nongshim, but look at the little lurk that's coming through from Margaret. They don't need to stick around.
Somewhat unexpected. You do have some utility just in case, though.
In the future, I gotta remember that there is a stark difference between watching a team.
The rotations, though, of course, it's gonna be tough.
A third
for
POV as a fan
down by himself.
Versus
the thing is, he's still got that sheer for information that Margaret will have to pop, and then the thorns where you can't see them just yet, peeking where he is. They've actually just been popped too.
The thing is, I wonder at what point Talon potentially considers just leaving and getting the off. But I guess they think they still have a good shot.
Towards Art, stairs as well. Thigh trying to spam desperately
good
for
damage.
Decent kill from Jit Boys.
Okay, yeah, just use the ult instead of trying to push it. I like it.
Talon
I like the call.
To back off because of this.
You heard the reload.
By so much time.
Hopefully you heard it. There's one more. Yeah. Okay.
Still.
Time.
Just keeping Talon away. Jit Boys trying to fight back in, buying time, attention.
Okay. Oh, Francis.
Another kill.
Oh no.
Jit Boys turns it back into 1v1, but he's low HP. Does he have the headshot? Persia off to the classic right clicks, and that's just
he's so low that he's just going for the right clicks. He wants to jump.
Fight. Time as well, working against Jit Boys.
Oh,
he tries
okay.
to go for the tap. Persia in for the right-click shots. The scatter round right in. And Nongshim upwards, forwards, the 4v1.
Yeah, they hold nicely from the beginning with the operator shot to get rid of Primi on the little jump spot. That's a nice one from Darby. And the reason I'm highlighting, there's a lot of things building up around B long.
Not even close.
I'm waiting to see what Margaret's lurk is going to be able to achieve.
No, Chad, you can't make me turn into one of you. It was close. It was damn close. We can't have that.
Well, I was looking at Old Mate in the clutch, waiting for when the Gravwell's going to come back online. Use the Gravwell, but Jit Boys just not sticking that one on the low HP. A little bit rough. Talon not able to start off on this map like they did on map number 1.
No, the thing is like you're sending them back into an eco, right?
Nice
so
here.
these are the times when I'm like, yeah, I mean, ideally you didn't have to use it, but once you're already in that position of like, oh shoot, like I'd rather teams, not just Nongshim, I'd rather teams use it, secure the round, secure the snowball, and then you can try to catch up on the ults again anyway. You have Hunter's Fury again, you have Cosmic Divide, right? So it's like, okay, you can still match their ults, so it's not like you are at a complete net loss.
Now it's a lot for Ivy to just kind of hold.
Oh, not expecting that many players.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I highlighted a little bit earlier, right? Ivy and Margaret have been playing a little bit more solo on this map in these sort of scenarios. So
Killua has that Phantom.
Get a trade, you pill for
Picked
a
it up.
give yourselves an option to be able to clutch
Ivy,
around such as this one and steal it.
Constantly gifting over this Phantom, man?
Again,
I mean, a risk with a Steel Guard and a Cosmic Divide, imagine.
I don't know.
Oh, Margaret's coming back alive?
Yeah, Margaret will really...
Margaret owns Pearl?
Off of that line. Into the side, though. Cosmic Divide now coming out.
That was kind of funny looking from the POV of Francis.
Do they have... Well, the range is one thing. The accuracy is a whole other aspect as well. Now just the positioning from Damage.
Okay. We use Cosmic Divide. Persia gets another kill.
5-1.
All right. 5-1. Okay.
Quite a large difference as well, as Brumi is not finding
good
a
for
lot of
my
these
heart.
successful openers at the moment, or the team isn't finding.
We're winning and it's not good for my heart.
And trades to
beginning to recognize.
Chad, how do you know it's a timeout? Maybe it's a tech box.
Yeah, I mean,
you never know.
When you think of Pearl and you think of the last installment of this
Creamy
map,
spinach
Margaret had a
pizza.
sensational one.
That's a goated name.
Game, but still, when you look towards Nongshim, not able to get the job done. Timeout for Talon here. Recuperate.
We're not EMEA. Chat. Don't slander EMEA's
gathering a lot of this A main
50,
control, looking for some
what do they
fights
get?
in
50,
towards
80s,
mid,
50, 70s?
not pushing too
like
far
that.
up B long, for example, not getting a great operator line either at the moment. Credits have been toing and froing. So
the sweet clutch of Margaret. Margaret's a name of a
set up
cookie
nicely in the driver's seat
it's like
at
a
the
biscuit
moment.
cookie.
But of course, there can be some roadworks.
I don't believe it's actually a Nongshim cookie, though, so it's funny. Because everyone relates it to the cookie,
There's
but
always a chance.
it's not a Nongshim
That begs
cookie.
the question, what's the possible solution going to be? Frost as well as Jovi certainly trying to cook things up. Meanwhile, for Silkanon, keeping the team's spirits alive.
Bit of a frustration
Jovi
for
and
Frost.
Frost. Oh, I don't think I've really seen too many timeouts where they're both
that's kind of
talking.
one of the things that he has been mentioning before.
I think
right?
Jovi was just pointing something out,
though. Run away with some rounds, comms go down. And you can never have that.
Flat.
Remy coming
if
back up
Nongshim
the
qualify
off
for
this time,
Toronto, I'll name my daughter Margaret.
Danby.
Yeah.
What if you?
I'm looking at
but
the
we don't
of this
know
and I'm
if
seeing no salvos, hearing no salvos again.
we don't know
so
if you'll have
right
a
now,
daughter
I'm
or another
considering
daughter. Maybe you already have like 10 kids and you're done having more
kids. We need to
kids.
invest a dart.
This bet means nothing.
No information on the arc rows in towards Art, but you'll still silently creep on up.
The Margaret is actually
sheer
no.
walls
I grew up really liking
Kilowatt.
the Margaret cookie.
And you wouldn't actually
it's kind of a
see
classic.
Talon even
It's a classic
be
snack.
okay to go for a retake when you've got A main control, when you've got a steel garden, the team can rotate flowers, rotate secret, provided that Nongshim don't overextend into those situational spots.
Dude, Talon's been aggressively pushing out of A main
this
non-stop.
carefully, just tripping that sheer
So this
wall.
time the wall's deeper.
It does force some question marks into Talon's minds.
It's a really
So
early
you know
pop on the
that
self-drone
they've taken
from
A
Cruz.
main.
We're not
Do we
seeing
still want to
anybody
go to
out through
Art?
We're not seeing
Is that
anybody
something
through
we
club.
still want to
You know
do?
that it's got to be a mid-angle at the moment, but whether or not it's through streets, so
I
you pop the
assume
camera
this
for
is
the
a neon
information, you see
ultra
nothing, well, you know it's outside Art.
So they're all around this spot now.
Okay,
Set up perfectly
traded.
for Killua to find at least one, but tough luck.
He was stuck
Danby
in
not
the
able to
razor
make it
vines.
out alive. Primy then with the dimensional drift to retrieve all that beautiful info. Survey complete, he says.
Huh?
And the smokes come
What?
up. Hunter's Fury to
Really?
possibly allow Persia to sneak on through, but it's not going to happen. Cruz says no.
A little bit
Ivy, though,
overambitious,
from
I
stairs.
think.
It's undetected. Thigh still kind of turns back around, but it's all down for Cruz, who spins around 90 degrees to find both kills. Triple kill in the round to bring Talon up to 2.
Yeah, the informational game
Chill.
in this round
Cut your
for
losses.
Talon was actually a bit more superior than the likes of Nongshim, I'll be honest.
I mean, this razor vine
to
just
get all the
wrecked
info
it.
at
This
B-long,
was a
recognizing that with
classic
the
round
A-main
of like.
push and seeing nothing that, well, they're
They
either
called the
gonna be mid,
timeout.
as I've said,
I'm like
either through street
so
or
confident
wrapping
I have
through
the
far, and
read.
it is the latter because
and
you've got the
you did
camera
it.
available up through street as well. So just really nice, you know, kind of defaulty with a little bit of aggression style from Talon.
Now
there.
we gave Primy an op.
They needed a lot of.
Now a bit of a different
Domby's
scenario.
down to
You
a
hear
stinger.
a little bit more of the utility over through A-long. You hear Domby
You
just
think a day
sending
will
it,
come
an
when Nongshim
overdrive
just
angle
has
you would
like
expect here,
6K
given
creds
that
across
Stinger
everybody?
Wow.
is the purchased
when they're winning?
weapon. Timing.
Like, why is it always got to be so
I don't
close?
actually know if they spotted
Oh,
Persia,
no, they
and
did it.
have
They did it.
absolutely
Because he
did
was
not.
hiding behind the
He has
pillar.
just timed them into oblivion.
Great play.
Cruz.
Teho gone.
hurts.
Ult
Yeah,
orb
it's
denied.
Certainly one where the Elder Scrolls will kind of scream your name down into doom. Jit Boys left to pick up the pieces.
And what can Francis sell over here with a single drone? A dart to become available soon
I mean,
as well.
you gotta.
They now actually
You
recognize
gotta
the camera.
dart the
So you've
trips
got to
too.
think, as Nongshim, if they're getting information from the camera and street a lot of these rounds, we should be destroying that to remove info from them, because that has been a spot that
Yep. Okay.
Talon
So
have
they're
just
doing
demanded
it.
in this map so far. Like, if Nongshim went there, they would be dead.
Okay. With the cam. Oh no.
Broken or recalled.
Oh no. Okay.
And then the sudden peak.
That
off
helps.
the time.
Now you can try to
30 seconds
flood.
though, Quack, and you've still
What
got
an
a steel
angle
guard
from
on his
Primy, though.
Killua.
Dude,
He
that's
is
an
at the
that's
wrong
an
side, so
insane
it's down to
angle.
what Primy can do with the operator.
That's
If
right.
this is a shot or dies,
We
He
had
doesn't
to
have
wait
the
until
gate crash
everyone
out.
grouped up.
And
Dude,
up
Domby,
around
the
dugout,
movement.
It's
The
are they going to
movement.
smoke that though? Generally, it's
Yes.
you know
The
when you've got
movement!
this small
Oh!
position you do.
well, it is
Oh
Primy.
no.
He's going to flash
Okay.
himself into another
Woo!
peak, but shut down
Hold
by
on.
Ivy.
13
Now
seconds.
Killua on site,
13
but
seconds.
not in position
Whoa,
to
whoa, whoa,
deploy
whoa,
the
Margaret,
steel
Margaret,
guard.
Margaret,
It's a
chill,
tough,
chill.
hairy position to
No,
be
I
in.
guess
Yeah.
not chill. And see,
It's
this is why they
always
keep
now
doing
gonna
it, because you
save
get
a 1
kills
versus
like this,
4. I
and it's
mean,
like,
Probably.
you're still
you can't
contemplating
fault
credits
them,
for Talon
but-
2, Die, Cruz, Killua. They can invest in the
Listen,
next round.
as long as we win.
Jet Boys
As long as we
saves.
win.
I mean, he could potentially even drop something for Primy. So it's not the worst save, but it is a bit of a hurtful one, given that Nongshim will elevate their score onto 6.
Well, the
also
ops
holding on to the overdrive.
So that's
not needing
good.
to invest that one. Have that available for the next
you hear the cam.
operator to be taken over into the next round as well. So I'm looking towards Nongshim.
Oh, Margaret, do you know? Do you get the read? Oh, they know now.
May find, and
nice.
it's going to be the third to close the round.
Footsteps, shots to the
They're
back.
building bad habits because they're currently getting away with it.
And
no, they
kind of when they come.
They actually are though, and I don't know.
I don't know if that's the.
I hope
they will go for
that they are aware
of
that.
This replay right here.
But
it's one of the problems that has been plaguing.
A lot of teams are not aware of that. Like, it's very hard to know yourself when you're building bad habits. I mean, this is true in anything.
Yeah.
So,
plan.
like, that's how you know a team is really good when they course correct their own bad habits, even if they got away with it.
The Talon duels in crossfires, in seeing some overextensions from Talon.
Precisely that. Well, early salvos this time.
But the other thing is
he going to be able to find the opening kill? It's a
it's not that like that choice is always bad. It's just the timing. Ooh!
Absolutely book you.
Coming alive.
Peeked into it.
I mean,
I was talking about the credits a little bit earlier, and what the expectation was going to be for Talon.
We got to get everything we can get, though,
this round.
as Nongshim.
Now, oh boy.
Oh man, good flash.
Well,
oh, nice death ball peek there.
Alone in the cold. Jit Boy's now getting gunned down as well. Still, once again, back up into the B long position. Dambi is just having a live game as well.
And they saw
you know what I love?
Tail between his
YouTube chat during map 1. What is Nongshim doing? Not banning Haven.
You want.
YouTube chat during map 2. And Talon just banned
Pearl? You'll get the lockdown, so you've got that available in the next round.
But this is literally why I was like, it's either Pearl Haven ban or like something else like Split and Fracture. Because it's like
this time they set
the map pools of both of these teams are very, very clear cut.
How often
like
have
they're
we seen
very
just
clear
Ivy
cut.
peek there by himself? This time, changing it up.
So,
finding a very clean
like you can't ban out both.
Talon.
Stupendous. If you're thinking for Talon, it kind of also looks like
Talon has been very proactive, but not in an aggressively overheat way,
for
though.
The duels. At least
Talon really has evolved.
First assailant.
Just perhaps not as consistently as they would want throughout stage 1. But
that's another one going
they definitely have. They definitely have been improving.
Do you consider the second time out in the first half like your counterparts in the previous map?
Depends on the coaching staff, perhaps.
Depends what Frost and Jovi are hearing in the comms. You mentioned a little bit earlier, sometimes when there's a lot of these losses happening for the rounds, Talon can go a little bit flat. You know, it's how to cruise, essentially. How
coming alive. Can
he be for the team to get back into it?
Not just cruise, but for the rest of the boys as
3
well.
big ults on Talon, but pistols.
You gotta understand what they're feeling like in their heads. Why are they peeking out so much?
Just don't use the Steel Guard on Ivy.
At least
they got pistols. Well, unless they pick up your guns, then
freedom to do what they want. You got another.
Yeah, so now they want to meet them earlier. I like it.
And we're expecting this.
You heard the footsteps,
video,
so you know there's one more.
Thinking to ourselves, all right, you've had to wait to prep. If you're doing video
and now
checking, you know what's
Margaret
happening. You're thinking,
waiting
all right,
to see.
There's going to be a scenario of counterplays.
They heard the slide
Not
out.
Not really seeing too much from Talon,
they
unfortunately,
for
at the moment.
Oh, nice, dude. Very fast re-clear right off the back of the Armageddon.
Nongshim are going to respect that and fall all the way back. Not that they're going to re-peek into that one, so that's just great realization from Darby. Some great
little re-peek. Ooh,
nice
mid-hold.
Down. This is just an eco to come through from Talon. So you're not going to read into this one too much.
It's okay.
Eco as well. It's quite costly when you're not going to have that for the remainder of the half.
I know. You're at round 10.
The tail
11,
was on
12.
A side.
If you don't have
there
the ult,
you go.
What do you have?
Well, you've got Killua with the Steel Garden who's been protecting that for the next half at the moment.
Was this ult needed from Talon?
We've seen a lot of these rounds.
I mean, this is like the most ideal scenario for
an ultimate, and they
I was originally
half, and then you're just wondering, well, what if you invested it, right?
You know how I know you've gone to me? Is literally at the start of this round, I said, Talon has 3 big ults.
Which I was a little bit surprised. Like, when it was before this was 2.
The most ideal scenario is if we can win this round while taking out one of their ults. And I thought it in my head, and I was like, oh, I can't say this. It's going to go so wrong.
You know, all the members of Nongshim were on the site. He's got the rifle.
And I didn't say it.
Actually could have used it there, but the
Talon just
is
gave
that
it
as
for
soon
free.
as you rip that back sight,
So
you
we
would
take
be overwhelmed by 2 rifles at a crossfire.
So we take those.
You're done. So I understand why he's not using it in
the
a couple
problem though with that
ult been able to use it,
is that
it's also a scenario
if
where
he was going to use it, I think you should have put it deeper
and
trust that you get the kills on the moving target.
Have shown us that they're capable
the
of
ult that
playing
he did was like,
just realize a little bit earlier, let's just switch into a post.
You would only die to that if you're dumb.
Gain a bit of strength with that.
We haven't really seen that so far, though.
So,
now we have
the ult use itself, like, again, I don't know. Listen, I really think the meta, especially the current meta of Valorant, I think you have to go for high risk, high reward.
Common from Talon to Overlook Street, so you would expect
obviously there's a line, but I think you have to. You had 3 ults using 1.
As well.
I mean, listen, there were only 3 rounds left anyway, right? So if you comboed all of them for 1 round, it doesn't.
Steel Gardens.
That's not what you want anyway. So like in the grand scheme of things, the using it itself I don't think is bad, but the way it was used, the execution of Cruz's ult I think was poor. But I don't actually
have quite a bit of freedom.
It could be
in a
vacuum. Wants
was it
to
a good
meet up
ult?
with the team
No,
and drop a
but
lockdown here
in a
for
real
this B-side.
in a real world,
I mean, they would still have to contend with all of the Sentinel util that's going to be here, but the way the positioning is going from them, if Francis can keep some eyes towards the A site with this start, that's all he needs to do with that. Remove a body from this B site, use the lockdown, set yourselves up a great opportunity, because now you're thinking for Thai, he's either going to have the Cosmic Divide or drop the Nebula.
Your Talon, though, you still have that camera, but yeah, the Cosmic Divide. Tough position for Jit Boys. See if he can unearth himself in this
relay
one.
Oh my! Okay.
Still, you got decent support.
Oh my!
No,
stop it! Stop
it! For the 3rd kill, but denied.
Plant eventually has to go down. Margaret's holding that one.
Margaret, okay.
Cosmic Divide.
Oh my God, wall's gonna open
as
up.
well.
Okay.
The drone. Nice drone to make sure nobody's peeking.
Offline for now.
Okay.
But also Cruz
oh my God, the crowd's cheering for what though? I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Remove Margaret from the equation. Just Francis and Persia left. If you're Talon, you should have a decent idea of where they are.
Do they know where Persia is? I don't think they do.
But Nongshim, they're nowhere to be found.
Oh, he needs to get both.
Persia, good on the first. Francis for the trade.
Francis.
And it's just Cruz.
Oh my gosh, he's in a bad spot, and he gets it.
Francis! What a 1v1!
Yeah, that had to be a pretty swift shot to come through from Francis there with 33 HP. But the job gets done in a deficit position on that retake. I'm questioning, right? I'm saying
I'm happy
Talon probably need to shift themselves, their mentality in towards the retake scenario, which they kind of did.
I totally didn't mention it. Obviously, I noticed it, but I didn't register because I was running over and then we were in the game. But it is a very good
generally
change.
expecting a plant to go down, you've got your numbers, you're retaking, or you're catching them off guard just before they're planning or while they're planning.
Team, but
Great
also
shot at the end there from Francis.
It wasn't very good.
The
that was one of the
reasons.
reasons. That is one of the causes that's letting them play
So in the last
smarter.
round of this half, it's either 9-3 again, or it's 10-2.
10-2, certainly on the cards right now as well. You might have a full buy, but
it's a more forward tripwire this time.
Away with daylight robbery. Look at the elevated
It's
angle.
an interesting
Still
switch
got
from
Darby holding this overdrive with an operator.
Does
who leads dead over at B now. You got Francis as well with the Hunter's Fury.
Because Nongshim has been creeping up slow until the exit.
They don't have a Cruz. They
Dude,
might not have a thigh.
Okay, they have a thigh. Well, they have a Killua.
Yes,
they do have a Killua.
So they're 1 away from Dimensional Drift, 1 away from Neural Theft. These can actually be quite large ults in a maybe a retake scenario, in a defendable scenario towards this B side.
It's the overdrive quickly and swiftly dealt with. Hunter's Fury allows for some cushioning though, but now gotta watch out for the spike. Plant Razor Vines keeps Talon away.
A couple of stars as well for Persia here.
To continue blocking off potential sight lines. Meanwhile though, Talon still dicey, but Primi now coming online. The heaven position, the dimensional drift into the peek out from Persia, where Thai finds the final headshot. Decent recovery coming alive from Talon, but it is still a 9-3.
Yeah, it's those jewels in mid that really finally going Talon's way work a treat, isn't it? The fact that Thai gets it and Killua gets it, the newer rookies towards this squadron, and the fact that, well, Darby is just, this time, throwing himself in.
This time,
yeah. 9-3 on the half. I mean, we were saying the story in the previous map, right? There was not enough space given towards Nongshim to be able to try and mount a recovery in the second half. They started to do so with the 6 in a row before ultimately losing the lasting 2 for the 13-9 score result. This time, though, will Nongshim start at the pistol or will Talon start to mount the comeback?
What is that?
So
What's been more impressive
let's get into our trivia, our
recently?
questions, and our selections.
Cruz's eyes yelling or Primi's
What's been more impressive recently? Primi's mechanics or Cruz's eyes yelling?
This is a tough question.
I mean,
this
last
is a tough
map,
question.
It was kind of both, with Primi just absolutely shooting and Cruz.
By the way,
really
this is
good
what
movement
someone
around
was
the map for the team.
But
I would probably say Primis.
Yo, they've got an OG SPG
right
jersey.
In this one right now, none.
All right, what's the best? What's the best snack? The goat snack. So Margaret is like a biscuit type.
True,
Ivy are the crackers that you see.
Nongshim snacks, I'm
Saltine
assuming.
crackers.
I believe Chobra would be explaining that on his watch.
For the Aussies out
And
there,
I am
Ivy's
pretty
kinda
sure
look
neither
like
of them are
chunks of
Nongshim snacks. They're just
I like
very
saladas.
household
Okay, then what about
snack
Margaret?
names in Korea.
I believe those are the like
don't know.
fruity like pie things.
Like fruit mince pies?
No, not mince pies, but they've got some
fruit mince pies. You know what those are?
Yeah.
So that's what
I like
a
those.
Margaret looks like.
You might
But
like Margaret.
which snack is the goat though? Ivy or Margaret? I'd say Margaret overall, but Ivy's kind of stepped up this series.
You're my snack, Komodo.
Although, to be fair,
this
there
was
was a
the
point
tweet,
in where
by the way.
Margaret Francis
I don't know what's
and
going
Darby
on
all
here.
had 11 kills, and now Margaret and Francis got one more. So it's a big effort by committee, and I did hear that, by the way. You didn't call me a snack.
What is this? Does PRX sponsor this tweet? What's going on here?
Ivy and Margaret. Oh, there you go.
Wait, they actually
are named them. Imagine if their IGLs are named after the snacks.
Oh my god.
Imagine if that's the law.
That would be pretty wild. Still, though, we are kicking things off into the second half right now. Talon slowly meandering forward on this attack.
Okay, defense, 9-3. Let's get the pistol. Let's wrap it up clean.
I mean, how great has Margaret always been?
Nano Swarm just to hold him back.
Down straight on this
I don't mind it.
Individually.
Do we call for backup? We do. Francis here for the backup. The smoke doesn't quite help. He's got the Nongshim Classic, though, so it's got to be good.
But the pathing for Talon suggests...
Okay. No damage done.
Push through.
Recon all the way through.
So needed the
nice
timing of the
smoke timing.
smoke.
Good cover from Persia. Francis. Nongshim bundles stay winning.
Down for Talon.
Just the high.
Oh, man.
Can he possibly turn this back around on its head? Back in towards Link, and he's got so many targets. Now spotted out by Ivy. There's no chance in hell. Nongshim picks up the pistol on the second half, and it's just tough for Talon to recover.
I mean, you may very well
Chobra
expect
curse
it,
for
but we
paper.
did see a similar scenario on the
Wait,
previous
so like
map
4
where there was a
PRX
9-3 lead
as in
for Talon.
you need it like
They picked up the
used
pistol
against
the second
T1?
round, and then things started to go upside down. My neck of the woods. So we'll see if Nongshim are going to get upset in this next round, or with only the single kill coming through from Talon, that they just go for an eco in the next one and then have to play for a bonus.
Nongshim have a really good chance at rewriting the story. The tables have
Care
turned
for the Stinger
around,
Force.
and if Nongshim can
No
prove
plant,
that they are the team
and they
to really
don't
shut
go
things
for it.
out
Really
decisively, quickly.
Actually, no.
It's going to be dark days ahead of Talon.
I mean, you technically already knew that Cruz was there with the salvos. It doesn't
'Cause it's
really matter that he
10-3.
got scanned.
But not many kills at all, no plant.
Either. Meanwhile, for Nongshim,
It almost feels like Talon
Outlaws,
only forces when they
judges.
can all
Margaret
buy
with a
Stinger
judge
or
at that
half armor.
position.
Whereas like
I
G2
generally
will
would say that's like
just do
ace waiting
random
to happen if they all flood him
combinations
again.
of 3 or more Stingers.
Thankfully.
Didn't happen on Garage in our first map.
True that.
Well, seeing what these pistols are going to be able to deliver from Talon here.
What's Margaret got?
Not
Judge, right.
finding
He's
too
gotten
much,
an
and
ace
that just suggests
in this
how
exact
Nongshim are
spot
playing
with the
disciplined around
judge.
This one as well.
Yeah.
Possibly anticipating the judge on the other side of the door, so Talon flushed over into these.
Good timing on the drone, actually, from Francis here.
Yeah, definitely spots him out.
Oh,
Ooh,
spots the foot,
So he's
spots
got
the foot.
two infos.
That's
There's
2.
Arcros available, already set up for a good
Dombey
flash.
starts
We've got
running.
Thorns as well to make things a little bit
Run,
tricky.
run,
with 30
run.
seconds to go.
Run,
Talon
Dombey,
at
run.
end here.
Yep, all the
Okay, whoa,
rotations
chill,
straight
Francis.
in.
Oh,
Even
oh,
with
never
some
mind.
shots
Your
whipped
teammates-
past, it's
teammates got
okay.
you.
We've
Whoa,
got the
whoa,
judge,
whoa,
We've
whoa,
got
whoa.
the shots. Every single semi-automatic
I think he was
rifle
blinded, but
straight
either
into
way,
the
that was
sight.
scary.
And you're taking 4 into the next round as Nongshim as well. So things are looking hunky-dory for him. But this is the round. This is the scenario that we started to see Nongshim come
Sorry
back
to say
at
this, but I'm
11-3.
going to watch Sliggy stream on Team 1 versus
copying and
PRX
pasting
since I
with
want to
flipping
know
our
how the
team
train
names.
is going.
So let's see if
Chat,
Talon's buy up in towards now
train-
round number 15 is going to net them another one on the board.
That's the deal,
I'm trying
isn't
to
it?
save you
Can
all here.
Talon turn
If you're
things
going to get
around
on the train
from
today,
here
you
on
got to
out?
make sure that you have
They've
1
got the
foot off
buy.
of it already. You got to be ready to jump.
Looking over to see.
You got to be ready to jump.
I'm looking a little bit to see how Chobra's doing. You know,
Is he smiling?
I think he probably recognizes it's not over just yet. So
They're not looking. They're lying.
All right, all right. So far,
It's
so
not
good.
over just
Talon
yet,
picking
though.
up the alt orb.
Getting a little bit closer for it, but the opening duel, Francis nearly caught out. He can start to get spammed as well. He's definitely locked in towards the dugout here, but they don't know that Ivy is also here to assist.
Yeah, it's a good double up.
To be baited out by Killer. Oh, yeah, needs to make sure he properly does that one, which he does.
Oh, Francis actually spamming across the site, make it look like he's moved, which he did, but Ivy's still in bunker.
Meanwhile, not a lot of shifts around the map from the rest of the Nongshim lads.
Chipping off so far, not a lot of information.
Oh, you're going over to Sliggy's stream to watch his disappointment
and there's contingencies
when his poor train runs out of tracks. I actually think PRX can win today,
the Outlaw, do some damage and get
but
out.
I think whichever team wins, I think
so it all comes down to A.
Yeah, you're trying to funnel them
brings
into
it back.
A as well. Alarm bot
No matter which team wins, like Boom, if they win, they really have grown as much as I thought they did, right? Because it's a fast turnaround.
And that pulls down the attention to the rest of the team.
Boom has been learning a lot from their losses.
But it's being halted. The drone, the players all mucking the positions, darts towards the back, and a lot of paranoia for the players on the side of Talon.
Chill.
They're checking their
Chill.
sixes, they're looking towards the front. Jit Boys then pushing out, and Killua suddenly finding the lineup. Off towards the back though, Margaret with the ghost. He had a judge, so looking for the range. Just Ivy left, who hasn't really been spotted. He's got nothing but a ghost in hand. Talon will be able to find the final frag necessary to possibly mount a comeback.
Maybe. I mean, Talon, they took it slow and steady in that one. They lose Primi first, who's not been able to really find some opening kills in this map. But the fact that they do get in towards
1 foot off the
site,
train, I'm pushing my furniture into the engine to fuel the train. Oh my gosh.
Just making sure they're removing heads from shoulders.
You gotta calm down.
They do so quite convincingly at the end there. I think every single one of them was a headshot. So it's good to know that the crosshair placement's still there for Talon in this game. Just needs a little bit of the timing and decisive decisions, it feels like now, to start to really stack on top of each other.
That said, though, that was a round where Nongshim, again, didn't have the full kit. Not all the weapons available.
Yeah.
So this allows for
Market to play lots of staggered util outside of art just to buy time.
Towards Hunter's Fury too.
Allows you to kind of play aggressively around main if needed. Now they're going to refill it. Dumby. Okay, you saw the flash coming in.
Blindsiding towards
All right, alarm bot. That kind of staves them away from the Razor Vines. The smoke, again, pushes them away from the Razor Vines. You still have that extra utility.
A lot of pokes. Damby, though.
That they have to consider.
Yeah, hopefully see him get the kill.
Dumby?
Or are they traded by Killer?
They have no idea that Primi's already in.
Meanwhile, for Margaret as well.
They have
Look
no
at how he
idea.
They have
no idea. Okay, Francis. He's just gonna bunker down.
Bring it back, so it's gonna be an unconverted opening kill, untraded.
Okay. Some
hits. Movements on the map though already. Nongshim shifting weight over onto its alpha site
for
now.
One. No, he's gonna back off. They want to back off. Francis called it off. Francis said, "Let's back out. Let's draw him in slowly."
Salvo's coming
draw
in for the hit, and that's when Killa finds his mark.
Yeah, we've seen Francis really favor jumping up on top of that half wall to try and do some things. So this time, an expected one.
Again.
I think you save.
By Talon.
Yeah, this time they've got the lurks all around as well. Even if Ivy wants to try, he can't really make it out alive.
You have to save for sure.
2 left, and Talon much more careful consideration into this execute.
Much more clinical in this round as well, right? The fact that it starts off with Primi finding the first kill on towards
Mr. Chobra, Nongshim is at 11-4. You gotta chill, man. 1-2 rounds here and there don't matter.
With their utility and trying to sacrifice
what is this
bodies and get
non-winner mentality?
Dotting I's, crossing T's.
Chat, just because I said the pistol doesn't matter,
be rewarded
doesn't mean these rounds don't matter. They stack up.
The bonus to come away.
Have we not seen this before?
Alive.
If you can do that.
This is insane.
It's beginning to cycle up.
You think T1 won Bangkok by saying, 1-2 rounds here and there don't matter? You think Gen G won Masters by saying, 1 or 2 rounds they don't really matter?
1, 2.
No.
X. That's too
unacceptable.
And you know what? X marks the spot. And this time
unacceptable
is the spot towards A that works out again for Talon.
Actually, Gen G probably. Actually, T1 probably is.
Nongshim now,
that attitude is probably better for the players, but not for us, chat. The players must be relaxed, but we must hold them accountable. If you're a true fan of Nongshim, you want to see some accountability, all right? We ain't no PRX, chat. We don't do that here.
You know, we're in the sort of mindset now where Nongshim need one to at least push us into overtime. They've seen Talon more often than not trending towards this A site, so stack some extra numbers here.
Yeah, change up on the setups, but possibly the salve. Whoa, okay, the trade. They want the weapons. Oh, Margaret!
and the numbers have turned around.
And now
all right, pick up the weapons and chill.
This information to drop
the thing is you have Armageddon
for some
Persia.
assistance.
Okay.
Well, now you
He's
know.
gonna let himself be known, which is okay.
Will you stay alive long enough as well for the rest of the team to get into space?
Dude, he's hiding. He's hiding.
Just going for the plan.
Oh!
His shoulder was sticking out. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Oh!
Killed down into 2, thanks to the shoulder peeking out, and he snaps onto the
you
last
love to
as
see
well.
it. You love to see it.
Point.
For all intents and purposes, that was the thrifty for
Dude, how do you get 2? I thought he only got 1, and then I looked at and then I saw only 1 silhouette, and I was like,
have had a bit of a blunder.
Where's
Persia vision
where's the other one?
This round, straight out from Francis. Great one from Margaret. Yeah, there's a couple of rifles. Okay, so it's more of a half pipe.
Oh
Look
my
at that.
God.
The shoulder stuck out. That's why I'm questioning. Why is Cruz going for the plant on the corner? The Nebula is in a spot where your body may get seen if you're turning.
Dude,
and
what
yeah,
a smoke!
that
What a
really
smoke,
Nongshim had no
man!
business in winning.
Your heart aches on that one.
But you can't compare T1 or Gen G to
Nongshim.
Nongshim. Like,
And that
Nongshim
could
won't
spell
win
the
it.
end
What?
for Talon.
Not with
on
that
this map,
attitude,
which
they
would
wouldn't.
quickly send us into map 3.
Get out of
now
here.
Still trying to put one foot in front of another into the B site this time.
Yep.
Okay,
Everybody
it's just a
changed
death
together
ball
on
into
Talon.
B. Your ult
towards the B
online.
side.
Persia gonna try to
Big
play
from
sneaky,
Persia
sneaky.
again.
Oh, and he's playing
Anti,
hooky
yeah.
around this smoke.
He was trying to go for
though,
anti, but they
so
just
far so
read
good on
right
the
through it.
recognition. But the spam's now coming out from Danby. Even odds.
Oh.
Hunter's Fury just
No smokes.
gives him a little bit more advantage in the retake as
Doable?
well.
You're going to have to see
Chill.
something big come up. I mean, Premi, do you even consider a dimensional drift here? Because
Margaret's got a
information,
peek
yeah,
for
but
information and
kills,
link.
man.
He's done it though. So it comes down to Jitboys and Killua if they are able
okay, well, you know the
indeed to
Yoru's
hold
in
around
link.
halls. The sheer at least buys
the
time.
wall. But that wall actually kind of
And
denies
for
the
Ivy to
Euro
look
ult
for
as
the
well
shot, the
for
elevated
extra push
position.
out and
Fastlane now
you know,
out. Where is Britney
craziness.
though? Oh, good on the first and the
guys,
next.
Guys, down.
Now down for Francis and Ivy to try to look for a bit more spacing, but also considering the save as well as the exit. Francis out of position.
Dude, it's Premi.
And that's
Let's give him some respect.
Talon obtaining the kills in spades. Premi, despite the ult just spent, picks up
Just
3
take
more.
I said he needed the kills, didn't I? I said he needed the kills, so finally he's able to shoot the opponents when they're on his screen. And he will meet up to double digits.
Good stat.
I mean, you know what Persia's trying
Chat,
to do.
I
He's
didn't-
trying to play anti-flash
I'm not
to
gonna
double
say
on down to get multiple. Just right in there.
Oh my gosh.
Still came close, Dion.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Premi certainly needed to do something individual. I mean, that's the kind of thing we're lacking at the moment. Talon's individuals, we're not having any superstar moments.
As well as the reads and the calls. Call this time, though, having 2 successful B hits thus far.
But I think it's a good call out from
We got
Komodo
3
there.
marching up B
In
long
that,
from
obviously,
Nongshim, and
that's
that
not how you want to win every
deletes
time,
Jitboys.
Yeah, what are
when
they
you're
favoring on the
somewhat
orb over
evenly
there as well
matched,
to get closer to any
that's how
ultimates.
you
You've lost
like
Ivy
prevent
now at this A site.
complete
You've got Margaret
swings.
surrounding
You
it,
know,
but
that's why the best
have to wait
matches,
for
the
this
best
Nebula to
finals, like, they
fade.
always have a bunch of hero moments
Cosmic
from
Divide
both
as well,
sides.
possibly, but we'll see if Killua and Gang are able to create more space towards back sight. The sheer wall instantly placed.
Very early.
Steel Garden at
very
ready.
early.
Spots him out. He's not going for it just yet. There we go. Finds the kill, and then Steel Garden ripped away. So less chance for Nongshim, but they've avoided it so far. So back into position. Premi did not expect that whatsoever.
Push
Killua,
them
can he hold down
together.
with just the Phantom now?
Okay, he
Tries
gets out.
to reposition and regroup
All
with his
three
teammates.
on site.
Where Margaret then springs
You
up.
know, oh, nice.
He's lined them up. Just the last one left alive, and it's Thai. The rookie
Oh no.
has so much to do in this one
no!
spot, and Nongshim are not letting him come back into the
They messed up the
can't
body
get the defuse all the way through, so time bought just enough for Talon to hang by a thread.
I was covering
Thai's
it for
timing on
most
the
of it,
gravity
but
well
you could
there
see
was
it at the
actually
very edge of the
millisecond
camera.
perfect. I saw the body block coming through from Nongshim to try and get it to half, because if that got half, they get the round. But a Red Bull clutch from the grave to come out through from Thai. I wonder how much the replay is actually going to be able to show us on the timer. A lot of kills to be collected upon. Margaret with the double there. I don't even know if knew Killua was there. We will miss it at the end.
I just
He thought it was
realized
done
we're
as
at
well.
that point.
He thought it was done. No, your timing was there. They literally by the millisecond.
It's fair.
Just missed
We
the
don't
half.
want spoilers.
Another one
no
of those
spoilers.
scenarios for Nongshim, isn't it?
Oh, may very well be. Is that, you know, the scenario in this map, though, to have Talon start to mount the comeback?
The straw that breaks the metaphorical camel's back. Nongshim onto a half buy. Well, they still got decent rifles.
5 chances.
I mean,
Doable.
it could be, you know, an opener or a good call here from Nongshim that can clip the wings of Talon.
Talon, though, for the first time in ever in the second
Playing it
half.
slow. Cruz
force,
just creeping
1-4
up.
split
Persia
down into
spots
A
him,
main.
but it's only the Teo that he saw.
No
Nobody
real idea.
else.
I think Nongshim are still fine with how they're wanting to play this defensive side. Persia spots info at B. Utility to stave off any aggression. He's not seeing the likes of forward drone or anything like that. Cruz has just got salvos back online.
Players around stairs as well, which is always handy.
I mean, Margaret's turret, for example, has seen nothing at mid, so I think you're still all right for Nongshim. You're getting a little bit of an idea that you may have to play post-plant. Now with Persia playing towards the tower of B, I think that's going to be the
we
avenue for
chill.
Nongshim regardless now.
We
So,
chill.
Pressure into
We got
gate crash.
Steel
B side
guarded.
hit play.
We can play retake.
It's
Oh,
just
Margaret's in a
Margaret
tough spot if they
alongside
push
Persia
him, but
to
he
spoil
literally
around.
just
Spike
needs to
goes
stay
down
alive. You do not
regardless.
need to peek yet.
Oh, Ivy. See what the steel guard
Ivy.
might
Oh
do
my
here as
god,
he
you
plays
just don't need
Margaret.
to peek yet. You just didn't need to
Garden, there
peek
it
yet.
goes. In for
Oh.
a chance for Danby to really
Danby,
wreck
find your
some
targets,
havoc
find
on
your
the
targets.
side
Oh my
itself.
god!
Final with a shorty, so quick. Still the gun's not available to Talon, and this
Oh,
could
no.
end it all.
Oh,
Just
no.
Jit Boys who
Okay.
up around by the
We're
pillar.
good.
It's a tough obstacle in his face. He needs to find and land the shots, but it's not going to happen. Persia ends it all.
Okay.
Francis as well
Woo.
as he finds the shots. Final scoreline 13-7.
Oh.
And Nongshim will stay alive to push us into a map 3.
Yeah, we've just seen some pretty
Right.
massive dominance from both of our teams in the first half of
Oh.
their own map picks here in this elimination
Chat.
series. So we're getting a good series, I would say, until I
I
cross my mind that Ascent
really
is the third
need to
map,
go
and I
pee.
have absolutely no idea what is going to happen on that one, of course. I don't need to worry
Oh,
about that.
okay,
That's our
Ascent
analysts that
last
have to
map.
use their
Ascent should be
brains
a
to try and
banger.
figure all that
Ascent
sort of
should be a
stuff out,
banger.
but I am keen
So
to
I'm
try
gonna
to
run
see
some
what their
mats.
thoughts and take were on this
Gonna
map.
go to the
Of course,
bathroom.
one that we're,
You should all go to the
expecting
bathroom.
that
You
Talon
should all
would
drink
have
some water.
thought would come into
And then
this
let's watch
series,
Nongshim
but
win.
We're not seeing a lot of
The run
great decisions from
begins
them. We're not
now.
seeing any counter plays.
We'll be
These
right
are
back.
the sort of things where I'm thinking that they would be prepared for.
Precisely that. Map agent comps or not, you still have to acknowledge the first half on this map for Talon just looked absolutely haywire. They looked as though they were in disarray. At times they thought to push out, but they kept on getting shut down by Nongshim, but they didn't change up their game plan.
Yeah. I wonder what is going to happen on the next map as well, right? Clean slate, the option for an Icebox or an Ascent for Nongshim as well to have a little bit of a ponder about, but it needs to be, back to the drawing board for, I'll say both of these teams, right? Because we've got some real greatness from both of them on each of the maps, and we've seen a little bit of sloppiness. So getting everybody ready for this next map, adjust that.
One way or another, what is for sure is the fact that this win will definitely push either one of these teams past their developmental stage. Is it going to be Nongshim? Is it going to be Talon? Our desk will answer that question.
We are going to a map 3, and I don't know why we expected any less at all. Neither of these teams are ready to go home just yet. They want to take it all the way, and for Talon, unfortunately, this is what we expected on Pearl. This is what we were worried about.
I mean, for me, this was almost the exact inverse of map 1. We saw Nongshim really run away in their first half, and then Talon tried to claw their way back, but they just couldn't manage it. In my mind, it's very obvious why Nongshim seemed to pick this map. They're very, very comfortable there. Did a great job of getting the spike down, winning 9 out of those 11 post plants. Just a very, very dominant half.
This is why people respect Ban Pearl against Nongshim. Like, the only team that's been able to topple them was Zeta. Peak performance, barely scraping a win. It took all 24 rounds for Zeta to get that done against them, but even some of the best teams in the league respect Ban Pearl against Nongshim. Talon left it in here. You could see them start on the defensive side. It did not go well for them. Nongshim really ran circles around them on attack. Francis changed things up to go over onto the Sova, and he was really dominant in this game.
Literally running circles. You could actually see Nongshim running circles all over Talon. It looked like Talon were a little bit lost of what to do once Nongshim actually found that momentum and were actually able to get that one up on them, especially on attack.
Yeah, I mean, I also think a big thing is the Nongshim players came in shooting in this map, where in the first map, I felt like Talon were walking all over them, winning that aim duels. We saw how crazy Primi went. We also saw Jit Boys get so many lurks in, but on this, this map, we see Francis, we see Margaret up there, who were not able to have a performance really at all on Haven.
Yeah, Nongshim, I think it was an interesting kind of game plan for them on attack. Very 3-2 heavy, really skirmishy. They had double lurks in play a lot of the time. They would leave behind the Killjoy as well as the Vice on the attacking side, back towards top mid or backside of A main, and they would get double lurks in play. Half the time they were kind of conditioning different things of like, is it my Killjoy lurking up Art, or is my entire team standing right there with him? It was pretty hard for Talon to read, and they did a really, really good job isolating and kind of picking off Primi. Primi couldn't get any opening tools going on the defensive side like he was able to do on Haven. He started out that game 0-3 in opening tools. Either he was getting, picked first, or he was getting, found by the Sova utility, which is not something that they prep for. If you've seen someone play Sova before, rather than something like a Teo, you're going to be ready for certain util sets and play around them. But then when they swap even just an initiator, it actually is a pretty huge change of how you adapt and approach map control. And when you're prepping to play against that team, you're not pre-aiming a lot of the recons that you're ready for, and you're getting caught off guard and you're getting scanned a lot more often, and that happened a lot on that attacking side of the game there for Nongshim.
I mean, bringing up how they were able to deal with Primi, right? Primi was such an important part of how they were able to take Haven so easily, right? So when we look back at some of the replays, we can actually see how Nongshim was just so ready and just so comfortable on this map compared to Talon.
Yeah, you'll see them first pick Primi quite a lot. You see one of the recons there that I was talking about over on B long. That's just a nice shot from Danby. I mean, Primi's not doing anything, poor there at all. He's just going on a little bit of a jump spot, but you can see them skirmishing, pushing in, picking off crews, and the whole time that these skirmishes are happening over towards B long, I mean, Persia's read this one perfectly as well, dodging the drone, and then the TP comes off there from Primi and picking crews as he tries to pick up that orb. Once again here over towards the B side of the map, they're able to find a pick, and the whole time these skirmishes are happening on the extremities, you've got Margaret and Ivy lurking in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and then on the flip side for Talon, we keep seeing them do this aggress into A main. This was a huge part of their defensive strategy, but fantastic mid-rounding and understanding from Nongshim. They came back and dealt with this A pressure constantly. As you say, that mid opens up the map, they're able to go back clear A, just dominant in the macro. And of course, we have to highlight Francis. I feel like he was so switched on this game, especially compared to Map 1. I love him on the Sova.
He's had such pop-off games in Pacific thus far. Like, he has really been, for me, the best player on Nongshim, stepping up from Ascension. I've said it so many times, but I'll say it again. From Challengers Korea into Ascension, it's Danby and Persia who are the ones you're really looking at. These are the big hitters on Nongshim. In Tier 1 here in Pacific, Francis has been by far the best player on Nongshim and the most consistent
enough
for me.
Time, and so she said he'll drop by and say
you
hi
guys must
during
be
the
very,
second
very
match,
happy to
so.
have him on your team, of course.
Stick around if you want to say hi to Lakia.
But
He's
we are
casting on the
going
Korean
into
side
a map
today.
number 3, and
Stepping
we have to bring up the fact that
But
both of these
no
teams,
promises. No promises.
They both are dealing with a little bit of that rookie kind of syndrome, right? Because we do have Nongshim, of course, their first year here in Pacific, and how can they deal with the pressure of such big matches like this, especially since this will eventually lead up to matches
what do we think the comps
On the other
are
side,
going to
it's
be?
easy to forget that Talon, they also are dealing with rookies, right?
Yeah.
You do have Tai, you do have Killua as well, and even Primi is still a rookie. It's easy to forget, of course, but they just brought him in last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think now that we're going to Ascent this map, I think so far this series has gone how we would expect, right? So Talon
I
won
promise
their
you I never
favor,
talked to
and
them
Nongshim
about
take
this,
it back
but
on Pearl.
what
Heading
if-
to an Ascent, this is almost a completely unknown.
my
We've only
secret-
seen both of these
my-
teams play at one time,
I'm like
and
the
both
only
of them
guy
got
that has ever
absolutely
championed
rolled by
for this,
RRQ.
but
Yeah, both got
what
5
if
and
Nongshim
13,
brings out
5
the
rounds off
Whaley
RRQ, who have
chat?
been kind of trendsetters on Ascent. They have been looking fantastic on that map. So
What do we think,
We really
chat?
don't know what to expect for Talon. What I remember about their comp is they played very Senti heavy. They have the Astra instead of the Omen. This is a stronghold comp that on the defense they
Whaley
didn't really get much done. They
Phoenix.
were constantly aggressing
Yeah.
in front of their
Are
utility.
you not
So I
entertained,
don't really get
Whaley
the sense that they
Phoenix?
played that comp that well. For Nongshim, this was one of these Waylay disaster maps.
Lakia is
17%
stepping
win rate
in
on attack.
on the
they got
Korean side.
absolutely nothing done,
'Cause
and
they
Danby
needed-
was getting
they needed
thrown
an
into the
extra
site
person
and killed
today.
for free.
I would very much be expecting a change from Nongshim here. I mean, we've seen them move away from this Waylay totally, but will they go back to the Neon? Because even in Ascension, even in Ascension, when Neon was absolutely busted, Danby was the best Neon in the world.
I'll take a
they
boring
didn't
win
play
over
his
some
map. They didn't
entertainment.
run Neon on.
They didn't play Ascent in general, really. Yeah, they only left it in one of the games on Ascension. I think it was against Riddle, and they threw Margaret on a Yoru. It was definitely not the best looking Ascent I've seen from anyone, so I just don't think it's been a
no,
map
that Ascent game was
really
legendary. Dude, Pilsky's such a hater. That game against Riddle was actually so
really
good.
Seen it too much. They
Margaret's
tried to go towards this
Yoru
Waylay style when they were
was
going
questionable
for that earlier on, but since then we can see the Waylay really hasn't worked
it was actually
well at
such
all for
a
them.
good
I'm glad
counter
they moved
pick.
away from it, so that really begs the question, what are they going to play here?
I mean,
Could you turn the desk down?
In a way,
sure.
Comps obviously matter, but composure is going to be the biggest thing for me in this map 3. As you
Turn
say,
it down
Mika,
a bit.
this is
I said
a
Waylay
team,
and
both these teams have
Phoenix.
rookies. This is an elimination game, essentially of best of one to live your life in the playoffs. And I think both of these teams are very streaky.
Let me know in game again. I don't want to turn it down too much, but I can't tell at all what the volume levels are for you guys while I'm here.
Are we going to convert that bonus? I think in this.
Also, chat, I realized something while I was in the bathroom. Bathroom thoughts.
Use the strongest rounds, get ults online fast.
I can't
get rounds on the board. I think that's what you need in this because the pressure cannot be higher for these players.
Definitely.
I need to log in through
pressure,
a VPN to
again, you might go into that map 1 thinking you have a little bit of that safety net. We'll come back.
I can't do that today. We'll do it
bring it to map number 3.
one of the times when I'm co-streaming from home.
What is it going to be, especially since both of these teams, they really want that. Talon
just
esports,
tune in every
they were
day.
one of our representatives going into Champions Seoul last year. They want to prove that they can still make it on that global stage, that wasn't a fluke or they weren't just lucky because they
shout across the
Primi,
stadium and tell the desk to keep it
very much so. And, you know,
I should one of these
Primi
days.
had some work to do. You know, he wasn't really there.
Tell them to keep it down, both sides.
Everybody knows this about Talon. Primi is a fantastic player. There's a reason we both picked him here for our teams.
Oh, the comps are out.
He can't have those.
Oh shoot!
He's at his best when he's out
shoot, chat!
Yeah, well, Talon will start out on defense.
Oh my
so
God!
That can help him
this is
get
gonna be a banger.
Involved in the game. This is what I'm really intrigued by. Agent comps do come out.
Oh,
wow. What on earth is going on here? Dambi's on the Yoru. I don't know if I've even seen that before. And
yeah.
coming out for Francis, so a little bit of spicy
the
comp coming
Harbor.
out for
Talon sticking with that deadlock. Deadlock Vice, I think this is an incredibly strong composition on this map. The only thing I worry
Harbor,
about is that
Omen?
we're missing any real hard flashes to get through this Harbor and Omen double controller.
They have changed things up,
because
though.
you know they're
Primi's
playing
over
double
on the
Sentinel.
Jet.
No, this is basically what they did against Riddle, chat. This is basically what they did against Riddle. Granted, back then they had Brim. So what they did,
maneuverability coming out.
What they did, actually, the Waylay would fit the concept here, but basically not the same thing because it's not like Riddle was playing double Sentinel. But Riddle basically had to play slow, walk up to the entrance, and then execute. Double Sentinel also at some point has to walk up, get contact, and get in. So if you just make sure that they can't get info because they don't have any hard flashes like they said. They only have the one drone.
Thank you very much, Mika.
You're just delaying.
I mean,
and then you util dump against air, you util dump.
What on earth? I just don't understand.
So I think
let him.
I think it's good. Now the problem is do you have the same problem when you're attacking a little bit, but you can cut up the site to like take care of traps if you play it right.
Of course, for those that might have missed the games during the Ascension run last time, this sort of comp was pulled out to counter Riddle Order specifically. It was their one and done comp. They never did it again. And for really, they never touched Ascent, and they probably shouldn't have, considering the Q game where they got a little bit...
no, I'm okay with this.
But that's why it's so strange to leave this map as the final decider. It's such a curveball, not just for Talon,
the Harbor
but
just to
a
take
little bit
mid.
as well, because Talon
there's a
hasn't really
gap,
played
though.
this
There's a
map
gap.
that much either, but
Well,
right
they
now,
know there's a gap. This
bit of a
is
standoff.
very clearly
Primi
a gap.
Watching down arches. He's got that little high tide blocking so far. Demi has snuck all the
timing.
way.
Ivy with the
peak. The shots are peppering over. But he's still
was Dombi not spotted?
He's playing keep away.
Oh, Margaret has
not
just
yet.
found
Huge pick from Margaret. You heard the reload! Nice. Good plan. Persia down. It's all right. We got the information. You just got to check the site. Okay, there's the clone. Nice. Good pistol.
Just the 2 players left alive, and they've got so much space to cover.
Camera's going to be available soon for Margaret as well. You've got the high tide now, but it's the information from Ivy.
Ivy!
Okay, he's bailed.
Okay, he's got cover. What
you
the?
said kill for kill, but still, yeah, you know, Nongshim had numbers in spades in this spot. There was no way Talon would have been able to fight out.
Was that well intentional? I wonder. I gotta imagine it was, because it just like it wasn't even like it barely missed. It wasn't like the Viper situation in C9. It was just completely short, but they wanted to send it from safety to cover
I'm trying to cast my mind as well and think, is there actually anybody running a harbor on this map?
Yeah, no. You know what I need to do is I need to get them to install VLC.
Is actually running the harbor.
Because right now I just have the feed going straight to OK. I'm watching the same screen you guys are with a camera and everything.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Not expected.
Well, we will see the cascade, the harbor once again coming into effect to block off A main for now. Both smokes up around the spot.
They only really need 4? I mean, why stop at 4 when you could get 12?
Marshall in hand. And just Primi.
Yep. Bit of silence. See if the numbers do.
You're just waiting,
or
seeing if there's any trips.
If they don't, then it's just
Domby going a little deep without any setup.
Look like it's building up to that. You know, you got the smokes both.
Ooh, nice catch. It was just the Jet randomly
not entirely
looking
sure the hit was going over. Just Primi on the A side
to the
quickly
switch.
dealt with.
Okay, see the jump out.
For the overextensions, though,
Talon, they're peeking out 1 by 1. We love it when Talon peeks out 1 by 1.
Teo jumping across. We've seen a Vice. We've seen nothing at B yet. Maybe they might.
What's the idea behind the last map? Talon
they'll start to consider
has a high potential of playing the double Sentinel, which means they don't have a hard flash. They don't have a hard info initiator. So basically it's the same concept. This is basically a variation of what they played against Riddle at Ascension last year. So there is VODs of kind of what you want to do. It's a little different because back then you had the Brim, which was like even more chaos and delay. But basically you're delaying against that. And then on the attack as well, because double Sentinel needs to take contact at some point. On the attack, you also have to take contact, but you have to take contact against the trip setups. But you have the extra smokes, you have long-range smokes with the harbor, so you can cut it up, cut up the sites, take it piece by piece, take out the trips, and then move it. And then you still have the Yora as well, so you still have some safety against the Cypher.
Wow, even with the grab net, yep.
And now we'll get the buyout to come through for Talon in the next round.
And this is where I do have to agree with what Morgan, Big Time, was saying on the desk as well. I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised if this is also a one-and-done comp.
Down to composure, right?
In all honesty, though, I think in the current meta, like,
because
against double Sentinel comps, I don't think it's as one and done as last year's was, because last year they had Margaret and Yoru, and his Yoru was not good. He was literally just like trolling around in the
don't want to have that happening.
Just buying space.
One of the teams will kiss their
so I think it's a little different.
Okay,
full send with the ult.
More weight on your shoulders because
look for the information.
You're not getting any playoff points.
You see the omen, you push him out. You're not seeing the wall. You're not seeing the trips. You're pushing down Heaven. You take full control. Margaret's lurking.
Catch-up rotation being played. They've got 4 players already somewhere.
Okay, you know the salvage is coming out from here. Look at this. Harbor buying time. Drone comes out. Okay, Margaret's pinged, but he just needs to stay alive.
Outlaw shot all the way from
He's hiding outside the box. Do they spam it? Do they spam it? Not yet.
Okay, just around
spotted. Okay, but lots of oh, and Ivy with the trade all the way from top mid.
They're both able to block things off. It's a pseudo crossfire.
Great.
Hell, and it's a tough position.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Pushed out of
Bulldog
the door,
better than the Vandal.
Thigh left. Oh, look at that. Pepper shot's over with the
all
classic
right.
right-click.
All right.
From the back.
Attack bonus on Ascent.
And they've picked up the bonus.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous round for Nongshim. And again, this
Dude,
is the sort of scenario
I was such a big believer of their
team's
Ascent comp against. I'm so glad they brought out a variation of it.
Decisions, your coach intervention to recognize what can be plausible. Because
you love to see
no one running a harbor with
now,
you probably not doing
the
your
thing is
all
like
the way back to the
any harbor comp on anywhere, it kind of requires the opponents to somewhat respect it.
I think they said it in the interview that it was like against Riddle order. I think. So yeah, this really comes down to a lot of that mid-round decision,
especially in terms of like even if regardless of the result of this, like we'll see in the future like other teams.
How much you're able to gleam off of these
I do think it's more repeatable, recyclable than
you might have the double Sentinel, but how much can it really do when you're being tossed with so many uncertainties. Right now, it's Dabby
Dude,
down middle,
Dobby
but
is
you have
just
no
playing
idea
full
that there are players
confidence. Margaret's not playing full confidence.
We'll be able to grab at least one.
You got
it
one.
does get a chuckle out of
You
Dion.
gotta clean up this Guardian.
God. That's a hurtful laugh as well, because that just
Woo!
looks absolutely
Dude, he got
just disgusting from Margaret.
he got netted,
now, though,
and he just bounced down.
Okay,
can we chill? Nongshim, can we?
Maybe by Ivy. They're going to put
deep
more
breaths.
premium on just making sure the plants
breaths.
there. The orb is already gone as well. You want to maximize getting this reckoning for Francis.
5 TPs away.
Chill, calm down.
And now we have the podcast.
Well, one thing's for sure, if we're going to launch this
So
podcast
Francis
episode, would be that Nongshim
potentially
gets
going
to,
for the kill here. You got so much money, you
build up
should.
towards a lot more,
And then you have Reckoning, and then you can do a fast hit on A again.
Meanwhile, if you're Talon, though,
Oh, he's going for it. Oh,
mental
gun
form
out,
is something else
bam!
look at that, even
not able
Nice.
to
a
take the
sweep
gun.
from Francis.
Nice hunt at the end, remove the bird.
Ay.
So now we'll get the proper buyout to come through.
No,
from
the only
Talon
changes
and
Harbor ever got were
Annihilation
increasing the
available
number of
for Jit Boys.
cascades he could have from 1 to
So wait
2,
to sort of see
and
what
high
Premium's value is
time
going to be
link
back on
duration
towards
increases.
this
Part
jet
of
as
his
well.
global
Not really
controller
given
update in
too
2023.
much space around the map to play with.
Chat.
And these are the
They're
sort of
still
scenarios
cooking.
where I'm also wondering,
Gotta
it doesn't
believe.
really matter what agent comp that you're going up against. I still want to just see some sort of
Nongshim and
tandem
Sadok
plays coming on this
single-handedly
defensive
responsible
side, right?
for
You're still running the Teo,
preventing
you've got a
more
deadlock,
buffs to
expecting
Harbor.
some sort of util combos. You've also got, you know, the availability from Killua with the Vice, you know, trying to play with some timings, trying to play with some stalling. Like, these are the sort of things that I want to see from Talon, right? Coming up with some sort of combinations. But a timeout to come in right now.
We had to censor Frost because
really
he's
elevated
going too
Frost.
ham.
This is... He's seen enough in 4 rounds, maybe.
Dude,
Because if you're looking at Talon, defensive side,
he actually looked
double
really
senti,
upset.
you know?
It matters a lot. And another
I
thing
feel
that we
bad.
do have to consider, I think it's not brought up enough.
I
is the
mean,
fact that
listen.
he's relaying this to Cruz.
I'm
Cruz
sure
has
it's
to
not any
translate
better on
that
the
to
Nongshim
boys,
side
and he also has to
during
lead them.
map 1.
He has
so.
to get them to listen to him. Sometimes that might not always be
How
the
much do you
case
think
when
Cruz
your
translates?
mental
That's
is
why
down
they
in the
end their
dumps.
segments so early.
So we'll see how it all shapes up now that the timeout has
Cruz
been
basically has to
burnt.
summarize everything.
You have the double senti. You
Oh,
need to work
hear
around
me,
it.
the
What we're
ult and
seeing
Harbor
is,
Well does
okay,
what Waylay Saturate
Wall
does to you.
towards tree once again.
No, that's what
Yeah, a lot of those senti
or the
usals
Harbor
will
Wall.
have a side.
Yeah,
You
that's
got
what I've been
Operator in
saying.
the
Is
hands
that
of
now we
Darby
have
right now.
Saturate.
Neural Theft and
So
Reckoning.
it's just
I mean, there's
better.
going to be some pretty good ultimates in these sort of scenarios that, again,
What region are
as
Nongshim
Talon,
nodos
you're not
available
really
in? A
expecting
lot of
what a Reckoning
regions.
is going to be able
I
to
think
do.
most of Southeast
Now,
Asia
the high
and
tide
South
cutting
Asia,
across
they
short,
are
cutting
available.
across
Obviously, they're
pizza.
going to be a bit pricier
Got
because they're an
further
imported
information
good
with
at
the
that
drone
point.
as well, and this is
Definitely
the
the
time where I
States,
think
different
what
parts of
traps
Europe,
you
as far
setting
as
up,
I'm
send
aware.
you till at 8. Leave Primi there. Rest of your forces towards B.
We'll see what the forces can do. So far, so good on the
Oh,
off angle.
boy.
Killua off of the
Oh, no.
blooming cyber cage as well.
So they're starting to spam.
Down
That
onto
disrespect is
A, where,
happening.
Once again, like you mentioned, it's all
Nongshim's
that
got to
utility.
show us
and now
something
it's-
more in the
it's
next
2
round.
unanswered kills as well, right?
Because
so 5 versus 3
if you
scenario for
keep just
Talon,
doing the same
these
thing
are
and
the
just
ones
getting
that you
disrespected,
cannot afford to
then
drop. You don't
like
give
any double
Nongshim
controller
away
comp just
to
falls apart.
find an advantageous duel.
Trying to hold tight. Ivy, though, slowly trickling forward until Cruz goes in for the sidestep. At this point, 50 seconds remaining on the clock, sure, but surely not Komodo.
I mean, damage, really. The
Yeah, I
credits
mean, I
aren't
think
in
you
full
still
control
go
of
for
Talon
whatever.
whilst
You already
they're,
have
you
4
know,
rounds.
1500, 2K mark, but they're pretty gorgeous for Nongshim.
Dude,
So anything
what
that
is-
potentially
what
finds
is
here
he
would be good. Get closer
That's
towards an
actually
ulti perhaps as well,
insane.
but now with just Persia
What kind of
and position
insane
locked in
confidence is that?
from the Archros.
Oh
He'll just
my
take the ulti
gosh.
orb on the map for
Oh,
his,
they can hear him.
for his takeaway.
Dude, Francis is
He's gonna try to at
crazy.
least play for the crosshair
What is
flick,
he
but
doing?
yeah, not gonna be found. Primi detected on the A site, and it just shows how effective that one little timeout can be again.
Yeah. And now I'm sort of wondering as well, where the operator doesn't work out for Darby, do they change things again and instead of using that go back to a normal rifle and try to adjust the game plan as well? Because if I'm looking towards a way that you're going to put pressure on Talon in this map, it's
So
changing
the thing is,
way that you're playing
you have
the attacking side a lot.
Tejo, which can
I
help
mean,
you
you're adding
disrespect
so much to
the team that's
their
disrespecting
mental
you.
scape that they have to contend with.
So
Like,
let's
if
see
you're
what they can
changing things
change
up
up.
time and time again, it can
Yeah,
really
no more
play with them.
mid-scaling
Possibly.
off
But
the
again,
rip.
they had 2 weeks. For all we know, this was fully well prepped, but you also have the studs. Ooh!
The perfect the perfect player to get out of dodge in that scenario. Combo between salvos and
you get the orb and you get out.
Starmie to get out of there.
And then for the smoke to block off A short as well as mid. The drone out towards B main, but it's somewhat slipped away by Margaret.
They've been scaling up on this non-stop.
The operator.
It's also a good call for then Talon to push out.
So you know Talon's going to be watching it. You send another cascade. Oh, we just sent it all the way, though. That's a little telling. But you have Reckoning.
Maybe hearing the clone.
Yeah, it's got to pop the shield.
But there's two people on the B side.
Oh, Primi.
He is the only one here at this A
so
side
Talon
as well, by the way.
can't really make a choice on the rotate right now because they're just not sure. But mid is stacked. Okay, salvos to keep them at bay.
Oh, but
we're going to use Reckoning here?
To where? To B?
What?
Yeah, to mark it for a bit of a
This is crazy.
30 seconds to go. They don't need to stick around here. I mean, I'm looking at Persia.
This is crazy.
This A site.
Oh, and then they're going to go A.
Talon to scatter and try to pick up the pieces because now you're not entirely sure. Just Primi to try to hold
yeah, you just throw bodies at the problem. I don't mind it.
Stray bullet catching square on Francis's head.
Yep, refresh the smoke.
Controller gone now.
That's good. A little bit overlap, but it's all right. Now you got the flank. Dude, this is why they had two the whole time.
Oh, sleeping Ivy means it's a 3v3.
Did he hear him? How did he know?
Not too bad, Jit Boys. Good on the flank.
Oh, no.
Dambi low
this is still a little dicey. Dambi's so low.
And that's a spot
he's got to get the instant kill here. Oh, they don't check.
No.
Gravnet comes
they don't check.
Now.
Timing?
Does have salvos.
Dambi with the
Can
timing?
they isolate a player?
Dambi?
Trying to.
Timing?
Throw it in towards Generator where no one's hiding, so maybe
Margaret has to stay alive. Oh, I love it. I love the position here.
Margaret, he's got a good chance.
No, Margaret! That's twice in this game now!
The flank. Not detected so far until he gets a shot at the thigh. 2v2, but good shots from Jit Boys. Dambi desperately dives in with the shorty, but still
what
Jit Boys
a
able
round
to block it off.
Jit Boys,
the fact
man.
that you're able to remove the flanking player in Ivy.
Oh my God, Jit Boys literally carried this round.
Towards unders, yeah, maybe
holy dude.
But a couple of good adjustments, and when you're in a retake scenario in a 3 versus 3, I mean, you're just playing for a audible call and to go together as the team, right? So making sure that
I mean,
has the
Margaret
at the end there as well.
Very position was good, but he just gets
so there's a secondary
thrown up. This is why you got to use Phantom, man.
There will be another
by the
full
double targets and the
across
Vandal just
the board, however.
Can't get the kill.
Darby this time can secure all of the information with the dimensional drift. Flip it over though, Quack.
Okay, the fast push out this time.
No one's looking for him to push on out, and he does get away in a second from Cruz.
Damn.
Nice opening double for Talon.
You gotta respect Talon. They're starting to disrespect. The Harbor Wall isn't getting them out. You gotta have other ideas. That last round, the idea was good. I mean, it was a little desperate, but it was still
trying
good.
To scrounge up whatever they can find. They do have the creds for the upcoming rounds, though, so still able to march forward with whatever confidence they have. This duo now challenging Killua.
Cove.
The Cove to block things off. Killua opts to play it
but no noise.
Yeah, you don't want
no
to give
noise
an
sent.
Where they could double
just
you
waiting.
Look to bring it back into an equalization scenario.
Still
so
just taking
3
slow contact.
If Talon want to allow
right,
the
you still have quite a bit of delay.
Now,
you've got salvos, you've got
please
paranoia. Oh my God, Ivy! I mean,
bites off more than he can
yeah,
shoot.
you're down in numbers. You do need an extra kill.
And the steel garden rips.
Man, you had salvos.
So if you're Francis as well as Persia, not a lot of chances left. Paranoia to block off Aiming as well. And it's just Francis
Persia's got to do a
hiding
peek
inside
at
of
some
hell.
point.
Certainly detected soon enough. Primi
dude,
thankfully
the
saving his teammates from
aren't
certain
happening.
doom. Francis to spray, but Primi coming back in once again. He's back again.
Yeah, just making sure that when there's numbers advantages for Talon, they're settling down a little bit. You know, you would expect in that sort of scenario, IGL, Cruz to come in, come up with the decision, the team to be all aligned and how they want to go for their retake.
Like
but
Primi,
more importantly, that sort of round.
And like this Talon isn't the same as the old anymore. Like they are disciplined if you let them back into the game. I mean, 4 rounds, objectively 4 rounds is okay, but if you don't have any momentum going into the second half, I would be a little concerned.
If they get one more, that would be breaking that curse from the past 2 maps.
Yeah.
Okay, you have your
another big old bite. So these rifle rounds, we've seen Nongshim be able to get a plant, just not able to be successful in post.
Just only send the Yoru in. There's Armageddon.
This time with an up and play in for the Gravnet combo for Jit Boys. Cruz then holding the angle. Does Nongshim expect it? Certainly not. They haven't been here before.
Yeah, hard to get him off that angle. surprised that there was no, salvo investment from Ivy first to push him off a line.
I think the boys are at a little bit of a wit's
now,
end.
5 versus 3. Another 5 versus 3 for Talon. And these sort of scenarios, as long as they don't overextend and give opportunity to Nongshim,
can someone explain what those
in winning them 100%.
Smokes from CT side are for round 5 and 6?
Still got
round 5 and
the
6.
showcase of a double sentinel though.
Where?
On this sort of scenario. Sheer to protect over in tree.
Also
yeah, but it's 4 rounds with pistol and...
Jet Boys now.
Like, it was a very snowbally start, chat. I don't think it's actually that okay.
I mean,
listen, like, I think it'll be able...
This sort of scenario, by the position
theory,
of
it's okay,
Nongshim,
but in the real world, there's like momentum,
it's also the fact that they would have to take so much time and effort just to clear every single position if they were to march back into A. So,
I think
I have a discussion here as Nongshim.
There's probably a decision to make if you're the coaching staff where it's
like,
okay, 4 rounds isn't bad.
You would
like,
expect
if we just
Francis
get 1,
is going to be able to be
we got big ults,
buying for himself.
Just need 1 more.
This next round, I'm kind of looking at it in a scenario where you probably have to dimensional drift, maybe off the rip, maybe wait a few seconds.
In what world do you really ever want to have to use 2 timeouts anyway in the second half?
They've been holding on to that one for a little bit now, and well, if you were considering using it in late round for a sort of execute, maybe you need to use it early because you've been losing the first duels.
Oh, there is a timeout. Okay, good.
And that's sometimes what it comes down to, right? At least what we've been seeing for the past 2 maps. The first duels, so pivotal, paramount to both teams. Of course, on a map like Ascent, then you got the 3 clear lanes.
I think you need it.
Times Talon pushing out onto them.
Clear out the
get caught off guard.
And they're always changing up where they're pushing,
right?
More plays. Cubby and a little bit of bottom mid, or there's some B main control.
Like, what do you
have? Not seeing too much towards the A side, which you are fine with in the scenario that Killua's setups are generally over there as well, right? You don't necessarily
you have
need
Flash and
they're
such.
happy enough and confident enough that they're winning the mid-duels, winning the B main duels.
Not that Heretics is at Masters
They can potentially
yet,
keep on going for them until Nongshim show us an adaptation.
Wait,
but they're no longer able to.
Over there?
Still though, that once again brings back the question
what was I gonna say?
Composure. How then does Nongshim find their way back into the game?
I think it's almost okay to use early harbor
wall,
get a reaction out, check it with either drone or clone,
in this lobby.
And then salvo and
trap. There's a couple of youngins that
you can
are
have
new
good
to
trap
this atmosphere,
plays
right?
Now,
so
we saw that you had a trap play in top mid, but Talon was prepared with their own in mid arch. So you got to make sure that you're like full committed to it, but it's okay to be full committed to a playoffs game. Like, you can play
your survivability in a lower bracket with Masters slot on the line. Yeah, you got to have a bloody.
If I make stream Masters free to be a 2-1 stream, would you put it? No, I can't. I can't do that.
Though, yeah. Logically, you kind of want to back Nongshim, just given how they were able to persevere throughout that entire Ascension run.
I mean, they were kind of untested until the final one, though. The grand final.
Oh, just to push them all the way back.
As I mentioned though, Quack, using the dimensional drift off the get-go to try and get some early information was probably what I expected to come out in a scenario like that. Primi has just absolutely booked Darby.
He's got the hot hands this time.
Oh, and no one's
spotting out Margaret, but yes, 3 players.
Not expecting him, and it's another 5 versus 3 where the plant goes down. How successful have we seen Talon in these retakes? 100% of the time, and what do they have online now still? Cruise with an Armageddon that can absolutely rip you a new one in the right spot.
For Armageddon.
The flank as well,
tough, though. This is just for info.
Persia.
Yeah, but Persia's really deep. He'd need his paranoia to come into play.
It's good information, at least, for the rest of Talon to then throw on more utility. Francis trying to survive inside of the cove. Killua to bring out the guns. And then for Persia as well as Ivy. Counter Armageddon back in onto the spike to buy some time, but it's been halved.
Yeah.
Oh, man, they really commit to it.
Stick smoke as well. They're sticking it all the way through. Killer springing out forward, trying to swap over onto the shorty. Ivy for the kill.
Oh, my
gosh. But the round, nonetheless, headed over onto Talon.
Yeah, when it's half defused and the salvos are not immediately from a close position, right, there is some trajectory, distance that you got to consider as well. How long do the salvos take to get onto the spike? Well, they've got to fly a little bit of distance, so really heads up from Talon to just stick it for the remainder of that one. And again, another 5 versus 3 scenario where Primi comes online for the first shot, just going through the wall when he recognizes that Darby has to equip the gun out of the dimensional drift. 5 in a row now for Talon on this defensive side.
And now all of a sudden the potential
the ops on this side.
deterred by the off
so you're
shot.
trying to bait information, see if there's a push out. Okay, they use the salvos to bait out, try to trap whoever goes out through the disrespect on the harbor wall. Granted, they didn't use it off of info, so it is kind of a waste.
And then the annihilation.
So you know they're trying to push out
full control of Margaret.
And they kind of want it. He's just trying to keep them at bay, actually, on purpose.
How many times
doesn't want them to get extra?
Oh!
What a pick.
All
right, chill. No, chill.
Watch him lose their smokes.
Yeah. Margaret, why are we
towards A as well?
Why are we spamming the wall?
All the timing.
They found him,
and that comes down to maybe some inexperience and timing on this Yoru as well.
It's okay. No, that's definitely 100% what Frost talked about, because that's what you do against Harbor. You just disrespect it. You just say screw it. You just have trades,
and it's just for a trade.
And you just you make sure you're
all of these shots have
with more than
essentially
one
been
person.
individual as well. Nongshim not able to get any trades happening. Meanwhile, Talon, every fight has essentially been a buddy system.
That's where you really got to consider as well. I mean,
yeah, the spike's above you if you did want it, Ivy, but with 20 seconds to go, it's the
probably not. Yeah, trying to
it's the save.
Tuck himself into this little cheeky corner.
Just one
that's the whole
out
thing,
of the last 2 rounds.
Once again, you might find some of these dots, right? Kills being traded.
I just want one
all across the map, but being able to connect them together.
How come you don't disrespect other ones? Because other ones they have other tools.
Especially with
you got paranoia. You've got gravity well.
Things can kind of get away from the team at times. So 6-4 so far, and Talon still haven't really broken this streak.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this was a very big risk for Nongshim to allow Ascent into the pool with the way that these rounds have kind of been played out now that Talon have an idea of what they need to do to look to close things out as well. On the back of that timeout, it's kind of been flawless from Talon. I mean, it was a bit of a different look when you had Ivy on the fade back then.
Really,
you had Dami on the Neon and Margaret on the Yoru. That was what they played up this Harbor pick with.
Well, I have faith in our captain.
The economical situation has turned around. Premi opts for the Outlaw. Margaret has been playing B main so far, but the shots somewhat whizzing by.
Ivy, you
know
there's one more
killer on a Francis this time. Nongshim have not been able to get any lead, any advantage, and I'm seeing a gate crash go towards Hell on the A side for Dami.
Dying is rough though.
He needs to be the hero maker if he wants to try and do it himself.
Angles.
He's getting tagged, but at least infiltrates the site.
You got it. You got it. Let him know the notes that you have from all the rounds.
Out now from Talon, and Dami kind of calls it clear for his team to sneak in. He holds space around tree.
Oh, he's blinded that
over.
He had no idea.
That just definitely shows inexperience. Unfortunate, but still. Fantastic chance for Talon to launch themselves back in for the retake.
Another 5 versus 3, man.
Kind of doable.
We'll see. Off angle for Persia, possibly. Margaret to assist. Still, though, with all the utility coming in, the numbers and speeds as well for Talon. You've got possible grab net, swings out for Premi. He obtains 2 more. Chip Boys to finish things off.
That was really nice timing on the arc race from Killua. As soon as the smoke starts to fade, you pop that one out. Anyone looking to catch you when the smoke fades, well, they're just blinded. They're not dodging that one. Flawless round to come through from Talon. Another 5 versus 3 post-plant scenario that they just look really great in working for the retake.
We're using a... We're going to use our second timeout.
I mean, he's found the wrong timing. To be fair, if he dry walked through the smoke, it would have been better. They wouldn't have expected that. Potentially. Who knows?
Potentially.
Another scenario, another universe. It's 7-4. It's a 7 in a row for Talon. It's the second timeout used by Nongshim because they recognize, well, we need to try and win this. We'll lose this 7-5 at least.
It is still close, so yeah. Nongshim believers still definitely kind of themselves in the game for that.
They were celebrating at the beginning, 4-0. You know, you're winning out the bonus round and everything. You're thinking, oh yeah, we're cooking good tonight.
7 rounds in a row for Talon, though.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, if you time out here, probably what's happening is their comms are really bad. Probably what's happening is the comms are really bad. They're not talking. They're just making the same mistakes individually one by one, which is a domino effect. So you make this timeout to course correct, get the 5th round because you're confident that that's all you need. This is where
the value in the double sentinels is also working a good thing for the defensive side.
No, it's a Nongshim timeout.
They're going to change it up on attack, but I mean, it's just
double op.
Huh?
judge thigh.
They're rolling in money, Quack.
Yeah,
they can have other guns on the floor, ready to hot potato.
Yes, yes. Oh, wait, hold.
Triple up setup!
Hold up.
Triple snipe!
Hold up a minute.
Wow, okay.
Seriously? Well,
one of them's gonna work. Yeah, Darby's just dry peeked out of.
Well, he was trying
tiles.
to. No,
no
you
one's
can't.
watching him. Like,
was it
brother,
gonna be successful? No, but he was trying to
boy.
bait with the gun barrel.
Literally.
He was trying to bait with a gun
Darby
barrel.
dead
And
first
Primi
yet
just
again.
Bite.
That's the thing. Nongshim would have no idea. Who does this?
I mean, it's a staple thing. Having an operator peek for a tiles push. Generally, this is why you are smoking bottom mid on a map like this, or smoking up towards short. It was a deeper high tide that you just disrespect as Primi.
You might not expect the second, the third up. Primi re-peeks, gets spammed
Oh,
through.
what?
Great shot by Francis.
Francis?
With Killua,
bringing it back?
Garden in respect and in answer
Reckoning?
to the Reckoning.
He swapped off his op, thankfully.
As I said, there would be a gun that he could switch between, and that's
no, Persia.
From Persia.
Okay, one on site, one on site. You have the read.
Enough ammo for possibly a second.
They're trying to cut off the backup because they don't have time. They didn't get the timing.
Spots the barrel, and that's instantly.
Why are we peeking one by one?
Francis, and he's stuck. Tries to look for the escape plan into B main, but he gets spotted out by Jit Boys.
8-4.
Dude, their mental is gone, man. They got to reset at this half.
From Talon to
they got to
really
reset at this half. They are panicking hard. Like, they didn't need to freeze up that much, but the Razor Vines keep them locked up, and then they're like, we lost our timing, and they lose their confidence.
Where there's a 5 versus 3 position.
Well, they were locked up in the beginning for the Razor Vine, but then they got indecisive because they felt they missed their timing. But nobody's making a decision, which is probably why the timeout was called.
It's
the only reason you would call a second timeout on the last round of the half, right? Because you see that the comms and the mentals. It
definitely was a wake-up call. I will say that. 8-4 is an incredibly good scoreline to start things off in the second half.
No, the thing is like, listen, if you lose, you lose, but I do not want to see them lose because their mental got boomed.
A little bit off.
I think that is the worst for any team.
From that first map where Nongshim found 6 rounds in a row, there is still a scenario in a world where Nongshim is able to turn things around.
I need the coaches to get him locked back in.
The side switch up is going to have, right? How Killua deploying the device, how is Jit Boys deploying the deadlock. I mean, I would say it's a little bit more mainstream when you look at Nongshim's composition. If you remove the harbor, for example,
they can do it.
Put in,
they literally just need to reset. They just need to reset.
That's a more common style, right? Where you got an Omen, a Cypher, a Teho.
Why is that
Yoru,
so
like
fat?
This is playing in towards sort of a shifted meta with the new Teho, but a harbor in there. You're flipping it onto the defensive side. You can certainly see some things that'll come out from Nongshim, but I'm kind of wondering. We're not seeing opening kills. We're not seeing shots allocated for them, really. There was a lot of individualness from
But why couldn't the Nongshim coach wait for halftime? It's
more
of a case of you're confident enough in what you prepared on the defense that you don't want this to bleed over and only spend the time course-correcting the mental during halftime. I mean, we've seen teams do that. Obviously, the judgment around it is always going to be result-based, but we don't know what the comms are, but if it's really that bad, I think you have to call it. It doesn't feel good, but I think you have to.
Nice and early, actually, from Francis there as they go.
Doesn't make it, it doesn't make it a good timeout, but sometimes you gotta take the bad timeouts.
Talent still,
and it sucks that they still had a panic attack.
And angles.
Of course, no gate crash for Darby now. Just a sheriff.
All right, what else do we have left? High Tide's on cooldown, 1 Cascade, Paranoia is still there, Salvo's on cooldown, so this is the timing for Talon. They know it.
Right, a slight gap for Talon. They just
try to cover mid, so they want to make sure they just want to clear mid. They use
their
Salvos as well, though.
And it's go time.
That's the signal. Oh, huge spam.
Through the smoke.
So now we just chill. Maybe we break the barrier, though?
Opportunity for Nongshim Bound.
How are you going to break
Talon, they might have the site, but this is where that utility comes in. The double sentinel.
I mean, dude, it's
all-around generator.
Let him onto the site.
Potentially buy so much time.
Now
Killua
staying alive. Okay, good trade.
The wallbang for Margaret.
Huge Paranoia.
Okay, repositions in towards Hell. Hiding inside of the survival smoke. Killua needs to find the shots.
All right, good trade. One more in Hell.
One more
in Hell. Yes, Margaret!
Alive. It's just Cruz. Oh, it doesn't have any salvos either. The defuse getting stuck all the way through, and Nongshim answers
back. Get the vibes back up. Get the confidence back up. It doesn't matter. Just stop giving him more kills so he gets this Armageddon. Don't ego it. Just chill.
Have to do some heavy lifting at the beginning of this half. They completely relinquish control of the A site. allowing Talon to get on in, but then a couple of shots come through. That's disgusting from Margaret. It's wild that he's able to find that one.
I reckon that's where the
no problem,
kind of
Chobra. We still have RRQ, but let's support the opposite team.
And I'm looking
Get
at
out of
on
here!
the deadlock as well.
Get out of here! It ain't over.
Places at the corner or the top of generator.
It ain't over.
I've seen a lot of Cypher players when they're.
It was looking dire, but Margaret doing everything he can to bring the team back into focus.
It's one that if you're running in for a retake, your feet will trip and you're generally dead.
Okay.
You can also see some adjustments by putting the
especially
sensor
on
under
attack,
Talon,
a little bit harder.
Anybody
a little bit harder for Talon.
So I'd be interested to see how much depth Chipboys has
there
on this map with just the deadlock utility for post plants.
Seen it drilled by crews from other maps, Haven for example.
Yep.
So hopefully Chipboy's able to.
You have the trip in
mid,
so he's going to take that gate crash.
Yep. Pistols.
Well, we're looking for Nongshim to pick up where they left off on the beginning 4 of this map. Getting more.
Well, picking things up with the drone, they will find just that.
If they find 4 rounds, they're only tying things up, Quack.
That's
right. There's still more to go.
Still though.
Okay, you know they're coming B. Cam's taken care of. There's a smoke. You have paranoia.
Soon enough.
Don't rely only on the spam.
Talon though.
Okay, drone. He's gonna hear that.
Yeah, they're going to start to gather some information towards A, but if they do stretch their legs
stun at the ready.
They're going to have to break the trap wire.
Trip
this
in
is
mid.
Where with an outlaw.
This is how Nongshim plays split as well. It's just delay. Only 30 seconds. Good turn away. Okay, one bulldog over, but still 30 seconds.
On the bulldog.
Trip there.
Okay,
making noise just on the rotation doesn't matter. You're just trying to prevent it. Obviously, you would like to
trap wire not going to do anything for him as Ivy.
So far, so good though. Repositions with a
keep
Spectre.
the weapon.
The last shot going through, and Debbie nailing the coffin.
Bulldog.
Yeah, 3 alive. I think you'll take that as a pass mark for Nongshim going in towards the buyout round for Talon. See what sort of bonus is going to be here. I mean, they did win the first one when they were on their attacking side, but it felt like, there wasn't just a adjustment from Talon, right? It took them a little bit to figure out how they're going to be countering the aggression of Nongshim. I think it may very well be another scenario where they've got to figure out how we're going to get throughout these defenses when we're a little bit lackluster on the initiator ability, right? You're going to have to see a little bit more come out.
This is the round. Oh shoot! Chipboys has
playing
ult.
A little bit more of that pseudo in it as well, right?
Oh, that's such a good ult to disrespect. So they go for a trap play. Oh, okay. Yeah. You don't overcommit. And it's Chipboys. I just realized. Okay. We have a shot. I mean, at some point you have to deal with the Chipboys ult anyway.
Meanwhile, that's where you really want to see a lot more pressure on towards B main, but so far nothing found.
But this is the time where I'm, saying it's a couple of rounds at the beginning for Talon where they have to get ready for what Nongshim throw their way, and then they might wake up.
Oh, nice! Nice spam! Through the box! You love it! You love it! Francis the GOAT! Oh, such good bait.
Cruz has something to say.
1v5, Komodo.
All right.
I don't
Who's
know.
closer ult? No, not Margaret, not Persia. No, Persia. Not your ult.
Marking tiles. Persia spots him.
Persia, wait for him.
Don't give him a solo duel here. Make sure you're going together as a team. Somehow Cruz finds both of them.
Solo.
5 HP. Maybe he gets closer towards the Armageddon here. He's one with death. And he gets one, so he's got it for the next round. Okay, I think you're kind of okay. Like, that's a bonus round. You probably should be winning that one as Talon, but the fact that, again, Nongshim have a clear idea on how they're wanting to play the beginning of that round. It's the stuff that they practice in either scrims if they've tried this one, or it's the stuff that they're theory crafting nice and early on.
Right, and that's why you
By the way, Love drops even one. Yeah.
Love to
and Rossi's allowed to look for offers
really
as well.
Get enthralled by how the utility combo comes into play, but
okay.
We gotta see Cruz as well.
So
the dude has some kind of an arm injury,
the stingers. Are you ready for the stingers?
Yeah, but this is the
have bang.
Strange scenario.
They have ults. You gotta be ready for the stingers.
Annihilation. If you're able to get a couple kills off that one, I mean, maybe you steal around back as Talon. Full 5
they use
towards A main, however.
Util to clear.
To be gathered up.
Don't know how much that's going to do.
Ooh, I like the circle high tide.
That's just you shall not pass A main.
Yep. It just buys time for them to try to get ahead of the ults.
In this situation with just stingers.
And then the smokes as well, because you have tripwires on mid and B.
Specifically by Francis.
But at some point you need extra information. You still have the drone. You probably don't want to use it until 50 to 40 seconds, though, ideally.
Of how you swing your mouse when the high
There's something going on.
True. Rise up.
Drone.
Stingers though here to Talon.
Let's see if they're going to be able to make it nothing in mids. You're pretty confident, say, but here comes the ults, I think.
With it.
It's going to have to be a monstrous flash play.
Oh, they sent the clone! No, they sent the clone! They sent the clone and Francis holds!
Bailing his team out of the tough situation. Just Cruz left, swings into his ultimate doom.
What a freaking clone, man!
Yeah, a little bit of an overstay from Darby there with an outlaw where the no-scope ability of that gun is
so good. That was such a good call. It was so well prepped.
Stamps his feet and gets a couple of trades.
Dude, the clone is the hero here. I mean, Francis gets a double, sure, but like, and a triple.
Maybe with the end result,
but
you
what
might
a clone!
Overinvestment with the
Let's freaking go. Okay, Domby's got extra ways
ultis now as we are
to delay
up 8-8.
A lot harder for
This
Talon.
is where we start to see some depth in
to try to shove that out. They at some point just kind of have to take the fight against it. They could use the Arc Rose flash, but
off from Danby though. I don't know if Talon are prepared for it.
I mean, you know that the credits are available to come out with a gun such as this one.
Shorty,
to destroy
they know. They should know. So you can't ego this too much, Domby.
A lot of this Harbor utility.
This is such an important round.
To get in front of it, you'd have to sacrifice a body to
so
get
important.
any farther forward.
Armageddon's still online.
To have your shear there as Killua as well to just make sure that nothing happens in B deep.
You're still trying to check B main.
To put our attention towards the A side, don't we here? No more Harbor utility until that high tide comes back online. And Francis.
You
won't know that he's done that much damage to Killua.
Yeah, but Killua can't. He basically has to rely on finding a timing.
A little bit more. Meanwhile, towards the A side, just a full hit. And
dude, Persia just sends him in, and he relies on Margaret. The setup is good. Oh my God, Persia, you go.
Francis, but can you? I mean, you're gonna have to call for Cruz to get over here. How much time can you buy by yourself?
That's the
whole
you
check,
thing.
you know.
Might have flashes,
there's one already on the site,
but they could technically leave and try to cut him off.
This
is why Killua has to go back and help Cruz get across.
No, Ivy, chill, Ivy,
chill. Oh, Killua, he's peppered Ivy down by a bit.
Cruz! There's the opportunity. He's given them a 2 versus 2.
Oversteed, you're welcome, Ivy. And now there's a chance still, though. 2v2, 10 seconds
please,
for the plant,
please,
offer some opportunity to Shim to close in on the market, at least until the sun comes in.
It's a 2v1, he's planting.
Has 1 second left until the salvo is back, so gets himself into a position where he sends it over. Further time being bought.
Upros 2.
Killua hiding inside a boathouse.
Oh my God, 2v2 into boathouse, both in the
flash. It's gonna be a great kill. Just Dabby left, and he marches forward until the phantom shots from Killua finds a round back in for Talon.
Yeah, the difference if Francis is able to finish him off.
Why didn't nobody tell Ivy there's plenty of time, man?
Doesn't go for the cutoff kill.
Like trying to delay him.
Secure that information,
no, they
but
called
I'm
for it.
They're
like they did have a high low, but it's just like
it's a 5 versus 3 for a mere millisecond in time. That gets converted back to the way of Talon. It's a 3 versus 2.
I don't know. It's a high-low setup. It's a good shot, but
just going for the kill a little bit too earlier on. Still, why are we always going to understand the risks to try to win the game there, but sometimes just doesn't work your favor, and now Talon will reclaim the lead.
Majestically, yeah.
I think they didn't. The mistake really is they didn't account for Killua to come back for backup. I think they thought it would just be the spike because Killua was on the deep side of B. And that was a really bad mistake.
Making sure that staving them off for quite a little bit of time.
No, because the info was that Killua was already in B, so you couldn't hide in B.
And he still
they thought they had a chance because the guy would have to run, because Cruz would have to run with the spike. But it's just a bad read. It's just a bad assumption that Killua's not going to...
You've got to be too careful that you don't get flushed out by the salvos, for example, of Cruz if they want to go back towards the A side. But it looks like the call has been made for Talon here that they want to contest with B. And I'm wondering in this sort of time, as Nongshim, what are you doing to re-get some information? You don't have a drone from Ivy. You have an operator from Danby. So you're going to have to try and figure out something, right? A drone in towards mid. You don't necessarily know if it's teetering towards A or B.
Yeah, well, that might do it. Especially in with the utility now.
Get ahead of it.
Primy though, he's just going to gate pass all of it.
It's a jet.
On for the sharp blades into the side where
you can get around it, I think.
Trying to play anchor,
but he's just holding for the rotate.
As well. And then for the mid-round calling back into the A site. Francis still. So far, so good. Puts up the high tide. Jit Boys jumps on over. What?
He needed a shoot. He didn't need a Ferrari peek him.
The panic.
Unfortunate for Francis.
The panic.
Ivy around the corner.
Calm down. You can do it. I trust in
the
you.
Team afloat. Annihilation.
Well, actually, you have an op.
push Nongshim away. Margaret back in, sent out the last second on towards Heaven. Dabby, operator
like
into
if you
angle.
Want to use the op, I'm okay with saving. To be very honest,
we'll get him.
Not that close.
And you just
got
to call for the save here. Another situation where it's an individual member potentially for Nongshim. Had they tackled that a little bit differently, it could have been the round. I mean, Harbor is not a general pick, especially on this map, right? It's not a common pick regardless. You know, some teams toy with it here and there on Icebox, but that wall,
the mental. Come on, bring it together. Bring it together.
Jumped on through that one and found you.
Domby, calm down your teammates. Bring it together.
Been the round.
Focus, lock in, chill, deep breaths.
Situations.
Think of the heartwarming soup of Shin Ramyun.
They will have enough to buy
Comfort your mind, Nongshim. Comfort your mind.
For the upcoming round.
Oh, he's done him there. Wow. Really nicely done from Talon though, despite the time. Bleeding quite low. Still eyes on the prize to finish it up. Now we come into a more stacked ult round of Nongshim, but the weaponry, not the greatest.
It's okay. He's summing
a couple of pieces that you can certainly work with for sure.
Okay. What are you gonna do against Swall, though?
Opener from Darby potentially.
What?
Oh. All right, he does get out.
Oh,
but the operator.
I mean, wall for
still looms.
Crash.
Reckoning, Armageddon.
I don't know about
Or
that.
At least knowing that it has TP'd away.
Yeah, for sure.
Thinking about it.
I mean, you're still looking just to the early game of Talon in this round as well, making sure they're trying to piece together some sort of information, any more lean of a certain player, right? Again, you're going to confirm that Persia is playing in towards market.
No, I know he got walled, but I'm saying instead of
mid,
just tripping the wall and chilling, he commits to it on purpose for the shot, knowing that he's going to trade the gate crash.
This is the sort of scenario where you got to make a good conscious decision.
Objectively, I don't think that's worth it. Obviously, could it win the mental game? Sure.
Split, the name of the game here, and there are 3 members of Nongshim. The thing, though, the Reckoning and the Armageddon are on the other side of the map. They are not going to reach towards that B site.
Okay. Yeah, but the op, if it just gets 1 kill and then the trip, oh no.
Back into
Flash?
the and
okay, good one way.
Pieces on the board.
The jet. Okay, paranoia to keep him back.
20 seconds.
Play for time, play for time.
Talon continue forward with their march.
Wait for
Armageddon now at the best possible
Armageddon.
time. And it puts Talon into a bit of a precarious position.
Oh no! Oh no!
Why?
Dude, there's so much room for them to peek!
Kill a six the plant, and it's just Francis and Ivy. They peek
They're
out,
panicking.
And they get shut down. Francis,
dude, I think they're expecting Talon to also play over aggro.
Denying it outright.
And they are just getting wrecked, man. Their mental is so broken.
Ivy's Armageddon there. If I really want to be,
my God,
pedantic in this sort of scenario, he's trying to get as close as he can to be able to use it, and he has to drop it from outside into the site. Had it been the other way towards lane,
they can do it. They just gotta calm down.
The hand of Talon, but just
they just gotta chill.
No one on
the whole point
there,
of your comp is to chill. You have to wait
to
for
actually
Talon to make the
confirm
mistake.
Talon
You
was
can't
going
try to get ahead of him. That's not the point of your comp.
Bit of a rough
like, I know that's what you used to be good at, but Talon knows that that's not the point of your comp. They're waiting for you to make the first mistake.
Right now,
Cruz has gotten really good at that, by the way, no matter who he's playing against.
Meanwhile, in towards A, got the grab net. Francis trying to get out.
So just chill.
Talon sending up the stealth drone towards mid. And that's an opening double, another 5 versus 3. Jit Boys has found both of them, and Darby is on an island by himself, only good for 1, down with the ship.
Fortunately, the rest of the team might continue to sink as well. Not too bad though, Margaret.
Okay, good kill. 2v3.
But it's still a 3 versus 2.
It's weird, but I mean, it's match point no matter if you don't go for it, so.
Can he shift on towards this trapwire? No, he's going to jump into it.
Persia. Oh, dude.
Okay,
oh my God.
Just finds his scalp. So.
Oh, but this is risky, Quack.
Possibly
Persia, off
around.
angle.
Yes,
they're going to try to aim up.
Oh!
The bait!
Wide swing!
Baited by the grav net. That's a real rough one. And now it's Margaret. An idea. Do you try and go for a 1 versus 2?
I think you have to. You just accept that you lose if you don't go for it.
The next round.
This one rifle, that's You don't want to have to play
life game before.
5 rounds in a row.
He's got to have the idea, though, that this position is possible. He has to shift into it. It's confirmed, but it doesn't matter. Chipboys comes through with a 4K. And now it looks like the realization is there for Talon on how they want to navigate this map on the attacking side. Again, another scenario. It's 4 rounds over to Nongshim, and that's enough to get all the information. That loose bullet at the end there, by the way, ridiculous.
Really begin to feel for the Nongshim
core. Oh, man.
Map point, series point, elimination
show
point,
me one
Talon
calm round.
try and survive in this
Persia
lower
with the glass cannon Vandal. He does this whenever they're pushed down.
Stage 1.
Instead of going for
no extra points accumulated, just 3 on the tally, which means they have to do
but it's Persia, so
a lot next stage. But let's see what they can do here, because Dami has sleuthed his way
they're
in
planting
towards
Dami.
mid.
It's a bit of a hard sell, though.
Still got some guns. That
well,
said, though,
France
the
is
stealth drone from
him.
Cruz could play detective.
Ooh,
not terrible.
Crash. Eventually going to start to fade
but the gate
here
crash.
for Dambi. And then it's a big decision. What do you do? Send another one? Or just get out?
Yeah, the drone comes out, so they know it was a hard push out.
Well. So that's kind of force out the utility.
Always through mid.
From Talon.
Just chill.
Drone always through mid. Another
You're meant to just buy time.
They want to. Now you see a lot
Talon's
of
forcing so much util out early. Look at how fast they're pushing
Reckoning
up.
for info as well.
The Reckoning to push him back as well. Don't greet for the kills.
Don't
greet for the kills.
That'd be good for the first.
Okay.
Pops up over to the
no,
pop
just
flash,
chill.
But Primi does get
okay,
away
thank you,
he's
Domby.
tagged up.
Oh, that's such an
Dive
awkward gate crash.
Looking
That's
for
okay.
the lurk kill. All of a sudden into the A side. Persia had no earthly idea.
Domby, lock
Danny
in.
and Ivy though, fighting shots
just
right
calm
back.
down. Chill. Play together. Ivy, if you
geek out alone for a plant instead of Cruz potentially get an annihilation on board, but they're not going to juggle that one as Darby sends in the dimensional drift for all the information.
You know exactly where they are.
Just keeping invested as well, so he's not able to really pull out.
Yep. Oh, he's going back. He's going back. No, you have to leave at some point. Where's the? Oh no.
Yep.
Oh no.
That one rip straight off
the
through
clone.
To heaven, and now you know that Abby's right in hell. Cruz.
Margaret.
The flick onto Margaret, but Margaret able to snap one right back.
Same time.
Accuracy in spades. And it's just Jitboys left. Needs to come up with the goods.
No.
He's got the first one so far.
No.
Can he find the clutch? It's a hopping Ivy. Hopping off to the sides with a right click. It keeps Nongshim in the game.
Call that a kangaroo hop in my neck of the woods on that one. He's just bouncing up and down to try and get the kill with 10 HP. By the way, it was Jitboys that went for the plant at the end there to make sure the annihilation was available. But it didn't actually cocoon anybody. No pretty butterflies in the round. As Nongshim finally will get another round back, but my oh my, these are certainly getting tense, aren't they? 12-9. There was 4 chances total, now 3.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Talon continues to.
It's gonna go to overtime. What do you mean?
I mean,
turn off the lights.
They've done well to get 4 in a row, right? To permit themselves a couple buys with loss bonus. They'll have another one after this.
Armageddon.
If they don't end it here, because then you also do have to contend with the idea of there's eventually a big ult round that can be possible if Cruz holds it and Killua gets out the Steel Garden in a couple.
Okay.
How the situations play out right
Smoke
now.
does for us.
Okay,
Persia. He gets spotted. Persia, you get spotted. Oh, what a pick from Ivy. Okay, Ivy redemption arc.
From Talon towards
Ivy redemption arc.
But maybe a little bit too early because it doesn't
overheating
find anything. Meanwhile, a pivot back towards the B site for a couple of these members as Margaret is the lone soldier there. Going to call for Francis to assist.
Fine. You all.
So they've got some pieces at this B site.
And so far, Margaret has done his job of putting up those cages at the right times. Meanwhile, for Talon, looking for gaps to slip in.
And they would have a 4 versus 2 at this B side if they wanted to try and slip in there nice and early. As the barrier mesh fades, that's going to be the call for Darby to start to think that mid might have been exposed. So he starts to reposition. This with 50 seconds now is
please.
Bit of an interesting one.
Oh, they're all over the place. So dude, B site, just don't get over here. Don't get over. It doesn't matter if they creep in. Okay, you know they're set up for B. You know they are set up for B.
So far, so good on the entry.
Process needs help.
Whoa.
Okay, just chill.
He puts up a big wall just to keep himself alive in the corner, but it gets spotted out by Talon. Now further kills being found. Cruz cutting off on the rotations, and it's just Ivy left. Does he find the clutch?
Oh my god.
Salvos might be back in 3 seconds, but the TP as well. And that's just further distractions until Cruz swings out from the back. Talon sends Nongshim packing.
13 good rounds from Talon in that one. It took a little bit on both halves for them to wake up and figure out how to do some mid-rounding adaptations on what Nongshim Red Force were trying to send their way. A team of Talon that's had their trials and tribulations through this stage. It's looked awkward, it's looked bad, but it's also looked pretty good, and they are still on a pathway here to be able to potentially go towards champions. You know that this was a series that delivered some pretty damn good Valorant from both teams in a lot of those rounds, but this time Nongshim Red Force will bid adieu to you in this stage, picking up no more championship points, which means everything
Talon was
for
just
them
a better team. Talon definitely are
delivery
upgraded for
in
sure.
stage 2 for their chances
and
to stay in VCT Pacific.
I don't think, I'll be honest, I don't think Nongshim is quite upgraded.
Commiserations to Nongshim, but still a huge round of
applause. And I've been saying
for
this for like, well, Talon
was rocky,
not the
was
same
back
story,
and forth.
But
Nongshim tested them all the way through. A lot of progression from this team. I mean, the sudden comp switch up onto Ascent, and they definitely kept Talon very much so invested in the game. I mean, lovely handshakes between both coaches, both coaching staffs.
I don't think Talon stole it in any way. Yeah, I mean, throughout that entire map 3, it should have ended a lot earlier.
Congratulations,
but the Nongshim guys were clearly like giga broken.
You can really see them
couple heroics to keep the game going.
Relief as soon as they found that win. It came so close.
But it was
the adjustments, the wake-up call from Frost being called somewhere in the first half, they just had so much at stake, and they've managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
How does Talon then continue looking forward? We don't entirely know. They're continuing forward with this win-loss pattern, but that said,
I can't wait for Frost to come on stage and pick Chobra for this win. I'll respect it.
I'll respect it. Huge congrats to our winners today. Now, Primi and Cruz, please join me for the interview. You got number 6, number 7, lucky 7. 네, 탈론의 프리미 선수 그리고 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘의 승리로 내일 다시 한번 싸울 수 있는 희망을 만들어냈습니다. 어느 때보다 더 값진 승리일 것 같은데요. 먼저 소감부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, guys. You guys were on the verge of elimination, but you guys get to fight another day tomorrow as well. So, you know, how relieved are you, and what does this win mean to you?
So I think it's, I don't know. It's just, I just hope we win the next 2. That's it. Yeah. So I'm not that happy yet because
I mean, it was a grueling match.
사실 잘 모르겠고 이번 경기 승리도 중요하지만 이제 남아있는 2경기 이기고 아무래도 마스터즈에 가는 게 중요하지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하고 그리고 사실 아직까지 정해진 게 아무것도 없기 때문에 그렇게 썩 마음에 드는 결과는 아니라고 하는데요. 프리미 선수의 소감도 한번 들어보고 싶네요. What about you, Primi? Tell us about the win today.
I'm feeling good, and I think we have to win 2 maps. To go to Toronto.
2 more Masters.
Nice. He's
프리미
trying to do
선수는 오늘
more in just
경기
English, though.
만족하고요.
That's good.
근데 마스터즈를 꼭 가고 싶기
Cruz can still
때문에
translate.
토론토에
That's good.
가기 위해서 다음 2경기도 이겼으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그럼 프리미 선수 일단 어센트에서 농심이 하버 조합을 가져왔는데 상대해보니까 어땠는지도 들어보고 싶어요. This one's for Primi. Cruz, if you could translate, you know, 농심 brought Harbor back into their Ascent comp. You know, what was it like going up against that comp? Did anything throw you guys off?
ก็ตอนแรกก็รู้สึกเล่นยากนิดนึงครับเพราะว่าเรายังไม่รู้ว่าต้องแก้ยังไงแล้วก็ตอนหลังเราก็สามารถคิดออกครับว่าควรเล่นยังไงอะไรอย่างนี้
It's a bit difficult on both sides at the beginning because we don't know how they play. We gotta see what they do, and then after we figure them out, it became a lot easier.
사실 공격과 수비에서 정말 상대가 뭘 할지 몰라서 좀 파악을 하고 상대를 읽어내는데 좀 시간이 걸리기는 해서 힘들기는 했는데 그래도 상대가 뭘 할지 예측할 수 있어질 때부터 굉장히 보기가 쉬웠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 크루즈 선수 요즘 탈론이 좀 승패를 보여주는 패턴을 보여주고 있는데 이 퐁당퐁당 더 이상은 할 수 있는 여유가 없거든요. 이 패턴에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶네요. And Cruz,
there's a pattern going on. You guys win one, you lose one, win one, you lose one. But then from now on, we really don't have the luxury to lose, right? So what are your thoughts on this ongoing pattern and moving forward facing DRX?
What an insane
tomorrow?
question.
We just think that we lost today, I guess. And then the next one will be a win, and then if we win, next one we think we lost that day again, so we'll win again.
Alright. 아 그냥 오늘 졌다고 치고 내일 이기면 되고요. 그 다음 경기 이기면 또 졌다고 치고 얘기를 하면서 계속해서 그 패턴을 속이면 될 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그럼 마지막으로 이제 프리미 선수 DRX전 가고 물어보도록 할게요. Lastly, Primi, what's your mindset heading into tomorrow's matchup against DRX?
That's actually such a good answer.
I hope we have to win.
Because you lost today, right?
Yeah. We lost today, so we win tomorrow.
We lost today, so we win tomorrow.
오늘 졌다고 치고 졌으니까 내일 이겼으면 좋겠다고.
Dude, I respect it. No, I respect it. That's good.
크루즈 선수와 프리미 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 두 번째 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations once again, guys.
That is good
luck tomorrow.
stuff.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it from Talon. Commiserations to them for the quote-unquote loss today. At least that's what they're trying to do. They're kind of trying to... Is it
no
a
red
reverse
hair,
psychology?
I guess.
Not
yeah.
exactly.
So crazy.
No
Why didn't they think of this before? Just pretend you lost.
That is the key. Every
desk.
match is a loss so that you win the next one.
But to bring it back to reality, they did in fact get the win today, and you know we didn't know
I mean,
what to
straight up
expect from
though,
this ascent.
I think
We
Talon
feel
was
like
the better team.
There wasn't a lot to go on.
Not just
because
they won, but they just have better adaptations.
Of course, Nongshim bring out this different comp, bringing the hard.
I think Nongshim still has a lot of heroics. You know, Nongshim's strengths haven't changed. I mean, I think they get called out on it a little bit more, obviously, than they did in Challengers.
Able to get this across the line after the pistol and the bonus wins in both half, but I think this map definitely suits Talon's style a little bit more than Nongshim. Nongshim doesn't really mix Ascent.
I'm just gonna say this though.
Back to Ascension,
since the run is over for Nongshim until stage 2.
In the Harbor comp, they like to be a little bit unconventional on this map because it's
I really think the Nongshim team
whereas I feel like
needs
I could see it suiting Talon's style, and they were able to get the win there at the end of the day.
You need to change things pretty drastically. Like, I'm not saying play style. Like, play style is fine. Like, that's fine. Like, you do you. And that's why we like him. That's why you're a fan of him. You know, it's the same thing with PRX. But it's the same thing PRX went through, right? It's like, if you keep getting away with just enough, you'll never learn.
Especially when we get into the
and I think that happens with Nongshim, where they get just enough
and I feel like
that
would just
it can always be kind of,
you know, they had so much
you know,
momentum
wafted away as like
a
unlucky type situation.
I also think credit to the coaching staff, you know, good timeouts, really course corrected for Talon, especially.
But I think you need to.
Yeah, not to mention, you know,
we've seen this similar crack show every time. I mean, today was a big mental crack as well, but I think the mental crack showed because you were so behind
you saw Nongshim actually get a lot of momentum, as you mentioned, in those early rounds, right?
So,
and it didn't look good for Talon at first. There were a lot of rounds, actually, that they lost because of errors
I think it's, in the grand scheme of things, like, not to cope, but I do think this.
Comes down a little bit to the
no, let's put it this way. I think you have to use this as a blessing in disguise because now you have a lot of time to really go back and review and retool.
I think we've got some replays that we can take a look at.
Because hey, I mean that's what happened with Boom, right? That's what I give a lot of credit for. That's why I think Boom will win no matter who wins in the next match because they've now realized like how to call themselves out on what they're bad at.
Beautiful Teo missile straight behind the high tide, and you get that A site for free.
And I don't think Nongshim
can't have a better start to
really have that yet. Like, so I haven't said much, obviously, just because they're still playing. But yeah, like they changed the comp on Pearl, but whenever they are losing, it is kind of the same thing. They just don't adjust. They just think I gotta hit this shot better. And it's kind. I mean, it's kind of like what.
Absolutely. I mean, that was great ideas
like
for Nongshim.
The old T1 used to do. It's like, oh, we just gotta hit our shots better. Like Buzz goes out. Oh, I just gotta hit the shot. And it's like, yeah, that would help, but also, have we considered making it easier for you to make, making it easier for you to hit the shot?
So where do you attack, Morgan?
Yeah,
you into a
like, have we considered why I'm not winning that duel? Because the other team has like better contingencies, etc.
Classic. That's the Durka. That's what I know. A lot of teams who call it that. You know, so, really defined it, and they just understand how to play it.
My prediction for the next match is PRX.
I felt like he had an electric series, to be honest. Even
PRX is winning,
back to Haven, the lurks he was able to find and open up into the deadlock on this map 3. I felt like he really.
It looks like the PRX mentality of we'll just out aim.
Yeah,
I mean, kind of.
He was playing controller initially in kickoff.
I mean, I think
that.
Well, yeah, I mean, more or less. I think just at different, different pacing, but yeah, more or less.
Peak Jit Boys, I think of Jit
but
Boys
I think that's it's a hard mindset to course correct because you always just think, oh, I just gotta do better. You know who had this mentality? Was Saya player used to have this mentality, and it really hampered him.
So it's good to see him.
He used to literally lose matches, go home, turn on stream, and be like, well, we lost because I just didn't hit enough shots.
To,
and it's like,
to have difficulty, especially
I mean, sure, if you drop 50 every map, yeah, you would win. But
we've seen it before.
You can't do that every time.
Once the scorelines actually start tying, it starts to become a little bit more than 50-50, and you start getting worried for Talon Esports, right? But they were able to pull through for this one. So
Chobra, please
very
just
happy
take
for them.
T1. Why would I take T1 when I think
actually commiserations to Nongshim. You know, I saw Francis kind of take it hard, just really absorb what happened, and I'm looking forward to seeing them, of course, in stage 2. There is a lot of hope still for this team. There's still a lot of potential for this team, especially since they were that, team that came out swinging from Ascension.
Do you think AI will take
more of it, especially that next step that we were talking about? Now, of course,
especially not in an
by
FPS.
The way, we can feature
in a MOBA, I think it could actually, like up to a certain point. But in an FPS, there's no way.
Like so, we do have something here from. Oh my gosh, I can't read your username, but you say 418 over there.
That's a great drawing, by the way.
We have amazing artists here.
I wish I could draw.
I know.
Someone in the audience here teach me.
I am an expert in stick figures. I should have you know. My stick figures are very dynamic. Nothing like this, of course. This is another genre.
We need to go back to like
OG
2006, like YouTube.
PRX wins this. We're gonna run some ads.
That was the peak era.
Listen, Nongshim's out of the tournament, so
one, of course, sporting the PRX jersey.
I need money. So we're gonna run some ads.
To this next series
I'm gonna step away for a bit, and then we'll be back.
And look, I think both of these moments here, Pacific moments, are very relevant. We've had a T1 and a PRX back-to-back, so you can see on both sides the fans really getting behind these absolute powerhouses in Pacific. I dare say there's going to be a lot of sad people after the next series is over.
They're saying that they're very loyal to PRX. We do have a lot of fans, but on the other side, we have a lot of fans as well. It's a big one coming up. We have T1 versus PRX up next, so don't go anywhere, guys. VCT Pacific will be right back.
The titles here. What a sad day. All right, be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We're on to our second series of the day, our second elimination match of the day as well. It's going to be T1 versus PRX. Gentlemen, there is a world in which this is the grand finals of a global event, but today it's an elimination match here for playoffs.
I mean, as if saying goodbye to one team wasn't enough for all of our heartstrings.
No.
One of these two Goliaths of Pacific, PRX or T1, will be crashing out of playoffs today and heading home far too early.
Yeah, I think for T1 that's going to be a big shock given that you're current reigning world champions, but unfortunately a very close loss to DRX in the upper bracket there. Both of those maps going into OT, so still these guys are showing the potential to beat the very best in the league, but unfortunately just weren't able to get across the line. They are making some changes. We've seen them shift around a couple of roles, maybe move away from double duelists on certain maps, but overall in Pacific, these guys are dead even. They're just a 50-50 win rate in map score overall in this league, so when it comes to playing here in Korea, T1, you know, they don't have the same level of dominance that you'd expect a world champion team to be having.
Yeah, absolutely not. Pacific is a different game altogether, right? And they're up against PRX. Let's be honest, there are a lot of questions about PRX as they are right now, right? I feel like every time it's a PRX match, what we're saying now is PRX really back? Are they back? Why is it that for a team that was once so consistently good, they're now one of the biggest question marks heading into the discussions of Masters Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are a previous Goliath, right? There's no two ways around it. They're such a storied, such a historic team, and now they're sat here in the lower bracket. But, you know, they came in as that 4th seed, so they've had that time to prepare. It's about how well they can use that.
Yeah, I think against T1, you're seeing them change up a couple of things, but overall, you can really expect T1 to be bringing a lot of the same stuff that you're expecting for them. So that prep time will definitely help out PRX, but yeah, I think to answer your question, Mika, at the end of the day, it just comes down to we've seen their potential. We've seen just how good this core can be, but unfortunately, they just haven't hit their stride so far this year. They will be one game away from getting eliminated here from playoffs with a very difficult opponent to start things off. But you can see when they're playing a lot of the more successful teams in the league, DRX, Gen G, Boom in groups, they do always take a map.
Yeah, and they're still PRX at the end of the day, right? It's still PRX, but looking back at their history with T1, I mean, these two teams, they have clashed often here in Pacific. Of course, it's different rosters, but we do usually see PRX come out on top. It was the same roster, of course, for more or less the same roster, I should say, for PRX and T1. They've switched things out quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, exactly a year ago today, we saw the legendary 13-0 that these guys had over Talon. I mean, we just saw Talon make it through, and, you know, so really, really storied. I mean, 13-0 was, I remember this game so vividly. 12 out of 12 most ones. Just insane.
We remember those. I mean, like, of course, it's never easy to have a 13-0, but they do stick out in our heads. But for, of course, PRX and T1, these are two teams, or rather, the players involved here are so closely tied to each other, especially since they know each other so well. I mean, you go back to Stax and Buzz facing off against PRX when they were on their previous team, right? They would consistently face off against these players. They know them like the back of their hands, pretty much.
Yeah, these are players with a lot of experience that go very deep in these tournaments, and that means in a lower bracket pressure match where you have to perform, you shouldn't be getting any choking, you shouldn't be getting any nerves. These guys know how to perform on the stage, and Jing has been doing absolutely that. To be fair, these are stats from the last 2 series, but these are against Global and DFM, so maybe a little inflated.
You're saying they don't count?
They count. They count. And I know there's a lot of Jing haters out there. I'm not one of them. I've been putting him on my team pretty often. In fact, I haven't done today, and Morgan has. But Jing has been one of the better players, if not the best player on PRX for me. He's been flexing on the controller role, more so over onto Duelist now, and it's been working out a treat for PRX. And I know that a lot of people might have had their criticisms of Jing, but he's been fantastic in the last couple of series for me, and particularly in this stage, he's been great.
Yeah, I really think he's the key to this PRX team, you know. I mean, he's been such a fantastic player for so long. We saw him leave this roster and come back. Now he's had to change roles. There's been all sorts of back and forth, but I felt like from last week he was at home on the Rays, and it looked like vintage Jing.
Yeah, it's Jing go enter, Jing do Rays stuff. Iconic, classic Jing. Of course, looking at the head-to-head, we are seeing PRX come out out on top in this head-to-head, but of course, this was an entirely different roster for T1. This was not the Masters Bangkok champions roster of T1.
The thing that's, I guess, in this whole record, the one win for T1 is the one that you hang your hat on, because that's kickoff.
Yeah,
that's
that was just a few weeks ago.
Very close. Kickoff? Come on. That was a little bit longer than a few weeks ago.
Time moves differently when you're at my age.
Okay. Oh my, that feels like an eternity ago. That's so much has changed since
It was just yesterday. What are you talking about?
I mean, it was one of the earlier games in kickoff, and T1 scraped a very close win over PRX that I felt like PRX definitely could have won, to be honest. I felt like they kind of threw that game in the bin a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one stat I really want to highlight here is the first kill win percentage. We see PRX actually edging out T1 in this stat, and PRX have a reputation for throwing mid-rounds.
That's it. Stop the count. They've won.
This is what I mean. I think sometimes with PRX, it looks worse than it actually is. You know, we know them to be this hyper-aggressive team, and people always get mad that they're like, why are they throwing these
W Gaming, we just go in!
They do close them out more than 70% of the time, and more than T1 actually managed to. So I think you have to give some credit to PRX.
Not to mention, PRX have been improving in that regard, right? They have been changing, they have been evolving, they have added Patman as well, so it's a different flavor to PRX. And especially with Patman in the Smoke's role, of course, something can move over to something he's more uncomfortable in, and we're seeing that sort of harken on PRX that is much more familiar. So going into map vetoes, I'm wondering what is going to come out, especially since this is going to be very crucial. Again, elimination match for both of these teams. We saw how crucial the maps were in the previous series as well.
Okay, Haven taken out by PRX. That is what they've been banning the last couple of series in a row, and it's quite a good ban against T1. T1 taking out Icebox. I don't want to see that anymore. I'm glad that's gone. And PRX played some interesting comps on
I love how everyone always asks if Talon's ever been to an international.
But also quite a good map for T1.
Literally went to
Yeah, I don't mind the Fracture pick, though. I think they're trying to play to their own comforts. We spoke before about
it was a rather forgettable run,
map it is for PRX in terms of a stylistic match.
Yeah.
So
Chad, I got some.
Then we look across the T1 picking Ascent. That's definitely a stranger pick.
They haven't played it yet. I mean, PRX is going to get the start.
I was going to get the ramen, but
I
feel like while they didn't say anything last time,
and then Lotus going to be the decider there. That's
really
another map that a lot of these teams, both of these teams,
and then also it
quite
takes
a
a while,
lot.
and there was
but
a line.
T1 I'm a little bit more convinced by. At the same time, though, I say that results-wise, but lately they've been swapping up the comp a lot. They've been dropping some maps here and there. They got stomped by RRQ as well at the end of the group stage there. So the third map a bit of a question mark for me, but the first map here, PRX picking into their strength, and a decent strength of T1 shows me that they're not scared of T1 in this series. They're not trying to play games too much with the veto.
PRX wins this against your cursing, we need to get an Indomie X and Nongshim
pretty close games against
noodle
very good
dish
teams
video.
on this map.
Yeah, it's a comfort pick. It's a comfort veto. I feel like they're not even considering T1's Fracture in this. They're going, we know our Fracture is good enough to win, so we will pick it. Last time we saw them play this Breach Teo style that is so popular, but both of these teams like the Neon, like the Vice.
Yeah.
I think also that T1 at the moment, sure, they're Masters Bangkok champions, but they're not invincible, especially not invincible here in Pacific. If ever there is a chance to strike at T1 for PRX, it's now, especially since T1 have laid
thank
out
you
all
for
the
the 100 bits.
I mean, I'm going to say this as quickly as I can, but I'm a PRX
believer.
believer. 5 words for
Mama,
you, brick by brick.
Better than Nongshim Noodles, and Talon proved it.
That's it. Get on board, people. It's the playoff run
you
time.
Had me counting. You had me counting words.
Other than that, they were the better Valorant team.
Yeah, you'll come later.
They did prove that.
Okay, all right, sure, whatever, Morgan. But I'm a PRX believer as well, so I have that. But T1, of course, not a team to be underestimated. We're gonna see who takes this one in this second elimination match of the day. Let's send it over to the stage for T1 versus PRX.
The thing with what was it? Was it Pearl Ban from PRX? Dude, I am not about to click that link. Yeah, what is that? What is that URL? That's crazy. That's an insane link. That's the craziest thing I've seen today. And I've seen some things today.
Rise Pacific.
I've been using it for years? Dude, that's the first time I'm seeing something like that.
T1.
The Masters Bangkok champions are now facing elimination, but stakes like these are nothing new for T1. They have done this before, and T1 know that they can withstand the pressure. They know that they have. But can lightning strike twice for the same team to get them another chance to get a global trophy?
Coming back from Bangkok, this T1 team said Pacific is a different beast. Just because they won there doesn't mean they can roll over everybody here. But I was, I'm sure they're hoping that it didn't play out quite like this, with them being on the brink of elimination here, having to win to keep their hopes alive.
No, it's a collaboration journey with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, chat.
How do you like
guys
dinosaurs?
haven't seen it.
How do you like Tyrannosaurus Rexes? I love them. The once tyrants of Pacific. While they didn't start off stage 1 the way they wanted to, here's where they can hold down W in playoffs. PRX, they know that the world is waiting for that big comeback once again. Does it begin here with this match all the way through the lower bracket?
Yeah, they've got a long run through the lower bracket. They've got a very difficult opponent to start things off as well, but these guys have had a lot of time to prep. They've had 2 weeks, and they're starting to play their way into form through a lot of those group stage games towards the tail end of things. They look like they're better and better, and they look like they're really embracing a different style of playing that fits a lot of their strengths.
I love that zoom out, by the way, when they zoomed out and you saw Divide kind of in the middle cracking his neck.
Off stream.
What a way to start off a series here.
Just because we have so many matches going on this weekend and such.
Very scary. You know, he
and
might
then
go
when I'm ready
to
kind of like wrap up the game, I'll do it on stream again.
Divide is a fisherman.
Brick by brick, Morgan.
Brick
Come on,
by
man.
brick.
Sorry, let me look at you.
Going into map videos, we're going into Fracture first.
Yes, we are, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, again, like you said, PRX, that's a comfort pick into a T1 that has played quite a lot of Fracture. They played a lot of great teams on Fracture. We did see, I believe these two teams played Fracture against each other in kickoff, if I'm not misremembering, but it was completely different comps back then. You had double duelists for T1. They were running the Neon Rays back then, and I believe PRX was still kind of struggling with what roles to fit in this team, and it was before they brought Patman in.
Yeah, very much so. We've only really seen PRX lose this map to Boom, but apart from that, it's very clear to see why they want to pick this. It's pure comfort.
And look
although
at that,
PRX is going to win this match,
on stage.
I will put up this picture of me photoshopped in T1.
He is back here in Pacific, and of course, you can see our predictions here, mostly favoring PRX, but I would say the percentage with regards to voting this, it's 49-51, maybe a 0.59, whatever in there.
Wow, the viewers agreeing with us as well. I think predicting for PRX to win is a bit of a disservice to what T1 have accomplished. They're the current reigning world champions. Yes,
you
they're
guys
very
want
shaky
this
in
on
Pacific,
stream?
but these guys really clutch up when the pressure is on, and they've got their backs against the wall here in the lower bracket with a star-studded roster. I really think that they should be the favorites in this series right now.
I'm going to say it. PRX have plot armor. There's no way they do not crush out of the lower bracket.
Main character, but come on, Stacks, Buzz.
True. They're pretty armored up guys.
Yeah, no, there's plot armor there as well. And do you really want to be up? I don't want to face Angry Buzz, right? An elimination. But of course, PRX, they have no choice but to. T1, they have so many good players here. And let's not forget Meteor as well. He can be so deadly. And as we're seeing right now, our compositions going into Fracture.
PRX changing up a lot. Something's on the Brimmy. You got Patman thrown over onto the breach. And they're playing double duelist here, Forsaken and Jing. So
Neon
actually, they're
Rays?
playing kind of the comp, a similar-ish comp to what T1 was
Forsaken,
playing
Neon,
against
Jing Rays?
Yeah, big changes here. I think
they
there's
are
a lot
unstoppable
of here for the PRX guys. Over on the side of T1, they're not changing anything, which really worries me. PRX have had 2 weeks to lead up to this game, 2 weeks to plan, 2 weeks to anti-strat, and T1 are coming in with that same composition, where it's PRX who are the ones who are making the change. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit worried that T1 might be too predictable heading into this.
I think, though, that T1, you know, they played a lot of quality teams on this map. They played a lot of reps. They've got 10 reps on Fracture this year in both Bangkok, Kickoff, and now in Stage 1. So they can be very adaptable. They played a lot of games to where they've had to face a lot of different styles. So I'm not too worried that they're going to lack adaptability in this.
That is a wild sign.
I don't know. That just made it even
more
difficult to predict who is going to take Fracture. But let's see what our casters think. Pass it over to Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Yes, the desk brings up good points, but that said, this is still an elimination match, and you had a pretty good point yourself, Komodo.
Yeah, I got a new point though. These guys, they don't know their build diff teams whatsoever. Pilsky is saying Forsaken, and Big Time is saying Jing on the smokes. Nah, how about something to bring out his first ever smokes on the Brimstone, folks? That's something new.
That's true. It really makes you question, like, why are they picking this? But you know, it allows you to put, you know, the Forsaken and Jing back on their comfort duelist roles.
For sure. And I mean, I'm looking at history. I'll take you guys down a
why don't you get
memory
this
lane right now. What did
figure
2024 entail for us with the PRX team? Well, they were second in the grand finals for kickoff, right? So they game runners up. Stage 1, well, they won that one. They got the grand final dub. Stage 2, well, they bowed out in third. Come 2025. I'm turning my head. I'm throwing my hands up. PRX.
All right.
Where are you? You've scraped by into the playoffs here, but is this where it's going to be done again?
That's the thing.
Chat, you guys want an image to curse your team? Buy gifted. Pay up.
The very first loss that PRX received was dealt by T1.
This ain't free.
This being an elimination match
this
between
ain't
two
free,
teams,
chat.
between lots of players who have so much history between them. It all starts off right here. PRX on the attack on towards north side.
Oh, let's stay up there for the entire series until someone else pays up more.
Over towards Dish, and they want to go for the fight. Look at this one.
It'll always go up by 5.
Salvos, though, they have
the first one's only 5, but you want to change the curse,
right back,
it's 10 after that.
And Izu happily collects.
And Jing's on 3. Meanwhile, Forsaken, full HP, but they got to go back and get the spike, and now they're smoked off. How do you even get through this one?
Dude, how did 3 of them die, man? What the hell?
I mean, maybe you click the... Can we start again? Start over. Reset.
Reset. Yeah, I had a tech issue. No.
Damage done. Sorry, mate.
Oh, it is covering the map, though. I'll shrink it.
It is what it
That's
is.
Not
and
fair.
right now, it's looking like T1 are going to be able to come away with the round, unless they have some big mistakes here. Sylvan's low, Izu's low, but it is the double duelists, and there's 0 pieces of utility that they're going to be able to run in with.
Unless Jing finds 2 miraculous kills, or maybe a bit of mobility for Forsaken, but right now that's a quick tell. Smoked off, Forsaken finds the first frag. He's done things like these before, but the shots eluding him for now. He tries to slide into safety, picks up the Sheriff, but still, you gotta watch out for the shots through the smoke. Fortunately, that flushes him outside, where it's a quick and clean kill from Meteor.
Yeah, if Easy didn't go and
I
try to
could cover
hunt
the
down
kill
Forsaken
feed,
for the last one, he would have been
put
finding
it
himself an
above the
ace,
player
but I think his job was done. He got the trade. Oh, it got traded at least at the end there, leaving really no space for Forsaken to come out with anything. Some really sensational damage early on delivered by the salvos.
No,
and all the
player
utility
chaos
towards
matters.
Dish,
Sometimes
then,
he's like,
kinda, you know, Easy getting the hill and then playing together as a
like
unit
Kong
for
Kong looking
the last
get
kill on
stressed
Forsaken.
yesterday.
So pistol round, it doesn't work out for the PRX lads. They're going to take a knee here as well, not go for really anything of a force-up, just a single bit
I'll
of
figure
light
out a better
shields in
slot
here for Forsaken.
And to make some noise off towards north and south side, closer towards B, where clearly a lot of the defensive utility coming in. Sylvan trying to back himself
Tron with
safety.
the goated suggestion.
He does get taken out by Devi. It'll be a second one on a Meteor if they're able to try and flush him out on the site, which they do manage to do so successfully. You can start to look for a bit of a plant here, though. Maybe you're giving up a bit of the goods in this 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Izu, he's been on one. It's only 2 rounds right now, but still very much so aware, and you also have the utility coming back in as well. Outlaw off towards north side, and well, you've gotten what you came for. So the Spike Planet is all it really is. Well, down to the off angles as well. It's tough shots, something.
Does it count if I? Yeah. 5 subs and
yeah, and I mean this is the thing that we're going to look to
swap it
for something, right? Like we were talking about for Jing. In
but then
the
it's
early
10 subs after that, and it can get trumped. It's not forever.
Playing on towards the Brimstone, you drop your smokes and utility, and then you're just shooting, right? You're trying to shoot the opponent. So having somebody who's quite sharp on that role is not necessarily a bad thing when you have to contend with Fracture in the map pool. For the people that don't like it, it's gone soon, and Sunset's coming back in, for what it's worth.
Well, it's one of those things, again, a lot of public outcry, but that said, down to the agents as well. I mean, could there be a little bit of discomfort right now with the utility down? You know, he does go into duelist mode.
All right, bye round.
So far,
Armageddon already online for Izu, though. Damn.
Meanwhile, ooh, pushing
That's
out
a little rough.
Timing here right now, tagged one up, finished up. Only Divide was at south
How's
side.
the game sound, by the way? You guys hear it okay?
Over at the north side of the map, and this is the bonus round, remember, as well. So smoking them off on Dish. It's going to be pretty hard for them to get on in. They've got no real drone ability, but they're going to go.
And with the fast lane as well, slides under, finds Stacks.
Dude, the high-low chaos executes. It's good.
Too much reprieve for the rest of
It's
Team
good.
1, so just down to the final two, but can't really count them out.
Incendiary for Sylvan, flash for Meteor. But it is a 2 versus 3.
Man, you guys don't like Fracture?
And also the
Kinda
door
sad to see it go so soon.
Okay.
Decent trades. Down
Sylvan.
to just Sylvan, who's already sent over the Incendiary, so PRX kind of has an
contract round.
Petman kind of swiveling around.
Oh,
does get
Spectre
found out.
Oh,
and it's down to the final kill, and Jing biffs it. What?
It feels like Jing found the hard frags in the round, but couldn't get the easy one at the end.
The
submachine gun of Sylvan getting the job done, which means the bonus round goes the way of T1. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, PRX, you lose the first kill. You know,
oh God, this feels slimy.
At that point, and then you explode.
Thank you for the tier 1 sub, appreciate it.
It feels like you've just had that Red Bull can cracked in your face. The clutch that comes
you
through
too can cruise
from
your
the
own
likes
team.
of Sylvan. I mean, W Gaming, they got into the site. They were running around with their heads and finding all the T1s, but yeah, just couldn't get the job done at the end.
I mean, Fracture is rough for ranked.
That hurts.
So much so.
All right, Hypersteph, thank you for the 4 gifted. And with that, Hypersteph, you win the bid.
Now down with the economy.
The T1 curse will be coming in. Not really the curse, because T1 clearly is going to win. I mean, you see how this has started? T1 got the bonus, it's over.
He's still able to hold out
PRX ain't got nothing.
Yeah, you still got to remember that a team like T1, they can still know how to play this map, right? They can still fashion a good victory, but as I say that, these pistols, I mean, let's just have a scrap battle.
Full scrap, PRX comes out on top of the brawl.
2 versus 3 again, though, Quack, so you got to get the plant down.
Yeah, where can I put this? The image you sent me, is this okay?
Can
I put it here?
To work with, and he's playing around.
Is that acceptable? And then I'll just sit here?
T1 right now, both of them as a duo, marching forward inside of a main.
I mean, maybe I don't want to put it too close to the Nongshim logo, though.
Sands as well.
Oh,
wow, Meteor! Once again, looking for the needle, and he finds it threaded through.
Dude, T1's got this. It's over.
Illegal. For those that don't know, Quack is a PRX fan.
Well, that aside, you know, if we throw the PRX biases aside, this was 3v2.
I mean, it's a kind of drift log. It's a scenario where everybody has won the duels over at the Dish for the PRX squad, and in the 3 versus 1, you've got Meteor that's just getting Patman, finding an individual that'll lean out from Dubai, and then individually winning the spray game where Jing's spray, it looked atrocious. I'm not going to lie. 2 rounds so far, we've seen the spray not really look too good for Jing whatsoever. So he needs to make sure that he tosses that to the side. And this is where PRX start to wake up.
There you go.
Blimey. Maybe. I knew. As soon as we heard the audio, I'm saying to myself, it's got to be a tech timeout, guys.
All right, chat.
But no, 4 rounds. 4 rounds.
Tech pause.
And this is the wake-up call that we saw in the previous one from Talon.
That wasn't part of the
equation.
equation.
This is the wake-up call for PRX.
It's not one where the coach gets to do any talking, though.
Yeah, this is true.
So
put it in the box? Oh, you want it in the box.
A lot of great awareness coming out from the T1 players currently, and that's why
fine.
You know what Pilsky said,
but it's
bears a lot of weight. While majority of us
because it's going to be so tiny.
Fair enough.
I don't think you'll like that.
Call it like it is. You cannot discount T1 whatsoever. Yeah. They might have had some rocky performances from before.
You want it like this?
I'm just a fan of good Valorant.
Yep.
And T1 so far have pulled away with a couple of good retakes there. And what I was trying to highlight earlier is you got to remember that T1 aren't a team that don't play Fracture. Yep. Right? Close loss to PRX in overtime, beating Zeta Division, playing internationally, having some close losses.
Chat, hold on, there's so many rounds happening.
It's not the most comfortable map.
T1's about
to
13-0 PRX.
They know how to play.
Precisely. Hence the positions once again right now, and hearing so much info towards drop. The smokes have been propped up, and it's Jing trying to launch things.
Oh, dude, he has no idea, man.
Doesn't really find too much, but just lets it rip straight in towards spawn. Now hiding inside the smoke, and he gives Stacks a little bit of a kiss. Until Izu, though, swings back out for the trade. Man. Meteor now trying to play inside the smokes, and he will spot out Divide, where Jing is the only one left. The spike down on the ground. Izu spots out the final player.
There's no coming back from
5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Izu's been pretty phenomenal over this A site at the moment, hasn't he? He's just multi-fragging up a storm, getting set up by the team as well. Everybody's dancing around the sky smokes.
I think I can make it wide.
Looking really good for them. I see the timer paused again. Maybe we will have a little tech issue once more. We'll wait to hear if there's going to be any audios. I believe it's a gear issue as well. So something that we can hopefully rectify pretty quickly, and I think we need to for PRX in the grand scheme of things, as that deployment towards the A side again was kind of just all through dish. Okay, it's a normal timeout. Normal. So we got Coach Alex and sub
coach
Mind Freak.
We'll see. All that aside, though, there definitely is something in the water for the Southeast
Asian team right now. No, he's playing in Brimstone, Quack.
Well,
he's not in the water. He's in the map.
How's this?
But he's not treading water, I'll tell you that.
You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Please Cosmic
Definitely
Sands.
Not the
Fine. That's the last thing you get to control here.
For sure.
Is that even...
Seems like all the...
has to be. Oh, Mind Freak's back in the booth.
To come through,
I totally missed that.
Wow. He's shaking his head.
Not happy.
This does not feel good.
I mean, how many times have we seen PRX just try to get through dish so far? And it be unsuccessful.
Where is...
5.
There we go.
Yeah.
3 times?
Count them up,
I believe.
Count them up. That's it. T1 on the other hand. Phenomenal job so far receiving PRX with every hit that gets sent their way.
And it's going to be another eco scenario for PRX as well here with just something on the Guardian. Meanwhile, you got a little bit of this A control from Izu to spotting by himself.
No, but honestly...
And an attempted transition potentially
T1's
from
got
Buzz,
this.
but they don't need to do anything too unexpected here, T1. Just playing with
yeah,
the numbers,
PRX
playing with the weaponery, waiting to see
they're like
what
double
PRX
downing on their comp.
Going to go for any orb control.
And T1's just like easy work.
With the Rolling Thunder one away, you can kind of just give it to them at this point in time as well, because you know what the buy is potentially looking like. Forsaken with an overdrive.
No, I'll see if
in somewhere too.
He's available to just drop by and say a quick hello.
Alarmbot will be the first
right after this map.
Give info.
Okay, well, Steel Garden goes all the way through as well. Buzz now in with a Phantom. Look at that beautiful movement straight into the side. Overdrive completely denied as well. Now Buzz with his overdrive of his own. Straight in towards tower where Petman tries to fend them off, but only good for the first. Meteor once again down to finish.
So decisive.
Yeah, and they will weather through Forsaken's overdrive as well. No other big ultimates or massive investments from PRX, so they'll have a gun round to come through here, but it is 6-0. This is the one that you really need to see them start to pull their heads together on this attacking side as well, right?
That's so funny.
They had a pretty abysmal conversion rate after. Well, that's just going to get
That's
even
so funny that
Yisel
actually added Don't Ban Me to the auto mod.
Timeout is going to have to be for this round here, and they've got the proper weaponry back in their hands.
See what they're able to scrounge up together. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. You just come up with as many rifles as possible to spray down suppressive fire down Arcade.
6-0
lucky to get away with that one though, Buzz. Bit of
T1, they already have a main.
Would have found the opening kill, which they still will do in a different location around the map.
Yeah, but sending out the stealth drone
Stacks probably gets at least 2 here.
Decent recognition.
Oh, he's got support too. Dude, they are so decisive. T1 is
around the edge.
Yeah, it's all patience now.
Playing it real well.
What are you going to beat out? What are you going to try and do together as a team? Are you just going to go back to
T1 doesn't respond
things and try and set Patman in unders to ult in towards the site and try to go in together?
Possibly. Dude, they're clearing as well. Stacks has all the info.
Dish, by the way.
You have Rolling Thunder. I mean, surely you use it just to try to make sure you get this round.
One here would be great.
Ooh. Oh, he jumps up and sends in the relay at the right time. Does deter Forsaken straight in towards tower. Now Sylvan holding the off angle. PRX completely stopped in their tracks.
Better.
For the Rolling Thunder as well. Now,
dude, T1
is in the right location that might not even
like the fact that they didn't bite at all, they didn't clear Sands. T1 is so good. What did I tell you? Stacks gets 2.
What are you going to be able to find? And Clack, it's absolutely nothing. That's a scenario where PRX
yeah, like they don't bite and then Stacks just re-clears. Stacks is so locked in.
Nada.
Zilch.
More synonyms.
Donut hole.
You know.
Donut hole. That's a lovely one. Egg is another as well.
Oh, we're cracking eggs at the moment right now. We're making an omelet because T1.
One day I'll be able to watch Notion watches this relaxed. T1 just winning.
What's the Southeast Asian brag? I got nothing. But nonetheless, yeah.
Timeout, PRX.
Dude,
what do you got for us now? This is the pick of PRX, remember? So big time
dude,
talking about the fact that we've got 2 weeks of preparations coming into this. It's 2 weeks of preparations for PRX to
T1 easy work.
Get them veto the way they want, or at least get their map pick the way they want, and coming out with the
it's map 1. Who cares? Map 1 is everything. Map 1 is all the momentum against a Masters winner.
You look towards what
you think PRX has ever won a Masters?
Boom, for example, they lost that one. They beat Gen G, but that was earlier on where Main Freak was playing in the team on that one, and you also saw just like
it's cold and so because it actually did get really chilly this weekend.
But then I also just remember Suggest was playing in towards that one, right? So it was a bit of a different scenario for Gen G as well, and they awoke with Foxy9 coming back in towards it. So feels like this one is a bit of a pressure problem for PRX, especially just further accentuated now that this is an elimination.
All right, T1 just has to watch out. I mean,
and once
lockdown,
again, we are on the outside
just empty B, so they're just going to they're not going to push out.
Definitely say that this is not looking great. Meanwhile, for T1,
I trust the GOATs, T1.
They're not really needing to stretch out and do too much in the map, it feels like.
Same defensive setups. Once again, marking down into Arcade. You spot them out in full. Sylvan able to receive off of the fault line even. Decent shots now coming through, though. Forsaken able to silence Meteor.
I mean,
but they're in the
T1's okay with that for the most. Well, Meteor dying is
able to do successfully so far, right? Get a little bit of time on the back of getting the plant down, which actually has been staved off for quite a few moments, as the lockdown will have to be respected.
Yeah, but only
this is the time where we'll start to see the retake now happen.
I mean, you have so much money. T1 tries for this.
Izu in position.
They have Rolling Thunder, too.
A bit of noise towards
T1 can do this. They can clear close,
away,
and then Rolling Thunder, or literally Rolling Thunder and just swing out from the close angle.
Petman, though, with the off angle right now. The Rolling Thunder not let rip, so
I mean,
just a call to save on to utility while the rest of the team tries to find as much as possible. Petman
disappointing.
Then able to collect in quad.
Okay, on the board this time, getting some trades, overwhelming the B site, dropping a lockdown in there is what you like to see. Mind you, the reason that I said donut earlier is because I did see the kill department of something, and it's still the
round by round, brick by brick, track by track.
But this time,
this train ain't going nowhere. Yeah, T1's win it.
And just the team looking a little bit better to overwhelm T1, but they are not chipping away whatsoever. The scoreline,
Sliggy's got you all disillusioned.
So T1 have another crack at a good half here to further extend the lead.
Buzz in position out by Tree.
And also you got Izu spotting out over towards the dish. You'll destroy the turret, which actually looked like it got retrieved by Divide just before it got broken.
Okay, dude, T1's going to stay and fight? Whoa, Izu, what are we doing?
What you got for us here?
No way, no way, he's funneling them into himself. Oh, I mean, kind of
the angles locked down this time, and Forsaken slithers forward
T1.
to silence Meteor once again.
Come on, I just want to get home. I need to eat my ramen and play some games to heal up, T1. What the hell?
A trade, and Buzz now.
Oh my god.
1 versus 2 with an operator.
He's making a lot of noise, so PRX knows exactly where he is, now holding the off angle into the site. You have the spike in view. Surely you're able to find it.
Disappointing.
There it is, PRX recovering off the 2 timeouts call.
Could you imagine if he got off the defuse, lined up that operator shot for the moment they crossed over? No. I would have removed my headset and walked out the door.
I would have joined you, Komodo.
I would have gone over to Chobra and said, get on the desk. Like, get over here and cast.
Yeah, we'll be having fun together as a whole trio now, wouldn't we?
How much are you paying,
PRX, you've actually managed to pull away the round besides making us get on our seats a little bit when Sylvan is winning 2 individual duels there. But they bring it together, they collectively and calmly win the round at the end there to try and get into a reasonable scenario for this scoreline, right? If they can bring it up to 7-5, then we're starting to wonder and ponder. Okay.
7-5, no, we don't have time for that. T1's going to close out. T1's going to close out this game.
A bit of noise towards north side, bait Izu out into the opening, and then you go for a south side push where Buzz has already been made known. So the question is, how do you work around this operator that you're so aware of?
Come on, man!
Yeah, well,
you're usually good for the.
Wow, okay. So he kind of has to play
Buzz
a little bit more
stays for one.
Variety.
Oh, I love it! I love it, dude. Buzz is back.
Flashpoint, but
he's locked in
on the line.
And now it's going to be both ults being let rip from both sides. Rolling Thunder, though, a little bit more impactful, but Forsaken doesn't stop. Just into the smoke.
No, but they don't have the sight yet. That's what's important.
And looks to
they're basically kind of stuck, and they're so weak.
Down.
They are so weak.
The team is good. We got a minute left, and the spike's still not down.
And this is the time as well for
okay,
PRX.
somebody watches for this, yeah?
Surely?
Surely it's been smoked off?
Chaotic, but
oh my god, Buzz.
Dude,
what?
Forsaken traded. Meanwhile, the rest of the team has started to already book it towards B. It is the shield, though, still here.
You know, we take those. We take those.
Incendiary too. So with the rotation from Buzz now also over here, this is now the more stacked site for T1.
I mean, the whole intention of this rotate is to call in with the Rolling Thunder into sight, but nice and blocked off somewhat. The op still firing through.
Only 20 seconds.
Great position to find a little bit more.
Oh, dude, they tried.
Still, PRX finding a couple more trades.
The backup, Spike stranded.
Trading
you just gotta chill. You just gotta hold the angle and chill.
How Devi is able to make this sprint. He tries though, but the angle's still in position. Salvo,
can we show this round enough?
And Buzz sliding in. Devi caught unaware or caught in the animation itself.
Yeah, there was just no way that he was going to be able to get out of that one.
Oh, yeah. No, he's using left hand. You're right. He's one of the ones that uses left-handed.
To try and win the duel against Buzz.
That would be it.
That would be it. As well, that the round would almost have left. So just great little allocation play from T1 in the moment there. And for Forsaken, I mean,
there it is.
Staying at the A side a little bit. What if
I wonder if they'll show. No, they don't show it from his POV. That's what they should show. And that's one where I'll give EMEA a lot of props, is that their replays usually catch a lot of stuff like that.
Stop any numbers of PRX getting through the sheer wall together. Just not able to remove that operator from the equation.
And that's where you really just have to sing the praises of T1 once again. Every single player very aware of what their role, what their responsibility is. Sylvan putting up that
really 0 and
just shows great awareness. Next round coming up, and
we're not on the
slightly different setup with Meteor watching the angle.
Yeah, it's not Buzz on the operator this time, at least, but there'll be no damage on the exchange.
Thrown out.
See what PRX want to try and do to end up
out.
This B site when they don't have.
Let's go. 10-2 half.
You know, I'll call them large ultimates.
10-2 half. Let's go. Let me go home
with the showstopper. But it is an opener.
Yeah, trying to be the catalyst for the team into the positions. He does let it rip. Second blast back out. But
we like that. We like the Sylvan plays.
To Matrix dodge that ult. Now into the kill from Stacks, where he's able to find yet another something through the smoke. Just Buzz off the back line, and Devi.
That's okay.
Somewhat finding balance. He picks up the
op. It's a little rough, but
you're down to round 11.
Yeah, he just
see you later to that gun.
Okay.
No 2 left feet, by the way, for Sylvan in this round. He is just absolutely done Jing dirty. That showstopper dodged.
No,
and the kill will come through from Sylvan.
They should be mostly resolved for tech chat. Next week will be the real test.
What can you try to do is Devi? I mean, the spike is down just kind of in the open in a tradable spot. He'd need very sharp shots here.
You gotta watch out for players who are trying to play off contact as well.
You can just salvo him and he's pretty dead. Aftershock as well. Yeah, the round's done. He's just flushed out.
Oh my god.
Really nice play from T1.
What a timing on that camera switch.
Perfect util usage.
Commanding on this defensive side of Fracture here. And guys,
it's disgusting.
I know role changes can sometimes be difficult for a team.
All right, where's the showstopper?
But not Zero killed him.
Oh, he did, dude. That was a stimmy.
Yeah,
that was a stimmy moment.
Just playing this one perfectly, and PRX, even with coach intervention,
Brimmy won the stimmy.
Scrambling at best to try and
out of it
things out. I mean, there's been a lot of retakes,
just out of
but
range.
T1 have just had the right pieces to
go back in
towards the retake.
All right, last round of the half. Come on,
feeling confident
make
to
it
go
the
10-2.
Yeah, let's go, Buzz. Fry him up, fry him up.
He's online for the ace. Where is Forsaken? He's all the way across the map by north side.
Does he know?
Don't let him ace at the very least, maybe. Forsaken, though, does he look for it? Buzz,
come on,
low
come
HP,
on.
but he still tracks on mid-slide. Denied
Easy
Forsaken.
work.
Buzz has just been sent to the moon in this one, folks. 10-2 half by
Easy
T1.
work.
He's come out with the goods and the entertainment there, hasn't he? Supported by the breach utility, the great fault line, the great flashpoints, and just the individual brilliance to dodge around as well. I mean, 32 HP.
Will something get a kill this map
sliding through
against my goats T1?
Back. That is
no way.
A just destructive half from T1.
just to put things in perspective, you would have to anticipate. You knew he was going for that.
Yeah, that was a rough bias bleeding out moment.
The better Neon on this map right now.
Or even the calls for, to send
Who's the
Buzz
best
down
flex?
He's not scared.
Meteor?
Flex? Right now?
Forsaken. That's a
I'll let you
interesting way to ask this question, honestly.
It's going to come crashing down and eliminate the dinosaurs.
That was, a line that Paper Thin had last year.
That was a
Extinction level event.
I don't think either
Meteor.
of them are.
And he would be one of the big factors against Paper X. Remember, last year onto Gen G as the Sentinel player. This time onto its T1.
Damn.
And he's kind of doing the same darn thing.
Yeah, I mean...
Really? Oh, she's...
it's the Masters.
Yeah, like, why aren't we asking about Izu? Dude, poor Izu just can't get a shout-out.
For Meteor,
why are they doing my boy Izu dirty like that?
We've already said and bid adieu to previous champs winner. EDG. They will not be making their name known in the server over at Masters Toronto.
That's the whole thing about Valorant.
Or Estrella. Bro was flexing onto the other
teams not to stay on top for too long.
Well,
you can't make
so much hate, Miracu. So much hate.
Kind of. Middle.
Maybe.
For the playoffs.
They continue playing like this.
We'll see.
Pistol round though. Let's see if PRX is going to be able to convert this one and make something of this defensive side, or if T1 are just going to run away with this map.
Off on the defense. Smoke's instantly propped up off of the flash from Meteor. And also for the rest of
he
the
gets both here.
Yeah,
let's go Meteor.
And Meteor comes up with a double kill. Forsaken to trade.
I mean,
and if you can hear my voice, it doesn't feel good.
Job might have been done just there by Meteor to find the double, give an advantage to T1, who still do have the spike in possession.
Will continue
so they're going to push that towards the A
improves.
site. They can plant to their heart's content.
Do you expect Buzz, though? Off with the angles, and he finds
T1
the first.
just running laps
relay
around him
bolts,
right now.
slides for the second kill, looking for the third, but shut down so far by Petman.
And now they're not going to overheat. T1.
I mean, what's that kill going to do for you?
I mean, Izu, I'm looking at your position,
Dude,
mate.
yeah,
Just watching the rope,
Izu wonders.
salvos here.
I thought he was going to slowly take the rope,
not
but
play, and Sylvan's just going to individually win the duel. So pistol round now over towards T1, and that just makes things so much more difficult for PRX here.
It's probably going to be map point. From then on, who knows?
Yeah,
Even with the force, you can't really count on it too much.
I kind of understand the idea. If you hear some footsteps over towards the other side of the map, like why would somebody have snuck themselves in towards that corner? You're generally checking over towards, the actual tree side of things and the choke. So you kind of understand why Meteor wasn't cleared there, but
you gotta.
I mean, just credit to Meteor. Puts himself in the
got
right
a
position
force
at the right
spy.
time with the right damage. The rest of the team don't falter after that.
Two Sheriffs.
Now the
Onto
force
one
has
onto
to
the
come through
Rays.
PRX.
Interesting choice.
Otherwise, they concede map point, and 10 of them.
That'll be a mountain to climb.
Yeah, and they're just going to do it bare feet, bare-handed.
Like hobbits.
No tools.
All right, wrap up this map. Bring me to Ascent. Wrap it up
the
nice and easy, T1.
control.
Our GOAT
Assessing out information
Masters
towards-
winners are back.
Oh, well, the fog of war.
Let me go home and heal up.
PRX.
I mean, T1 in this scenario don't see anything from PRX.
Please say something doesn't do it, Jemkin.
They can assume that there might be something
let's be
happening
honest
over
here,
at
it's
A.
not
With
looking
the
great.
shield that's
It's not
placed
looking
there by
great for
Meteor is
something.
just safeguarding that one at the moment. If they do traverse still towards this Bravo site, I mean, they're only going to have to contend with a Devi who's got the turret at one side to spot info, which now gets removed. You're going to have some quick rotations come out from the rest of the PRX members.
He's got to find at least one kill, but he's getting peppered by so much utility. The drone, the fault line now trying to hide inside of the smoke, but T1 has a very good idea where he is. Ooh, slip past though. Shot towards the back of Sylvan Skull. Down for the rest of PRX to arrive somewhere near the site, but the spike still goes down.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go, and now a bit of stuns up around the site as well. Nothing can come through for PRX.
Dude, Buzz is locked in today. Love to see it.
Gotta get the plan. Or maybe not.
Are you going to stream when you get home?
Yeah, hunting down for a Jing.
We'll probably
and there
stream
he
a little
is,
bit.
Meteor once again crashing down upon the dinosaurs.
There's no EMEA today, right?
Map points to come through for T1. That was the force up.
But probably
for
not
the PRX
long,
squad
because
as
I want to get up and stream the...
They're going to try and do what they can come at this next round. And I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, something.
Wait, what?
Get on the board. Don't deliver us a Jemkin effect that we saw on
Today's Saturday. Yeah, I want to get up and stream the America's games.
On their Reina, for those that remember.
Well, if
0-14-9 for something, that is rough, chat.
Yeah.
That
kill would be needed for PRX here. You see a lot of bodies in main. You see a stun go your way. You want to try and get out, or you want to try and get one.
He's not even part of the crew that gets to do.
Okay, I've cursed him.
We've cracked the egg.
He's on the board, and now it's going to be 10 rounds in a row for PRX.
I mean,
all right, I'm going to cut you right there. 3 players from T1 on the site.
Congrats, I guess.
Trying to reposition towards A main. He has a very good idea of where PRX are. Full contact now off the flashes, but PRX will fully collapse and descend onto T1.
You should at least get one
rifles.
Well, it's 5 alive for PRX as well. So if you want to start off any chances to get back in towards a map like this in a flawless variety, well, how about starting off with a flawless round and all doing it together? There you go. Effort by committee.
It's one of those where she's able to surprise T1, but how many surprises can you really pull out? You've been pushing A main for the past several rounds, past 3 rounds, a little bit. T1 certainly beginning to read that.
We'll see what the answer is going to be for, I think more importantly, PRX for the next couple of rounds.
Dude, T1 is
have
looking
that available,
rejuvenated.
this is going to be
all it took was getting sent to the lower
T1.
bracket on their back.
Playing north side of the map. I like the idea that they have down towards the south side, by the way, with the arc rows, but it's going to be smoked immediately for some tree control.
Okay. Well, once again, the A main push.
Just confirming that the information is there.
So much of it.
Yeah.
Do have some
noise over by B
towards drop.
Shia going to be baited.
Full fake.
Yeah, but
A main is in PRX's control, so T1 has to watch out. So they're not full sending it. They're just waiting. Meteor gets some information.
Yeah, he's trying to stay
Buzz with the contact.
Frosty enough. Petman, though,
trade
good for the trade.
Rough, but
flashes out looking for another.
Oh, dude, Izu.
3.
Angel's still available for Ching here.
Yeah, he's got a good chance to really chuck it in the right spot, isn't he? But
where?
You got Meteor coming out from the back as well. Yeah, not truly certain. The smokes will dissipate.
GG, I even forgot. I forgot that it's map point.
Until Meteor ascends from the back. Forsaken, though, trying to launch himself back in. Off towards the 1v1 where he knows where Meteor is. Doesn't really have much to work off of. Just the spike, but
let's
that
go.
is where Meteor will silence the full outright.
Nice
it's
and easy.
13-3 at
nice
the
and
end
easy.
Of map 1, at the end
GG.
of PRX's map pick.
Yeah, I did not think that was going to be the result scoreline here.
At least
for the first
something
one
is going
of this
correct.
elimination game, but T1 have certainly come out with something special on that map. A bit of a masterclass that we didn't really see from them at Masters, but they've carried on the information from that one and just the great realizations and calls in this map.
All right.
13-3 on PRX's
next
map.
What are we thinking? What are we thinking?
Going into the second one of Ascent, which is T1's choice.
And I believe you do have a really good point about that one as well, Komodo. I mean, Ascent is a map where we don't see too often from either team, but at the same time, just questioning basic things like form. It really, really makes you feel so darn nervous because we do have to say goodbye to one of these teams at the end of this match.
Yeah,
we will be fine.
And
who,
PRX?
T1's locked in. They're ready to run it back
before we get
at Masters Toronto.
That second map. Maybe they want to bring something more normal, agent-wise, composition-wise. Feel very uncomfortable in that map for them.
That's it, though. Again, we are on the outside.
I don't think it's happening,
We're not in the practice rooms with them. We don't entirely know, but maybe it's just a bit more comfort looking for that.
No, it is great. Dude, Buzz is smiling. He's having fun playing the game again. They remember that it's about the fun once again, chat. All right, let me run some ads real quick.
Back a few tears there. Very professional. Good job.
Oh, never mind. We have to wait, so we'll do it right before we get back into the game.
For PRX fans and for T1, you saw the smiles on their faces. They know that
let me
they
ask,
own this map. Look at that
if you could just
I
drop
mean,
by and say.
What else can we say? We
hello.
can cry.
They cooked him. There's no two ways around it. That is a tough watch for PRX fans.
This was a Fracture masterclass from T1, and this just goes back to what we were kind of touching on. It's like you can have all the prep time you want, you can have all these ideas, but T1 has played a lot of reps of Fracture. They played 10 reps so far this year with very similar looking comps, and they're just going back to what works for them. You saw it on that defensive side, the Teo drone through Dish over and over again, informing their decision making, allowing them to rotate effectively. The way that they played those sites and anchored things down was beautiful to watch, and then getting Buzz on an info line. Buzz has had a poor run of form recently. Like, he's had some pretty poor maps lately, but
everybody say hi
in this series in the lower bracket. That was
so he's casting in Korean today.
Neon,
how is the casting?
Getting involved in the action,
한국말로 하셔도 되고 영어로 하셔도 되고.
Well.
I mean, for me, honestly, I don't think T1 particularly overperformed here. I think this is a PRX massive underperformance that's the problem. I don't think they were away. Something 1-15 when almost the whole game on 0 kills. Like,
so he says, obviously, getting to watch it from a casting desk, it's nice. I can just enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. But watching it also kind of makes me think that I really want to compete again. 그러면 지금 다시 좀 준비가 어느 정도 되셨나요?
I think that's the problem. You know, I don't think it's Brimstone that's limiting 1-15 back because Brimstone shouldn't be stopping him. It's not something incredibly complicated. The fact is they were not even awake
and
on
so,
that stage.
you know, asking about just how he's feeling about returning, and says, you know, I think overall my physical condition pretty much all healed, so just making sure that I'm in good shape to be able to come back in a good form. 지금 보시면서 그럼 작년까지는 그래도 경기를 하셨잖아요. 그러면 내가 만약에 그대로 경기를 치를 수 있었다면 그래도 어느 몇 위까지는 할 수 있었을 것 같다. 퍼시픽 내에서.
저는 제가 컨디션이 그 부상으로 인해서 악화되지 않았었다면 계속 할 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 왜냐하면은 결국에 부상 때문에 게임을 할 수가 없는 상황이 되었었던 거기 때문에 네, 그래가지고 저는 그러니까 이게 연습을 하고 싶어도 못해요. 그렇기 때문에 이게 힘들었던 거죠.
So he thinks if he didn't have to take a break because of his injury, then he thinks we would have just kept cruising through. We would have kept cruising through because literally he like couldn't practice even if he wanted to. So obviously just kind of taking him back.
I want to more play Valorant, but I can't because my
wrist.
Yeah, wrist is bad, so it's so sad news. But 다음에도 이제 앞으로 선수 생활을 위해서 휴식기를 가지고 있는 거라고 더 좋은 생활을 위해.
So yeah, so like he said, it's because of his wrist. But if he wanted to go long term, he needed to make sure that he took a break so that he could really continue in the future. So that's why the break happened. But okay, all right. Anybody have any quick questions before he has to jump back to the casting desk? 아니 왜냐면 팬들이 계속 항상 물어보더라고요. 요즘에 라키아 선수는 뭐 어떻게 지내고 있냐, 뭘 하고 있냐. 이제 라키아 선수가 뭐 이제 쇼츠도 올리고 막 이런 거 보시는 분들도 계신데 이제 해외에서는 뭐 요즘 어떤 활동을 하나 그러셔가지고.
심지어 제가 트위터나 그런데 그 X나 아무런 소식 공유를 크게 안 하기 때문에 또 해외 선수들에게는 그냥 간단하게 말씀드리자면은 쉬고 운동하고 관리하고 게임하고 복귀 준비.
So just same pattern these days, just taking a break, you know, exercise and then practice, get ready. 자, 여기 계속 제일 중요한 게 그래도 그 사이에 오퍼를 받아본 적은 있다. 이 휴식기 동안 제안은 들어왔었다. 혹시 있나요?
네, 있긴 합니다.
있긴 있어요.
네,
Oh, he has had offers, but we'll keep it there. We'll stop there. 더는 물어보지 않겠습니다. 거기까지만. 알겠습니다. 오늘 아무튼 지금 다시 또 중계 준비하셔야 될 텐데 마지막으로 저희 해외 팬들한테 혹시 하고 싶은 인사말 있으시면 we gotta send them back. So just last words from Lakia.
Thanks for cheering. I work hard and I try coming back.
Awesome. We'll all wait for you. 다 기다리고 있겠습니다. 네, 라키아 선수도 화이팅.
Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다. There you go, chat. So yeah, Lakia. Yeah, obviously he's been on like texture streams before for watch parties and stuff. So those of you who follow closely. Like he admitted, like, yeah, part of it is that I'm just like not active on social media, so that's especially for global fans. So he knows it's hard to follow along with what he's doing, but. Is he co-streaming? No, he's casting on the Korean desk today because they needed an extra caster. They needed an extra person, so he's there as a guest. He's a guest caster. Kind of like, the first couple of times that Mini was there. Obviously, Mini's more regular now, but... Why didn't you ask him about Nongshim? I didn't see the question about Nongshim.
Much easier agent for him, and the roles were pretty natural, so I still feel okay about them here, but now it's T1's turn for that surprise.
Yeah, 100%. I want to see what T1's going to be.
Yeah, for those who missed it, basically Lakia said,
actually first banned it.
He is fully healed now, but he wants to make sure that he's in a good place, like, skill level wise, that he's ready to actually compete again before jumping in.
They've got a lot of reps on multiple maps. T1,
so that's one thing.
They love to draw out the series. They love to go to 3 maps. They've played over in Bangkok. So you have the most data on T1 of almost any other team in Pacific. You've seen this team and exactly how they're going to play so many times. So Ascent is
should have asked Sewell when stage 1. Yeah, we could have done predictions, but I figured people just wanted to hear more about what he's been up to.
For like both of these series today, actually.
Yeah, but I mean,
I didn't think we were going here.
It sounds, like he was saying, like if I wasn't injured, I would have still been able to, perform at the top level. He was like literally forced to take a break, so sounds like he's got the drive still.
Are you guys okay now? All right, let's go into
Dude, that's exciting.
I mean, I've definitely said this before,
it'll be very interesting to see what his return will look like.
You can throw the whole map away. You can go, okay, like something's
going
to
look backstage, the meta at the time.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was doing.
For sure. I mean,
so he simply said he has had offers even when he was, recovering, like he officially was taking a break.
There's no use talking about it.
And I was like, all right, should we won't ask any more then. And he was like, yeah.
Memory reset, come into
so
this series
he didn't specify.
Because, their ascent has been good, right? So it's still a very winnable series for them.
Okay. I mean, they're going to need Will Smith to come in here and just click the little pen thing. Otherwise,
the Men in Black.
Guys, they're cooked. We'll see you in stage 2. Like, I think they're cooked here. I'm not going to lie.
I think you don't believe in the story. This is a story team.
Gekko going to be coming back into the meta when Lakia's actually, Gekko's going to be coming back up, I'm sure, once Teo gets nerfed.
Is Morgan a good salesman? Can he sell you a vacuum cleaner that does not work?
I will believe.
Literally
방금 다시 들어왔는데 something cue인데 왜 그런가요?
I know that, like, we saw in
근데 이게 브림스톤을 하면서 약간 자리 잡는 거랑 타이밍이랑 그냥 다 꼬인 것 같아요. something 선수가 PRX 전체가. 왜냐면 이게 보통 1선을 서니까 아니면 바로 뒤에서 이제 척후대로 도움을 줬던 포지션인데 갑자기 좀 따로 보는데 이제 포세이큰 층이 너무 빨리 가니까 애매했던 것 같아요. Just talking about something in his KD, adjusting on the brimstone, the positions, the pacing with his teammates, things like that.
Okay, I mean, yeah, he's going to
Dude,
need
that
to be
is an
bringing back some of
insane.
that. I heard he was winning
That's
some
an insane
ACOMs
drawing.
when he was
Oh
like
my
12 or something.
gosh.
But at the end of the day, T1 back to the Metacom. It's what they played in the off season. It feels like them and Gen G in agreement that comp's still pretty good on Ascent.
Yeah, it's very standard. No more surprises here from PRX. Exactly as we would expect. Like you said, Mika, something back on the jet, which I think is exactly what's needed here.
Dude, what's up with all the artists today?
Just believe in yourself and believe in what you've done in the past.
Hey,
Meteors rip apart dinosaurs is what that
as long
sign
as we have
said.
a banger map, so we'll toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Big Time and Pilsky.
I don't know if you really have to say that they're getting ripped apart,
but aside because we've got a job to do. T1 now looking definitely primed for success, but we'll see if PRX are able to come back.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, T1 came out with a masterclass on Fracture from
Chat,
PRX has picked 3.
When will you realize?
A PRX fan.
T1,
the series starts now.
T1's just better.
You didn't miss anything in map 1.
We just started? Oh, how lovely.
T1 is just better.
I don't know about that, but one thing we do know is that there
Thank
is
you
a lot
for
of
bringing in
history
Lakia.
again.
Yeah, sorry it was so short because it was in between maps. I didn't because obviously he's here as a guest, so I didn't want to. I wanted to make sure he had time to like go to the bathroom and get settled in on the casting desk again. But in the future, if we're in the arena and like there's guests we can bring on, we'll have them drop by.
Forsika's been spotted out as well.
And this is where the reset will happen.
Yeah, so good old standard comp from Team 1. Rare sighting these days.
We'll see what he's going to be able to fashion here. If
And
he
then
out
just the
arc
fade
rows,
Vice
that
here
will
for
potentially come out
PRX,
from
but
Device
you know,
soon enough.
more or
I think he may have
less.
spotted him now.
Obviously
Definitely
similar
knows.
concepts.
Right, if you've done your homework, you would know. Oh, and into the shots as well. Izu on the lurk. Okay, quickly dealt with.
Yep, but it is.
Yeah,
some
you have
damage
the
to
info
Forsaken,
though.
don't
Safe
forget.
plant.
So 4 versus 5 retake. Gonna be the scenario for PRX.
You have the Nano Swarm prepped already.
How far forward did these T1 guys go?
Not too far. Still under the site.
Get a refund if the
a
curse
lot of
doesn't
the
work.
utility
What
positions
curse?
all set up.
I mean, T1's just gonna win.
Oh, that actually caught stacks, by the way, so no
just
flash
better.
available.
T1's going all the way to the grand finals, chat. They're gonna win stage 1. They ain't letting some other team pick it
A
up.
couple of shots in until Patman collects up the third.
PRX is going to come away with the pistol. Good little retake for them there as well. A lot of numbers, a lot of bodies spotted out on that B side.
I heard you say
banana any more forward space and stretch out through his tree, but hey, they wanted to set up for a bit of a post plant on the site itself.
Chat,
and
it's one pistol.
Out.
I mean, do you see the difference in the level of the teams when you have to get excited for one pistol for PRX?
So as Big Time was
versus
saying,
T1, who's winning stage 1.
The first map and how that eventuated, and
I
really
mean,
just reset yourself into this one.
Listen, I feel for you, chat. I feel for you.
Meanwhile, for T1, not too bothered by any of this either. You do have the outlaw in the hands of something right now.
Standing ahead.
It's main control that they try to establish here is T1, just on this little eco.
All classics. Meteor's got a sheriff.
Into the smoke.
Yeah, he's still got a 0 point for
all on
Batman
his
and all the utility in case there is a
all on his lonesome, as Achilles would say.
Util of Defy. Meanwhile, Meteor finds Forsaken.
Yeah, the Prowler snuck over.
NT Buzz.
Anchors on the site, doing their thing.
I mean, at this point, I think you just stay alive to buy time for Meteor to try to get extra kills.
I mean, I usually say you want to try and survive with everything for PRX in a scenario like this, which they may do so, bar Forsaken.
Whereas to their positions, Stacks and Izu.
What tier 1 team do you think could pick up Lakia?
Peek straight into
I mean, I think there's. I mean, and also language would be the thing where, like, if he's willing to common English, but
the rest of your team is there to finish up.
If assuming that that is doable,
this is obviously
I think there's some options.
T1, and I mean, ever since the addition of KO to this map, how many things can you talk about for these 5 agents?
Lev Lakia.
So a lot of positions, a lot of good calls, a lot of mid-round decisions T1 will have to come out with. Then for PRX as well, right? Some adjustments on their defensive side. Device switching up, going to the B site this time instead.
All right, T1. Come on. 10 in a row from this round out. 10 on attack, easy work. Let's go.
Peek into the shots.
It's all right.
Ooh, Forsaken to finish the deal. And with a double shot up towards Stacks as well.
Right.
Tailwinds away in the safety.
This is good from PRX.
That is not all right at all.
We've been talking about, right?
Okay.
Making sure you destroy that dart, giving an option for something to be able to find some damage, find some kills. Forsaken to finish one off as well. That's a little bit of advice for Forsaken here, but the C's and Devi.
He knows he's, he knows he sees. He's just scared.
Izu, though, opening things up towards A short, where Meteor continues to prove to be a roadblock.
Oh, yeah, that's Meteor for you.
Just a ghost. Can Forsaken really find the frag? Meanwhile, more mayhem towards the A side.
What?
Forsaken finds the frag.
Not my goat.
Down to Sylvan, who does get blinded up, looks for the classic right clicks.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Sylvan will
doable.
be able to stabilize.
He knew
Doable.
where Forsaken was as well a little bit ago, so it's just going to be this 1 versus 1. Plant going down. A haunt for Forsaken available. He will reveal position with it.
Come on,
Oh,
Sylvan.
and a ping. Sylvan has to smoke, though. So to work around the corners now.
Nice. Let's go, Sylvan.
Sylvan will be able to pin him down. The Red Bull clutch for T1 to put one on the board.
Yeah, but a lot of damage from PRX delivered in that round there, Quack. A great start for them as well with the opening double. So 5 versus 3.
Yeah, no, I like that swing. He doesn't overthink it. Just swings out.
They do
knows that it has to be a 50-50 anyway.
Finding some key trades, some key duels. Say a valiant attempt at the end there for Forsaken to be able to try and win that one.
And speaking of the KOs from before, you know, you love this one, right? Patman
KO is generally my favorite agent of his, yep.
Something that he's been
Patman so far has looked the most impressive on KO. What is...
Full pop flash. Patman being able to spin around 180.
Oh, T1.
2 kills until the trade from Izu. Quick
I don't know about
launch
that.
into the A side and quick rotations from PRX over at the top of Heaven.
Yeah, of course, we did see some changes recently to KO with the normal click. If you bank it off a wall, pops a little bit quicker. But the right hand pulling out the gun, always works a trade. Speaking of gun work, it's
yeah, finish it. Okay, there you go. There you go, Stacks.
So 5 HP left for
Chill.
Stacks, and he'll be polished off. So now it's all down to Meteor.
He would have loved one more.
So a minute to go, Quack, for him to try and do something.
Repositions. A main, somewhat expected. Divide as well as Forsaken. Yeah, I mean, I think an Outlaw.
But it's Meteor.
Forsaken's tucked in as well.
It's Meteor. Do we trust? I trust.
Spots him.
He's got an opportunity.
Meteor continuing
doable.
Kind of flutter back and forth around the corners. Puts down the turret for
NT.
But it's still something quickly found by Divide.
Of course, tagged up through the corner of the wall there as well, right? The Outlaw 140 when there was 125 HP for Meteor at the end there. So it was kind of given a little extra chance to potentially win out that round.
Dude,
but
my
again,
adrenaline's like crashing down
from the Nongshim underhanded flash drive to gain some main control. Love seeing Jets just try and dance in the air when there's no blade storms and get out of dodge just to watch that one back. But ultimately, PRX to collect on another round.
The shutdown
now meet with what they had
something pretty big there.
Hey, just something things also. Yep. Does have a judge now in hand.
Okay, so just a Guardian.
Through. Meteor can't really hear a single peep.
Yeah, and unless you're investing a drone here from Izu, for example, you'd have to try and just go with body and hit the headshot.
He's only got a judge. Nice, nice. Good pickup, good pickup. Good pickups. Let's go, T1. Dude, whoa! What? No way. No shot.
Into a position where maybe
you have Omino.
Oh, snaps on towards the quad. Online for the ace now.
He's not going to be playing directly with
Online
Divide.
for the ace? No way.
You know where the spike
Not
is
in my house.
So don't give Sylvan the 1v1s. That's the very least we could ask for.
Yeah, Jing does have the regen shields too, so that's back online.
Okay, into the spot. Divide allowing his brethren to pick up the ace.
Rough.
Certainly a
so
huge
close.
boost of confidence for the PRX
So close.
I mean, it absolutely has to be, right? You want to see your individuals coming online. You want to see the team working together as a unit. A little bit awkward for something losing that first duel, but the fact that Jing is able to just get both of them in mid when you've got the dash from Buzz into the crosshairs of Jing. He doesn't need to move that much to be able to strafe that kill over towards him. And then ultimately ending with the ace.
Uh-oh. Come on, T1. Wake up. You got ults. Wake up.
Having built up, I was going to say a couple, but that's a lot of ultimates. So full rush.
All right, just the full send with the ult. PRX already emptied it.
This one from Izu, as the side itself is going to be fully cleared on out. Meanwhile, Patman can rest. He can wait, and he can rip on his own null command, but they have to kind of respect this lockdown for now.
Could burn further time away. Shearwall prepped up though.
Yeah, because you got to remember no Sova for PRX, opting for Forsaken on the face.
Timing for lockdown a little bit early. Had to be because he needed space. Meteor trying to get ahead of things.
Spoiler, he spotted out
Meteor wins. Come on, Meteor. Come on. That's literally your trademark.
This is from behind. And now spotted.
Paranoia spots it out. But
okay. Izu though.
Fortunate whiff. Izu able to hold down ground for the meantime.
Izu, come on. I thought you wanted people to mention your name all the time. What is going on? Okay, okay, okay.
Lines them up.
That's my IGL. Well, not my IGL. My IGL is
just run and gun down into the ground, and PRX will pick up yet another round.
Yeah, Stacks.
Come on, T1. Wake up.
And then just the 1 versus 1 at the end, but his HP gets the better of him, you think, and Divide's position. Just expecting that duel to come locked in a little bit. Nice try for Stacks, bit of a golf clap there, but ultimately PRX recognizing that they have to shift into a little bit of a retake scenario as well, getting some good flanking action happen with the 3 of them, immediately popping the null command makes it a little bit more difficult for the likes of T1, you would assume, but yeah, the 1 versus 3, and I mean, he was already tagged up by Divide on that drop down, right? So, bit rough for the likes of T1. And they're going to drop a timeout into the vault.
And also
슬로우 스타터 경향이 있긴 있어요.
From PRX, so it's seeing that many ultimates, but we'll see what T1 can cook up together now because it wasn't the entire arsenal of ultimates being dumped into that one round, but it was a lot.
Another fan that came up all the way from Busan, this time to watch T1. Come on, you got fans coming up from Busan. Wake up, T1.
Right, 8 or 9 ulti orbs.
little bit slumped over into their chairs right now, but also a lot of
no stretch, Meteor, stretch. Don't
had a banger
cramp up your arms. You got to stretch.
On Fracture.
There's a reason Fnatic does it.
Sent a map which they were kind of the innovators.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
around.
They made holes in the sign so they could put actual shades on top.
Best of threes, right?
Not played a single time.
Not played this year.
In regulation.
Will you be available for a curse tomorrow as well? We'll be watching all the Pacific games and mostly all the playoff games as well. Like the plan is to get some sleep tonight and then watch Americas as well.
But no, they picked it. So apparently not.
Where is Busan? Busan is all the way basically on the opposite southern shore, southeastern shore of South Korea. Port City down there.
Going to hang around after being horn revealed on this one, baited out by the Prowler. Jing to remove his head, but that's going to be the go time for the rest of T1 to get in towards this alpha site.
Will you be in the stadium? Probably
monstrous
not.
Kill after monstrous kill ever since.
I'll probably let him know that.
But still,
do they take forward space? Last time they didn't, and it got the better of them. They're going to still choose not to. Remember,
why'd you have to bring that up, chat? See, T1, you could at least do this for me. Come on. Just win and let me go home. Why must I be locked in this place without my team?
Pinned down by the steel guard and guns robbed away. How do you work around this? Unless you are Buzz.
Here's the flank.
He's got to meet every single hostile with full
There
threat.
you go. There you go, Buzz.
The first and the second as well.
Buzz?
Into the
how many more do we get? 3?
Buzz,
4?
He's angry. He's finding yet another. Stings onto another kill, but Izu then traded back off. Buzz trying to scrounge this up. He could just send into a right click, but something in with
spent
the
a lot
shots.
of time, though.
5.56 rounds, just picks the round up, but no time for the defuse. And, well, Father Time will be smiling for T1 from this one.
Oh, Sylvan will still go down with that one at the end. Got to give him still some credit there with the paranoia that staves off Forsaken from being able to come in with a bit of an early retake when the flank was happening
갈 건가요? 저요?
and also a from the shadows reposition just to make sure he's in the right
농심이 없으니까 안 가지
location
않을까요?
to be able to deny the spike plant.
Yeah, chat. I don't think I'm going to go to Toronto. I mean, unless somebody wants to send me. But since Nongshim's not there, probably watch from home.
Anyways. That's another round for T1, and they will push PRX onto a bit of a more eco variety.
What, chat? You can't just try to just pin random messages for free. There's got to be a cost, and there's got to be the heart.
Trying, but pushing all the way out, quickly read by T1 until not stability found.
But it's like it doesn't matter because T1's gonna win. T1's going to close this out 2-0.
Yeah,
you know what? Like, I'm okay with like a 13. You know, I'll take a 13-9, but a 2-0 map score. You know, I'll take that.
Weapons. I think the question is going to be with how deep they are in towards B main. Are they going to still go for this?
Dear Joe, we'd like you to consider becoming part of our foreign expansion project team. All expenses will be paid for. The Nongshim expansion project will be held in Toronto. Please confirm
this first half, but we'll see. Buzz is playing into
it hurts.
Slippery position, shall we say. PRX might not be aware.
Lots of util here for Sylvan and for Izu.
Which could buy further time off of the spike as well. Sends it through. Buzz now making some noise, creating presence where PRX then get distracted. The spike continues to beep away Komodo. And Izu tries to lock down the angle. So far, so good. Jing launches the first kill. Buzz then making noise around the backside of tree door.
Oh my!
Jing still finds another shot.
Okay, Sylvan gets these. They're half health.
The spike beginning to get tapped away, but still time being bought up now and will go off.
Can't a man just win a little bit?
Takes both of them with it.
Can't a man just win a little bit?
Surviving with the weapons into the next round for PRX.
Gosh,
by the
darn it.
We'll have another purchase to come on.
No time. Okay.
Out for T1. Able to find a couple of openers, but it looks a little bit risky, doesn't it? Like when you're going.
I was looking at chat and then I realized. All right. We won. We won.
We see a lot of teams crumble in those sort of scenarios if they're not comboing a dart, for example, on the back of it as well. But you throw a bit of distractor or a flash for that matter. But it works out a little bit for PRX. So it's good to see that they have a couple of these calls that they can come out and look to go behind them with gusto.
Yeah, so certainly
the picture that keeps on
much
giving.
Different performance from Map
I can't believe they did the side-by-side comparison.
I know it's early on, but the timeout now being called suggests that there could be something in the.
Do you think Euro will stay meta even after Teo nerfs? I don't think he'll be as dominant as he is now.
They're going to get back in towards this one. As much confidence as they already
will be. Are we getting face paint of PRX win?
Right? So
no.
have a little bit
Chow,
of discussion.
What do you think? You think my face is just some ad billboard that you could just buy?
Especially when you're already in the lead. I mean,
if PRX wins, I'll just be depressed.
PRX have been the team that have got the most successive rate on defense for this stage.
That's considering, you know, the few maps they have played, but we'll see. Do have an outline in the hands of something right now. Some possible ultimates as well. Of course, Forsaken does stay alive. PRX has been pushing out for the past couple of rounds. T1 and playing cautious.
Just falling back towards a bit of defense.
It would be a great asset. Maybe people don't
not spotting anything. Jing tempting fate.
No.
No. It's absolutely gorgeous. Imagine
stop.
This one. No,
okay.
It is an advantage.
Sylvan the goat.
Patman
Sylvan the
forward,
goat.
However, but the main thing is you've just lost your smokes.
Yeah, it can make it a little bit difficult on the defensive side, but it is a 4 versus 5, and you do have a Nightfall for Forsaken in for a retake scenario.
If PRX win, they'll be the first team to break your curse streak. No,
T1's
winning, Chad.
As I said, they just got it back online.
Don't you understand?
Mark,
like, PRX is up by 2 rounds on defense on Ascent. I don't think you guys understand that T1's winning.
Tries to spray and pepper all of them down to possibly allow something to peek out with this Outlaw in position now. Crosshair zeroed in. Chooses to take out the drone, the turret instead, into the pop flash, but still great Nightfall. And that allows for the
Meteor,
rest of PRX to begin marching.
You've done these before. There you go. Now it's a 1v2.
Like he's done before. He might be seized at the 1 HP. Where then, even though his feet have been planted firmly into the ground, Forsaken removes him outright.
Yeah, strikes him 6 feet under. Nice retake round again for PRX there, and that's why I highlight the Nightfall, right? That's why I highlight the 4 versus 3, because they're going to be absolutely happy to go in for the retake scenario like that. Patman with the 0 point, it removes the turret, it gives his teammate
I think even after KO nerf Yoru is such a strong duelist.
Oh,
no, I think he'll still be strong. I just don't think he'll be as, like,
destroy it when the 8 seconds are
as go-to, because if you don't use Teho, you can probably make do with other ones that don't require as much finesse.
They set
no
themselves
pun
up quite
intended.
nicely now for another round on the back of that swinger, because there's no real credits in the back pocket for T1, who have to play Hero Stinger. Now, you heard me talking about it earlier, Clack. Hero Stinger percentages have been very strangely potent.
Come on, T1.
In Pacific.
Just one more. Just one more.
So let's see if he can do it.
Oh, straight in, close range, but quickly spotted out by Devi.
We return to normal.
Sheer wall as well. Forsaken just happy to lap up
T1,
every single final target at this point. Ooh,
nearly.
The fragment. Still though, fully aware of where T1 are. Just got to play around the position safe.
Hero Stinger sends it full into the site.
For the off angle, Patman from spawn as well. 7-3.
Yeah, looking to have a pretty damning defensive side here are PRX. They come into this next round as well with, some lesser weaponry, but they've got some ults there that can cut T1 down to size. Something's going to get out the Operator, so they can even change the look on their defensive side as well. And I mean,
honestly, winning against the Make-A-Wish team is morally questionable.
With the tip of the spear and
what are they doing?
With a flash drive support by Stacks, not going to work. So PRX are starting to recognize what they need to do on this map, specifically on the defensive side here to try and
they
make
got
it
off.
Something of
Come on, we know, like you know that they were going to play this, right? You knew, because that's what PRX has been doing. They've been playing maps where they can play Jet on the up.
Getting shut down.
Yeah, I mean, he's always just been noted at least over at the B side.
All right, Stack says I'll do it.
I'll
do it myself.
By body.
I'll do it myself moment here from Stacks. If he gets one and stays alive, opens up the site for A. Doable. Doable for T1.
Toying with fate.
Oh,
doesn't
catch it. Just catch the belt.
Still scoped in though.
Yeah, you're not getting out of that one as Stacks, unfortunately. Another 5 versus 3 now, Quack.
Able to punch through. A main, it's a little bit clear. The fragment and everything all thrown in just to force them off as well. Something with a mid-air shot. Jing in for the spray. And now for the final shot, something picking up huge numbers compared to the previous
Come on.
Absolutely smushed
Come on, T1. Lock in.
Great shot to come out from something.
Where's the form that we saw at Bangkok?
Highlight it again, right? Just forget the result on the first map. Come out of this one as a fresh new one. You still know how to play Ascent, even if you haven't had some good results on it. It's a map that's been in this game for ages, and you've changed one player in towards your roster, right? Mindfreak is technically still here, but Patman's in it.
Which then brings to mind also, for T1.
Just the last round.
Recovery.
With, two Bulldogs, 2 Guardians.
Second half. They feel the need to, switching onto their defensive side again. They are playing the old faithful Agents of 5, the normie meta, the boring meta.
The normie meta.
Yeah, it's boring.
Well,
remember, you give me 100 agents, right? People are probably still going to play this 5 set.
It's tried and true. It's optimal.
Yeah, this is true.
It's a team that are so used to it.
Is it, though? Because PRX are leading quite.
Okay.
8-3,
fair.
Trying to turn it 9-3.
Yeah, but they're on defense.
We
Come
have
on.
modern iterations of the Ascent.
Where's the faith?
That's it, though. Right now, it's a lot of footsteps, a lot of information in towards B until T1 rotates silently in towards A.
And you got to remember,
Chad, it's just the first half.
T1's
T1's got this.
Izu with a Hunter's Fury. They can look to set these up as Izu's playing Lurk. Maybe has to think better of overextending by himself.
Stacks is going to read PRX so fast.
Getting what?
In the second
2,
half?
maybe 3?
Which would be enough to confirm a possible hit. The turret down as well. 50 seconds left for T1, and they have yet to decide.
Are they scared in a situation like this? From the shadows from Sylvan.
30 seconds. Doable. You just have to delay now. This is perfect.
Of mid, potentially to still go to the A site if they do want to with that lockdown, pushing them out. But with confirming the information now, the eyes are going to be towards this Bravo site.
Okay,
Something
they get in.
Guns have to do the delivery here.
Oh, so quick. Well, thankfully, Jing does TP down towards Boathouse, though.
Jing is here.
Something close by.
Yeah, spray to keep him at bay. Nice. Good clear,
This might be a chance for T1 to get the spike down. Playing post plant as well.
Blaze are going to come back online for something here. Divide with the Steel Garden 2.
In position, but you also do have Meteor kind of lurking back around. PRX might not be aware. Then you have the
huge ult, huge flank, huge lurk. Let's go.
Divide left.
1v5.
Might have sent over the ult, but can he really find every
All right, what did I say?
Pushes through that smoke.
4 is all we need.
Certain death, so
4 is all we need.
But he gets suppressed as well into
there
position.
You go.
Then Buzz to pick up the burst. A flawless round.
You know, we had to give him hope.
Yeah, you think they might
T1 takes hope
out of that A site there
and
as
makes
well,
it a reality.
Not to have Sylvan with the From the Shadows to
PRX did a whoopsie.
It's
not looking good.
Still on the site itself, which technically Jing did get there a little bit early, right? He wasn't taken out. He was given an option to try and win some duels, but just didn't really happen there. And T1, they do make it work, but the plant goes down with the
all right, halftime. We switch it up.
From Meteor 2. So 4-8 at the half. I think it's quite respectable for PRX going
we're going,
the second.
well, it's not
but I'm also just
early either way, but we're going to go home.
4,
easy peasy.
Not the best,
oh, Stacks' best celebration, the Mouse Kiss or Vamos? Dude, it's Mouse Kiss. 100%.
Celebration. Mouse Kiss or Vamos!
Okay.
The Vamos is this one where he's like.
That's what it's going down to.
He keeps repeating it.
I think one of my.
This is Mouse Kiss easy. The Mouse Kiss is historical.
Against, was it
scarier. Alex's punch or Forsaken's
Which is scarier?
Good wave, good wave. Which is scarier, Forsaken's agent pull or Alex's punch?
What's scarier, chat?
Yeah, probably the punch because we look at Forsaken's stretch of agents, and I mean, I'm going to do him dirty here. Look how many agents are actually resulting in
gosh, they can't be showing him right after. That's crazy.
Have like a couple of agents played once, right? It's the smallest of sample sizes.
When you put it like that.
Yeah. Alex's punch, I mean, that's a lot more consistent than the agents that Forsaken's playing, so.
Oh my god, all jokes aside, this still could go the distance. Depending on how PRX starts off on this.
We don't actually know if Alex's punch hurts or not,
Definitely
but we do know that Forsaken's agent pull generally hurts.
We're starting off with Buzz under Sheriff, possibly peeking down mid.
Yeah, let's see what PRX's offenses do have for us now.
Right, this is where PRX truly got tested because they haven't seen T1's Ascent in the longest time ever, remember.
And they can have as much guesses as they want with what agents will be specifically where and what tendencies T1 are going to come out with, but you know, defensive side
checking with a jump peek
was a meta for the longest
of
times.
They want to re-clear.
Generally, Killjoy B side.
Timing.
A change up for T1, a little bit of a different look, and I don't mind it right now, but the test is going to be over to the B choke for Izu.
He spots him. Takes a bit of damage as well.
That's a big paranoia, so you know there's one market.
Lovely.
Oh, how many do we get? There we go.
Stacks and Buzz. They spring forward. Forsaken to trade back. It's 2v2.
Yeah, it was a 4 versus 2 for a mere moment in time, wasn't it? Plants start to go down by Patman, clearing the site. 2 first, has the 0 point available.
What do you mean by Forsaken's agent pull hurts? Like, it's scary. It does damage if you have to go up against it.
Maybe, especially with the flash. You do have the smoke up as well, so Sylvan could definitely block things off. Forsaken looking to peek off of the smoke bloom, though, but a little bit early now. He finds himself in a precarious position. Can he find a single shot? Quick for the Haunts, but gets cut out the animation.
I like this from Patman. A good reposition, but Sylvan expecting it, what a shot! And now for the next
oh my!
Every single bit, and he laps it all up. 1v2 clutch. It's a Red Bull victory for Patman to pick the pistol up in the second half of PRX.
Man, I'm looking towards the ghost shots to come out in this round, and you're just thinking to yourself, why have they bought armor? Why have they got 25 extra HP that I can't finish him off immediately?
My!
But the ones that haven't got that little light shield in there, I mean, they just head removed from the shoulders, buzzing stacks, courtesy of Forsaken in that one. But this first shot from Patman, I mean, that's just absolutely disgusting.
And it just tells you how confident he is now. If there were a scenario where he wasn't feeling as confident, was hiding still inside Boathouse, that might have been a very different round. So great round by Patman, but back in.
I mean, let's just put Patman on KO all the time. Please.
We'll see. Depends on what the team demands. But
all right, they're already here.
With a Vandal
ready for a pinch, but
T1 then
it's going to be tough with the weapons they have.
Trying to lurk and hold out by top mid. Will be able to clip someone's head.
They only had one sheriff, and it's now down.
The hit kind of trails off.
A little bit. Dubai not able to get a second one, but it's a little bit of damage at least.
Yeah, good enough. Then for the side hit to come through, Paranoia sent over. Something looking for a different pathing, knowing that could be, well, Izu kind of tucked in somewhere. Jing then spraying forward with the Bulldog, something to play in towards Spawn. He does find the first one. And then to play Disciplined.
Come on, come on, come on. 10?
Nothing seen.
Good place to stop. It's 10.
Slowly creeping forward, in for the shots. Petman finds Meteor.
No, chat.
HP, courtesy of the damage that Divide dealt before his
Oh my gosh, I almost kicked my PC.
One,
or the stream PC.
Yeah.
Chat. Well, you don't have to thank me. Like, there is no curse, chat. I'm just trying to make some money off of a meme.
Damage as well, though.
Yeah, I mean,
T1's got this. Don't worry about it.
Right? They're getting a lot of victories, but they're never doing them clean 2-0 style, right? It's always these 3 mappers that were delivered for them, always keeping us on the edge of our seat. But, you know, still looking to have some deep runs, still looking to do some great damage. Is this another scenario, another page in the book of T1 Map 3 affairs? The way the PRX are playing at the moment, potentially so, but this bonus round here is...
Okay, so the op's going to be delayed for T1.
For either which way, it's a great
so they gotta win this out for sure.
Going to judge, definitely work with that.
100% endurance, and Meteor still has some left in the tank until that is something bleeds and dries.
Because they like completely vacuum
as well. So
the surrounding.
Harry Potter's there.
They friggin' hurt, and they're so warm.
This round for PRX. Meanwhile, bit of a lookout from Sylvan to mid. You've got Stacks there as well, up the guts.
And then possibly for Jing, something to cast Wingardium Leviosa into the A site. But you do have Sylvan sneaking up with an invisible cloak, though.
Patman's aware. He's aware of it, and he's got Sylvan. So now things look a little bit better for PRX. Meanwhile, Patman picking up the null command, removing everything.
Whoa,
Stacks is just trying to send it early.
Dives
and he's
down.
not going to do anything.
No.
Oh, flash play being read as well.
Buzz?
Down to
One more?
Buzz, who's looking for the shots.
No, he's chill.
But Patman, once again, back online. Izu the only one left, and he's right on the other end of that smoke. Jing quickly spots him out.
Bonus round secured for PRX. This is why I mentioned that there's certainly enough that they can
oh my
do in this
goodness,
round,
no, not like this.
Patman, I would have to say, picking up the good mindset, the good awareness that mid is open and T1 could be lurking up there. So the fact that he's able to find that kill, he already had the null command going into that kill before Sylvan, but just popping it into
Last map
the
is
side.
loaded, dude.
Got, 3 players assisting there for something's kill.
No, T1's Lotus is gonna be good, but like you obviously don't want to go. I don't have a great feeling about it though.
Bonus round 1. So
come on,
11 to,
come on, T1. What's the solution on him?
Yeah,
give me the solution.
It's a bit of a rough one for the Korean fans.
That's why it's
rough one.
A little bit silent in the S-Plex stadium for now. But that said, you know, it still
all
is
good. All good. T1's got this.
And I mean, if you remove yourself from the equation in this scenario, we were flipping it the other way on Fracture, right? So this very well may be a scenario where you're just trading maps and pushing us to the 3rd.
It certainly looks like
the
that's
Dino
what both
train
teams
is
want
back
us
on the
to
tracks.
But
PRX 스테이지1이 끝나가는 시점에서
방향을
방향을 바꿨어요. 방향을 그냥
thanks to the
썸띵이
likes of Jing,
Z하고
who's
오퍼할 수 있는
putting up huge
맵들을
kills on
많이
the Omen, but also
연습을
for
하자. 위주로
Patman
연습을
again.
하자.
I mean, I have to mention
프랙처야
because
원래
he's so aware,
잘했었고
he's been a great addition to the team.
엄청나게
And I mean, I'll
공격적으로
highlight
해볼 수
something as well, right?
있으니까
He's getting one kill almost
어센트
nearly
그래서
every
이런
round,
거를
where
다시 좀
in the last
피해서
map
하기
he had one
시작했어요.
kill.
그러니까 플레이를 하기를.
Can't count Ilya out, but that said, we will have to see what T1 has in stock for us. They called the timeout now.
Yeah, but it's just the bad buy, right? It's a stinger, it's some sheriffs.
We might be facing that point.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, might be here
hero
somewhere.
stinger, but it is
But
defense.
is it in the server today? Lots of killjoy set up for the A site here. Refresh the one way. You can send in a prowler as Forsaken to spot some information.
You got a lot of setup on A site here for T1.
Meanwhile, it's just all the defensive utility around the A site. PRX.
Buzz here as well, wide angle, high expand the box.
Yeah, this gets a little bit dangerous.
This is doable.
T1 do have 3.
Doable. The dash in.
For the default
half
hold.
flash.
Yep, 3 on the side.
He's
we'll
above.
See if they can find close range damage. Something.
Oh!
Snap.
Timmy
Name for the
turret.
kills as well. Timmy the turret does find one,
Meteor's
but Buzz
turret gets
in with a ghost 2.
more kill
then
than,
trying to waterfall off, but still with the pop flash in. Oh, come on. It's not quite enough. Stacks tries to line them
So
forward.
many reveals off Izu's Recon, just can't finish
Not
anyone.
enough. Yep, you got the Razor Vines up now as well. I think they shut it down, but still in for the firefight. It's just PRX with a firing squad, but now they're low HP.
Yeah, both of them are low, aren't they? This is doable.
Izu, slight chance, but PRX trying to hold up for the linear line now, which makes it tough for Izu to swing all the way forward. It would take
I mean,
a massive
dude, if he had a rifle,
bunch of cojones for him to really go in for the duel. Waits for the recon, plays it safe. PRX quickly shooting it down. Not quite able to locate the wall bang. He's trying to triangulate their positions, but PRX tucked down, low HP, but Patman still comes out on top.
Well set up.
Just not able to
Map
get it.
point.
I mean, I'm salivating at the fact that the recon got so much for Izu in that round, just not able to find a kill with the sheriffs there. I hope we get to see it back in the replays, but of course, you know, a Haunt coming out, you know, an opportunity, a turret getting a kill in there onto Forsaken. I think he ran in towards a molly, which is how that one's eventuated there, but yeah. Nearly
I told you, chat, map 1 doesn't matter. Map 2 ain't over. Map 2 ain't over.
Not going their way though, Quack.
Buddy.
That means it is a flawless attacking side for PRX so far.
Listen,
It's now 8 map
10 rounds in a row. Let's go. T1 starts right here. Buzz has us up. You see that? That's called an operator. It kills the opponents in one shot, and Buzz is very good with it.
Yep, posted up.
He's very good with it. He's got mid locked down.
That's it. PRX.
He's going to reposition shortly, I'm sure.
Kind of eluding a lot of these sight lines. They route back towards B.
And this is where they just need to lock, you know,
he's watching over to B lobby.
It's only one round, it's only one round, but we have seen a lot of teams crumble and falter in scenarios like this.
Why, yes.
Some information off the drone.
Well, for the rest of T1, they're still sticking.
I mean, you have all the util on A, so just leave the Killjoy, start to shift over. There you go.
Equation for a couple of seconds and allowing enough time for T1 to start to rotate towards the B side.
Wow, which is also a great push then for Meteor to go out A main.
And what does he do best when we think
Dude,
of Meteor? We think
this
of
is
him
so good.
in this game.
This is good from T1.
It's always been a treat to witness.
This is good for T1.
Heads up duels to crash down onto the dinosaurs once again. Do they turn back around?
Okay, he gets one. He just buys time. Reset. Forces them to have to rush into B site. And there's the op.
Oh! Kind of just funneled straight into B. Something trying to fly past a lot of it, though.
Fragment. Oh, he spots side of one.
Oh,
no! No!
Kill. Izu stacks. Can they hold it down?
Dude, something. What
so
the
far,
hell?
So good. Izu with a double kill. Something swaps on. Pulls out the blades. He pulls the right click.
The plant?
2v1. He doesn't quite have the plant, doesn't need it as the Vi has collapsed on towards T1. We end the second map 13-4. A swift victory picked up and pushing us into map number 3.
I mean, this series deserved it. Our last series deserved it. It's elimination games in VCT Pacific playoffs here, baby. And we get map number 3 to hopefully deliver yet again. It's good to see as well that PRX woke up coming in towards that map. We were asking them, where are you, sleepers? And they are here.
Right, I was so afraid of what it would feel like in their ready room, but thankfully,
We'll see. See what T1 has switched up. Hopefully, as long as it's not Meteor,
towards our final match.
Meteor Tejo.
They still got a lot of life into them. They are waking up inside.
All right, chat. We're gonna run some ads, and then I will be right back.
So you definitely don't want to count them out.
No, I mean, what? It's 13-3 on map number 1. It's 13-4 on map number 2. I mean, what's in store for the final decider on Lotus? Oh, that is such a tantalizing map to finish this series, isn't it?
Yeah, so much so. I mean, think about T1 going overtime from before. PRX playing this map several times and having rocky performances back and forth. You never quite know what's going to happen, but you can be sure that it's going to be very entertaining Valorant. Komodo, it's all aboard the T1 or PRX Express.
I mean, someone's getting eliminated on the tail end of the next map, not picking up any more points in towards the VCT Pacific chances to get in towards champions later this year. Of course, you can get there through, you know, doing good in stage 2, right? You're picking up points, you're picking up hopefully a top spot to get the direct invite, but you never want to have to rely on trying to do something from a downward position.
That's right. We'll toss it back over onto our desk to break down this map that we just witnessed.
We're back! PRX is back! We're back on the roller coaster, and this is how it goes. 13-4. PRX takes Ascent, and something really giving an amazing performance, really bringing to life PRX once again.
We are so back!
We're back!
Which, Pilsky, anything you'd like to say or apologize for?
I'd like to apologize for picking the meta comp on Ascent. Why on earth have they done that? No, I mean, PRX, it's the same win conditions that we've seen work for them on this map before. They start out beautifully on the defense. They have such a great active defense with the double E knit. Yeah. Something got active. Everyone was performing across the board. So, look, fantastic performance for PRX, but if you're going to point out the fact that T1 played well on Fracture and PRX completely underperformed, the exact same thing happened in this second map. I felt like Buzz was the only one who turned up to this game. I've never seen Meteor get bullied so hard on the Killjoy.
They were running at him. He could do nothing. I mean, I do have to agree with you. I have to say this was a T1 underperformance. For me, I'm still confused why T1 picked this map. Because
well, obviously,
they haven't played it, and then they come out with the default card.
No, surprise! Have to go to map 3. We can't win 2-0.
That's true.
We don't play 2-0 Valorant. We play 2-1. Punch the clock Valorant.
It's an elimination match. It's playoffs. There are no more 2-0s. That was in group stages.
It's all about the story. Something had to create the doubters to then prove them wrong in map 2. Where were you when something came alive? Where were you when they ran the railroad?
Have you been talking to Sideshow? Have you been talking to Sideshow? I'm getting the same vibes. You're missing the tinfoil hat.
I'm just a believer. I'm just a believer. This is what they want. They want you to think they're gonna lose. That's when they're at their most powerful.
Let's roll the replays.
We're gonna check out some replays right now because even I'm overwhelmed.
Look, I think what I really like from PRX this game is, like I said, the active defense. I'm not usually a fan of Fade on this map, but the way that they play Fade and KO on this map is fantastic. You can see they're fighting both mains at once in this clip here. The Fade was prowlering out B main while they're fighting A main. This active retake as well. Paranoia straight through market. Prowler straight down into B main, and they're getting a triple flank off while T1 has taken the B site. They can just be so flexible and active with this comp, and the way that Forsaken plays this Fade is fantastic to watch.
Yeah, the Fade is the real standout. You know, we see he's able to use these prowlers, so hiding in those corners like we just saw Easy do is so much less effective because we have so much less, you just have less util with the Sova, right?
Look how much they're bullying Meteor. Like, you'll see another clip of it later on, but like, literally, they know that Meteor's defaulting B main and they just run at him.
Gotta highlight Alex and the kind of IGL, you know, whoever the IGL technically is for this game plan, because they really bullied him.
Yeah, look at this. Like, this is just Forsaken on his own at B, dry peeking Meteor and one-tapping him. Like, what is this? Meteor's like one of the best players in the world usually. You're just running at him.
I mean, I think PRX are one of the best at doing this, where they realize somebody's having a bad
game. So Twitch chat, I'm gonna need you to not do the Tenzos, keep Chobra.
Their play style to go, oh, this guy's not having a good day.
What the hell?
Let's run him down. I felt like they did that there.
I think so as well, especially since Forsaken.
Dude, my mods are against me. I mean, I think T1's gonna win no matter what,
there's
but
still a little bit of that dualist in him, no matter what agent
my mods are against me.
We've seen it on so many of the long list of agents that he's played. That's really just him. And Meteor, yes, one of the best players in the world, but hey, so is Forsaken.
That's messed up.
We're seeing that here. We are going into map number 3 now, though. We are going into Lotus. What are we expecting here?
Well, I think first we wanted to talk about the Joman.
It's
the
Joman time!
The Joman!
It's Joman time.
I don't have a Joman with
I mean, how could we move on without talking about this guy?
Legit.
He's so
Wait,
bad.
why are we talking about
I can't
Sideshow on
believe it. Everyone's
YouTube?
talking about
What did
global
Sideshow
esports
do?
Yeoman, but what about the Joman? Come on!
I mean, this is a guy who he didn't have fantastic performances on his own
Can't
before.
ban
We saw
who you
even
can't
Forsaken
see.
flexing across, comes back to Ascent, and he lit up in this first half. He said, guys, I'm not happy to go out right now. I'm going to step up and I'll carry this
the
one.
analyst
First
mentioned him.
half, he was just so sharp, so electric. You would just, you know, like we saw Forsaken do, he would just walk into main by himself and kill two. He was
Dude, wait, what the hell is going on in this
Jing's
picture of
probably the best
Jing?
player on PRX for me in these last couple of games.
Why does
On
it look so
Phase 1
different?
for
It looks
sure,
like someone
Jing has been
smushed
fantastic.
it.
He's been playing the controller, he's been playing the secondary duelist. He is fraggy, and you love to see it. I think over on the third map, he's going to be unleashed back on the chain.
Doesn't it look like someone like
we're going to see the
smushed and
foeman
stretched
instead.
it?
Yeah, that's potential. But we could see the Foeman
Looks weird.
and the Jays. We do have to give it up for something as well, because we were questioning, of course, that performance on the first map where he was totally absent.
Whoa. I was always a something believer.
Yeah.
He's back because he never left.
It was not great, Morgan. It was not great.
He's back because he never
He
left.
had to make the doubters.
He had to. So that one kill was on purpose.
Yeah.
He's like, just you wait.
No, but
just you wait.
all credit to him.
The cope.
I mean, like, to be fair, to be able to turn around from 1 kill to 19 is massively admirable. It's a huge reset for him, and that's what PRX need. They need him to be alive.
He was like this backstage, ladies and gentlemen. This was what Pilsky and I were listening to, and I was like, hey, I'm a PRX believer as well.
This isn't copium. This is genuine belief.
This
is real emotion.
I did have my copium, though. I did have my copium, and I feel like it's all gone now because it's all been Mogan.
I am really
yes,
enjoying
going
Big Time
into
on the Desk.
map number 3, and this is an elimination
Dude, what
match.
the hell?
We have to understate that because
Wolves
one
and
of these teams is
dude,
going
Billy
home,
just
and it
smashed
seems
Wolves, huh?
that it could be T1, it could be PRX.
Not surprising.
I think for PRX,
Can't believe Wolves are making it to Toronto.
They've recently just swapped onto this double duelist comp with the Rays and the Yoru. I've been liking how they've been playing on it, and they've won their last 2 games on this comp. Most of their losses come with their old comp on the Waylay. For T1, they've also been swapping things up a lot. We saw Meteor on the Teo, and they've swapped away from double duelist. I feel like since they lost in Bangkok, coming back in towards stage 1 here in Pacific, you've seen T1 try a couple of different things. They tried to stay on the double duelist and flex onto a Viper instead of a Cypher, as well as the fade over the Sova. But now I think they've moved entirely away from double duelist, and it's been pretty shaky. Like, they lost pretty hard to RRQ.
Okay.
They lost a close game, I would say, to DRX.
All right.
So maybe there's
Lotus.
some promise
I mean,
to
this
the
is
comp,
T1's home
I really
ground,
don't know
Chad.
what to expect from T1 here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I find it interesting that both of these teams have sort of interpreted
Don't
the
ban me,
meta
Chobra, don't
oppositely,
Wolves
where we saw
clear the
T1 start
noodles?
on double
No
duelist,
way,
then move
man.
away to Breach Teo, and we saw PRX start on
Can I
Breach
get
Teo
mod
and
as a
move away to
Filipino
double duelist. So
diversity
PRX now
here?
prioritizing player comfort, T1 moving away from player comfort.
I mean,
to
Chad,
do what
we
is
will
a little bit more
probably,
meta with that Breach
if
Teo.
I
So
continue
very
to,
different takes on this map, and I think
be regular with all the
set
watch
to be an
parties, we will
absolute
probably
banger
need
here on
a
Lotus.
couple more
Yeah, I
mods,
think
so
it's
I'll probably
also
put out a
because
little
PRX,
call
when
again
you
for
have
anyone who is
players like Jing,
who is
you have
willing.
players like Forsaken, you really do want
Shout
to
out
lean
to our
into their
mods,
strengths.
though.
Yeah.
And
Always
because
so helpful.
they can't play in that way, they can't perform that way.
Even if they
why not?
hate
Why
me
not
for
just
some
go
reason.
For the double duelist? It's been their signature for so long. I mean, there was even a time where it was even more than that.
What about
but
a
why
Hong
not? It's
Kong
W
diversity
gaming for
hire?
sure. And
See,
with T1,
Miracu,
you do want to lean into
with
how
you,
smart
it has
and
nothing
how
to do with where you're
adaptable
from.
Your players are as
It
well.
has everything to do with
Going
just so
into
much
map number 3,
pent-up
though, my
hate
big
because of
question is the
DFM
comeback
disappointing
potential,
you.
right? Can T1 reset? Is PRX better at doing that? So those are big questions that are going in my head right now.
I think PRX are feeling great backstage. They're saying, hey, we didn't let that map 1 affect us. You know, it was terrible. Something is saying, yeah, that map, he's just forgotten about that map 1, and now all that's in his head is that he can fight
Exactly,
these guys.
so
Look
it's
at
a
how
change
much
of
they
pace.
bullied Meteor. I think they are thinking these T1 guys can't
Autumn,
keep up
why you
with
looking
us now.
so-
They have so much confidence going into
Why does
map
Autumn
3,
look so
where T1 are
dejected?
on the opposite
No,
side
no,
of this,
Autumn,
where
where's
they
the
didn't have
confidence?
that
You're
dominant map
trophy
1,
winner.
And now after losing map 2, you start to worry a little bit. You start to doubt. You start to think, okay, now they've woken up. Now it's about the strategy. And I think T1 will be more in their heads about this than PRX. PRX thrive on the chaos, T1 don't.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we get. I think something is the right player to highlight here.
What
on
does
the
T1
Yoru on
need
this
to
map,
play
he's been
here?
A bit up and down. He had one fantastic game.
Honestly,
one kind of lackluster game.
think
but
just
you cannot
breach
go
Teo.
past T1 very, very close game against
but
PRX.
The problem is don't put Meteor on Teo.
PRX have more so been playing some of the lower tier
put
teams
Meteor
in
on.
Pacific. Looking at T1, they're not going to change anything.
All right, T1, listen. I trust Autumn. All right.
Swap those roles, but they're going to back themselves, especially with how close they push DRX. I think they're going to think that was a very, very winnable map for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm still curious about that. I think the other way around is a much more natural fit, but you know, they gotta know something we don't. Over on the side of PRX, they are sticking with the double duelist with the Foeman. Jing back to that raise. I like this for PRX. This is what they
well,
were
the
built
comp
on.
itself is tame. It's who's playing what. That's always going to be the question.
It was aggressive. It was in your face. So don't change now. Roll that train all the way to Toronto.
That was the something over on the Jet where he was really thriving. Now he's back on the Yo. It's been up and down for him, so if he has a huge game here, this is definitely PRX advancing in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Hey, if not now, when, right? This is the best time to bring it all out. And for both teams as well, T1 versus PRX once more, now going into lowest.
Yeah, T1, there's only the trophy for T1. That's what that sign says. Yeah, only the best for T1.
Big Time's got
they will never settle for less. Come on.
This was built
Let's go. Make some noise.
Brick, he says, but at the same time, whether or not you're on the hype train for T1 or on the hype train for PRX, this will definitely be a banger map.
Absolutely. I mean, you know what we say, we only have bangers on Split. Oh wait, no, we're on Lotus. T1 actually decided to ban Split, so we don't get that as the third decider. And we get more of a
Meteor, listen, he's had a week.
I mean, Split's not the greatest for both
he's had a week.
Anyways,
this Teo is going to be revolutionary, chat.
Themselves a little bit
he is
going
to cook PRX.
Inside of
Double Masters MVP.
So what's going to happen for them. T1 on the
we don't give up that easily.
PRX on defense, and they're already having a how do you do up the front of B. Going to think better of that, however, and have to start to transition potentially to A.
This is exactly what both teams get to do. They have Euros in their composition.
Dude, very fast A tree.
A, where he might be able to spot things out.
And then you try to see if there's a push out. I like it from T1, but just don't overcook. Don't overcook T1.
Going to be first casualty in
all they need to do is like not overcook into B.
It's quite the slow one at the moment.
Oh my God, they want to eventually go C. They think they've sold it enough, but PRX actually has to read. No, you got to figure this out. It's so empty. Yeah, isn't it kind of weird? It's so empty. They figured it out. Oh, well, okay. Meteor playing the bait. We're okay with that. Somebody has to do it.
Try and blind up everybody, but with that kill, you got to transition to the A side of things. Something catching some loose bullets of the right click.
As well as the spike getting planted firmly down. Something in for the peak though, takes down Sadge.
There you go.
From the rest of
no.
Huge shots.
Yes. Okay, Buzz.
Damage, but for Buzz as well, he's down low HP, so a little bit unfortunate. Forsaken will clean things up for the Dynamos.
Yeah, it's on the Foeman there, managing to get the job done. So PRX will pick up the pistol round. Of course, they won both of them over on Ascent, and they lost both of them.
It's all right. What do I always say, chat? T1 fans. Listen, all these railroad workers in chat, don't listen to it. What do I always say, chat?
That's what it comes down
Pistols don't matter.
To
Pistols don't matter.
All the way across the map, T1. That said, though, Komodo,
the only round that matters
is
the last one that gets you to 13. All right, chat.
I know, right? Like a PRX
pistol round doesn't
team
matter.
Of last year, 2024, or T1, the Masters winners.
Oh my God.
I mean, there was a
yeah, they're Masters winners. See, even Komodo's reminding everybody.
In that fourth position.
Yeah, they're still looking for that return to the international stage. Right now, looking for the T1 players, hearing a lot of noise around C once again.
Yeah, we'll see what damage is going to be able to come out for T1.
Arjing to hold it, a quick swing, but PRX with the full rifles as well.
Listen.
Eco. So many kills, just Izu left.
3 members, too strong.
Oh, good.
And Apes continuing together strong against Izu. He does do a bit of damage though, but you know, that's what happens when you have 100 men against one gorilla. The one gorilla, I guess, being...
Why not Singer by? Because T1 is a team.
I don't know, Chief.
I haven't been on the internet long enough.
No, T1 is a team that,
brain rot memes.
You know, relies on
the
headshots.
Those are not allowed. That's illegal.
What is allowed is the full buy now.
농심할 때 농심 피스톨 이겨야 된다고 했던 걸로 기억이
See if
나는데
they're going to be able to get on the board, or if we're going to have another installment
그러니까
of a bonus
피스톨이
round.
상관이 있진 않지만 이기면 기분은 좋잖아요. 아니 뭐 이길 수 있으면 이기면 좋죠.
Alright, lots of rifles in here. Combo of util towards the A Rebel side of things.
All right.
And luckily enough, it was a Yoru to lead the charge and Buzz and Gatecrash out of there.
Also for then the Yoru to offer the side of PRX play around for possible rebel control if T1 does decide to head back into A.
Just let Meteor let Meteor do whatever he wants. T1.
Shia still at the front of that as well. So
just work around Meteor.
At least with the Prowler. Meanwhile, for something, he's going to catch
No, what?
He can get out
Dude.
if he wants here, but
Refs.
The Gatecrash.
Pause the game.
Whilst available, not online on the map.
That's not real.
Sticking here to be this scary soldier with the judge. I don't mind it. It's a 5 versus 3.
And then you got the sheer.
You got a lot of control at A. You got the sheer still protecting B. And then you've got 2 members at C.
Yo, have a good one, Novoid. Get some rest. Get some rest.
Of trying to find a round right now. Still, at least the salvo is the TP over, just to bypass the sheer. Sylvan has to play further up front. He's got to contend with Patman, who's been on a tear right now, right off the rip in towards round 3 of map number 3 as well. Meteor, however, now
Meteor and
a single
Sadge.
kill. Trying to play off
the dynamic duo
positions. Stacks being able to block off a little bit as well. Another trade, but low HP for then Forsaken to come in.
Dude, what
once
the
again,
hell, man?
Things up.
No, Stacks. No. There's no room for that, Stacks.
So,
Wake up.
Lock it. PRX train if you're for them.
Lock
it. T1. Getting a little bit too ahead of themselves with Buzz trying to pull out some utility before getting any assurance that
no.
Really
Stacks, he's learned not to tilt after Bangkok.
Generally, why would you, right? Why would somebody
he's human.
With a judge
for a brief second, he's like, damn.
It's not normal.
But
no idea.
Listen.
But it works, and this is PRX.
Not our Korean IGL.
Absolutely unexpected.
Which
not Captain Korea himself.
Just again, a bit of a welcome sight, something, having the worst game on map 1. He has had, worse performances on the Euro on this map as well, but now starting things off, not too bad.
Has he had a worse performance than 1 kill map?
Okay, not worse than 1 kill, but you know what I mean. We do have T1 trying to fight their way back into the rounds, though. Sylvan TP'd forward in towards the Alt-Orb.
There is
okay, just like a full send. Onto the A side.
A little bit lacking on some key components, you might say.
Because of how committed they are, they're hoping that there's a push out. You found one jump beacon on C, so you keep them at bay. This way, no matter where you go, you have the numbers advantage. Okay, it's very good so far, T1. But you can't spend too much time. Oh no. Oh no. No. Easy. Oh my god. No, just leave Meteor. There's 2 here. Just go. Just go A. T1.
Push them back from Mound over towards A. You're expecting them to end at A.
For full recognition, the salvos does kind of flush Jing away though. With the blastback moment, he makes it away safely. Patman then in for the crouch kill, but Buzz and Stacks.
Buzz fired up. Angry Buzz.
Forsaken.
You feel like you needed to get that kill there, because Stacks can settle for a little bit with the Rolling Thunder and something.
Meteor. Oh, he sees the barrel. It's over.
Stacks might even hold on to this ult for the upcoming rounds now. Well, Forsaken though.
Wait, no.
Straight in against Buzz. No chance.
No.
Forsaken trying to bring things back.
No. Meteor, you win these.
Meteor low. Well,
dude, what the hell?
Defy to watch.
Doesn't matter that that's a 5 versus 4 advantage, and T1 are looking to bring it back in towards the site when it comes down to the end, to the wire. The fact that the last little soldier is spotted.
There's no way.
It's just a quick little call from PRX. Stay on the defuse.
Oh my gosh.
It's a bit of a simple one. Valiant's attempt, I'll give it towards them, but you look through these replays and it's trades, it's shots, it's luck a little bit for Forsaken, catching some timing, and then just the last play from Devi just to make sure that he can call again. As I said, stick it. I spotted him. You good? It's 4-0, and it's a timeout for T1.
This is when you gotta need the train conductors for the T1 staff to really...
No, you need like a semi-truck to derail the train. That's what you need.
I was more gonna say
all you need is Meteor to wake up.
Yeah, that probably sounds better.
0-4, but trying to find a round back in together. They have had plants before.
When you consider it was the tail end of 5 rounds in a row to close out map number 2, and now you've got 4. That's 9 in a row, technically.
Let's go T1. No, my mom told me if I'm going to be like this, I might as well just live in the arena.
Putting things
so please,
into perspective, especially
justify me coming back to the arena tomorrow.
Still with his timeout. Trying to route things back together. T1.
Yep. And these are the sort of scenarios, actually, as a coach as well, that you kind of don't want to change up what your team is doing to derail them yourself.
Because we haven't really seen T1 put in such a dire situation before.
Yeah. So for PRX, it's got to be a positive discussion.
Okay, you got Rolling Thunder.
I mean, this is 10 members of the server to the A side.
All
five
on both sides.
If this
hold on. We're a little stuck here. We're a little stuck here.
We'll be able to collect on the
Surely we just Euro to see if we want a Rolling Thunder, yeah?
Back off.
And that's Sylvan down, right? So if you want to play with any smoke variety now, it's going to have to be on the back of Izu.
No?
He wants this so bad.
No, we're just going to sit there and get shot at?
Full advantage of that situation.
T1.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shutdown around the A side, isn't it?
He's back into safety as well off the drone. Buzz trying to play spoiler back around. But you have PRX just flushing out both sides.
And baited by the Prowler as well, not expecting a little bit of an off angle on the B site too. So on the back of T1's timeout, they are looking like not being able to convert as it's just...
Come on!
No, he didn't. It's alright. He's unknown at the moment, but the Hunter's on.
Yeah, apparently know that. Footsteps noted. Meteor back in for the snap, but, you know, that's how the story goes. That's how the cookie crumbles.
I like cookies. Right now, though.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty damaging when that's a
0-5.
back of the timeout as well. And now
when's T1 going to activate? What do you think?
PRX, 3 for T1, but the T1
have
the weaponry behind it with the idea into the next round either. I mean, we've seen a couple of change-ups from PRX, right? We've seen some mounds takes, we've seen some rubble takes, we've seen a spot up through towards B pillars.
Hello, Chobra. Please root for PRX. Chat.
Generally not seeing
I mean,
as adaptable
10
lately,
subs.
you know, throughout the course of the group
10
stage.
subs is all it takes.
Have switched up
for
a bit
the low price of 10 subs.
Now, for the
I will root for PRX
wholeheartedly. 2 timeouts against DRX and T1
wholeheartedly.
Back into Lotus.
Change up now as well with the Sheer going over towards the C side of things. You've also got something who's going to be playing on the site. If he starts to get peppered by a little bit of utility, could dimensional drift out.
Why do you hate Korea?
To stay around the site instead of gate crashing.
I mean, Korea didn't give me gifted subs.
Some information though up through mid.
Korea wants to give me gifted subs.
Close.
I mean, I'll cheer for PRX.
Decisioning needs to be pretty good for PRX and maybe more so for T1 with the lesser weapon.
Oh, and I'll put my heart into it too.
More so. Gotta be clear about what your objective is for now, trying to find a spike plant possibly.
But for now, I mean, you know, no reason to give up faith in T1.
You did get blinded either by self or by teammate.
Maybe self, but nonetheless, the spams through from stairs. Forsaken collects onto the first, racks up the second. Maybe onto the third as well. Jing now coming in with additional assistance. Ooh, around the edges of the smoke. Forsaken snaps back into it as well. Jing.
They're getting into the groove of things. Autumn, you gotta call the second timeout, man. You gotta chill him out.
He didn't say that. 6-0. PRX, they stave off a silly round that could have happened.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you, T1 fans. At this point, you got nobody but to blame yourselves. You still got time. You still got time. I'm just saying. You still got 7 rounds. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they have not been pressured enough to be able to utilize them. There may very well be a scenario here where there's 10 ults in the server if Izu picks up the Viper's Pit.
Logically, this would favor PRX as well.
Okay, there you go, there you go, there you go.
Buzz to play spoiler, opening kill.
But now you chill. Now you chill.
Opening kill for T1 that we've not really been seeing solidified. Immediately, though, PRX want to regain some of this control, forcing out the dimensional drift. Forsaken going to be removed as well by Stacks at Rubble. So now 5 versus 3. It would be brilliant if they could get more. But
oh my god, your ult for your ult. Okay, Buzz.
For something then to play the position around Rubble, but also the trade from Meteor. This favors T1 as you find Devi alone in a 1v3.
And where has he been more often than not, Quack? The C side of things that's kind of been untested a little bit by T1. So seeing that nothing's here, they're going to expect him to be off yonder. And
I mean, Devi goes for
he
this.
He can look for some kills here. He's swimming in cash.
He already has ult, but most of them do as well.
He'll still be able to buy himself anyways. He can look for some damage here.
See what he can
so
do.
Just make sure that they have to stay on low cost.
Meteor though, trying to play around for the headshot angle, spots him out, whipping the first shot. Devi.
There you go.
Able to capitalize.
They're not playing agents that have any damage. It's a blind side for Buzz and a paranoia for Sylvan.
Smoke's coming back in 2 seconds as well. The spike is planted for tree. Razor Vines, though, baits out the flash. He's looking for the tap into it, but Sylvan able to pull out the guns.
Yeah, much better from T1
where
in that
begins.
round. Able to establish the opener, not being scared to run away with the tail between the legs, sticking around for the fight. But the damage, as I was talking about, right? The fact that Divide manages to come away with another kill in that one there. Ill timing for that one, by the way, with the wall just going up and spotted. Regardless, damage is what I'm talking about, right? It's forcing out a bit more of an awkward buy for T1 that they would like.
All right, if they can streak this all the way.
A couple of the ultimates to offset that.
Make it 6-6. Not bad. Not bad.
For example, with 4 there.
Possibly still another big explosion.
Yeah, no,
T1,
dude, they know how to roll the snow.
Can hear all this.
Yeah, just imagine if Jing was going
to snowball it
and go through for that one.
They ain't no G2.
Vice utility towards the A site. Going to hold them at bay, but meanwhile, it's a double trajectory lineup for T1. They want B,
chill.
Also
Whoa,
want A,
okay, yeah, Meteor's coming back.
Jing will find his mark.
It's all right, Meteor's got, okay, well, that's a bit of a tough one.
Are still not towards the A site just yet.
If they can get this pit down as Izu, they might be able to hold this one off cleanly.
Rolling Thunder possibly by time. Stacks just trying to get the spike down first. And you do have something sneaking in on towards Drop. He takes down Stacks.
And they know that he was in there as well. The timing
Buzz?
The boom
Buzz?
The spot even further.
Buzz?
Jing then in for the sprays.
Focus,
he catches
man.
Buzz. Just Izu left.
Dude.
He might have to cover, but can he really keep himself
shot.
alive? Petman alongside another player from the back. Izu stuck between a rock and a hard place. Tries to maneuver back in, on and around. He hears the hops behind. It buys the distraction on over. Poison Cloud's into safety. Off to the wayside, but it's something with the shorty to cut him down at the torso.
Nicely done from PRX on that retake. 3 versus 3 scenario, and it's unfortunate that the Viper's pit didn't provide the full protection for Stacks a little bit earlier on. Just caught when it starts to evolve into the server. Really rough there. I'm talking about, trying to navigate something here for T1. They're trying to get into the B side, they're trying to get into the A side.
We should really review this game.
But who thrives better in the chaos right now?
T1 can't be losing.
It's the chaos creators, PRX. You can never expect what they're kind of gonna come out with.
It's just not how things are. That's not the VCT Pacific I know.
7-1.
PRX running the story, the comeback.
T1 to P7 instead of X for 10. Maybe we get there. Alright, would have been better for me to say it then. Sylvan dead. Jing, paint shells, working a treat.
Then having to back off. They got spotted out towards Pillar as well. PRX still controlling the map.
Yeah, just the pistols though for T1. So if they want to get this round over and done with, they could potentially line up to go a bit quicker.
Okay. What are these score lines? It's just T1 setting the floor, setting the stage
to be on his toes
to show everyone how to do a real comeback instead of a fake one.
What are you doing?
That's all it is. That's all it is. Don't worry about it,
Yusel. Sneakily snuck in towards the
T1's got this.
Very much and so, but you're in the open using that as Meteor. You're not expecting Divide to just dance around the site. He's good for some damage, and now it's all Stacks.
What?
Not too bad. He has a weapon picked up. He's gotten the spike planted, and that was the main thing that they were looking for. So even if he doesn't find any kills, something, well, good on the cleanup.
Yeah.
But for T1 to get some cash in.
I mean, the fact that that TP comes out from Buzz and it's just kind of already been noted and dealt with as well. Maybe you're thinking towards Meteor on this Teo, just getting caught out by positioning as well, right? We're still looking for him to be learning a little bit on this
Timeout.
I got to say, from the initial stage, Sylvan trying to step across to dodge all the choke entry util, but paint shells go over the rubble.
That's just, once again, PRX controlling both extremities of the map. You got to flash on towards Mount. If you're T1, you've got a roadblock.
Chobra, I used to think people just gave you a bad rap, but you're stronger than I could have ever imagined.
It's
just not true, chat. This is not true.
Your Vice shield wall protecting some position. You're having Patman with some good prowler timing, with some good haunts as well.
Second time out.
Devi is just not overstepping, right? He's helping the team where needed with the arc roses.
This guy took his vacation from mandatory military service to come watch T1. T1, you want him to go back?
Going in for challenges. Something's going
disappointed?
In for going in for challenges.
No.
And this is the defensive side, by the way, where they're running double duelists, right?
Looked it up on Google.
Is this going to be able to translate that to on offense?
No.
Yeah, precisely that. Especially if you're looking at the scoreline right now, 8-1.
I am a Christian. I go to church. I do not believe in shamanism. I simply support T1, chat. T1's just the better team. That's all it is.
It's a really
That's all it is, chat.
And you really look to the coaching staff to help them out in this one.
I mean, we've seen T1 be able to get in towards these sites to establish a plant, but they've just not been able to protect it, right? An opening kill conversion with the one round that they've been able to find. So you'd almost think that they need to get another opener, and they just can't. Jing.
Dude, what?
Very successful with the paint shells yet again, and Izu will fall too.
And it's the spams that
Dude,
do it
it's
all.
just
That's
classic PRX
T1.
Like,
Well,
just because
nice
they've been playing bad for the first half of the year
just
doesn't mean you can't remember what they used to play like.
Just yet. The trade's coming over, though, thankfully, with a salvo, so T1 fighting
oh
some
my
form of
god.
stability, but you still have PRX hovering nearby.
Stacks and Meteor, early ults. It'll buy them enough time, though, to
Okay,
actually
okay, I'm okay with it, I'm okay with it.
They want to play this post-plan.
Yeah, but the rapper, okay, Meteor activated.
A singular
Meteor
kill.
activated.
Jing then with a showstopper around
Secret
the back.
Asian
They have to
Meteor.
react to this really quickly.
Okay.
Rolling Thunder to buy some space, and it does allow them to stay alive, but Meteor not able to come up with the goods. Paint shells to flash stacks into a certain position.
Captain Korea.
Where he's able to hold it down with the off angle.
No, what?
Out the shorty, he dives into a victory
What?
for PRX.
Right guy,
No
right
way.
in there to be able to get that
Dude,
trade when
what
he's
is that?
already low. A classic
Dude, there's
Rice
no
potentially could have got a
shot.
goal, but picking up the shorty, I mean, when push comes to shove, from beginning
No
to end,
way.
PRX great in the round, a double opener. Though I will say, coming down to a 1 versus 1 at the ends, T1 certainly tried to negotiate some advantage in the round. Stuns, well, they're cosmetic. The first shot just comes on out, and then ultimately Patman getting that one.
The tracks are being laid. There's no stopping the train. Will we place the tracks fast enough? Nobody knows. Chat, this train is destined to fail. Like, this isn't the team you want to be rooting for. I'm telling you right now. You feel good just because you have 9 rounds. Like, this isn't the train you want to be on,
be
chat.
careful here that they don't go too far forwards.
Oh
this could
my
get
gosh.
the better of them. So they will think better of it. Disconnect from the situation.
And possibly back into the outlaw again. Devi watched. He's been smoked off though.
No,
Great call
chat.
by
T1
Stacks. Hyper
is
defensive.
a Masters winner.
Something's nearby.
Yeah, and he does have the dimensional.
They don't believe in all this nonsense.
Just not able to find
Look at that.
Almost a 90-degree flick.
They're a Masters winner.
Stability for the
all this
T1.
memery about curses and whatnot. They're better than that.
Through, and Sylvan
They're better
tries to
than
bring
that.
things back into T1's favor.
They are just better.
He gets spotted out by Stacks, climbed up to the top of the ropes, and it's 2-9. T1 find a round back in.
Yeah, that's better from T1 there, but again, it's just another close round where trades are coming through from PRX. They find the opener. I thought by the timing that Devi was going to get another one with the outlaw through the smoke.
You know
T1
what?
get in, and they get
just
the round by elimination.
At least 3-9 Komodo.
He's fully
Don't even make the 9-3. T1, just give him the 10.
Done him dirty
Make them
like
think they're
that.
safe. T1's good enough.
As well. I mean, this is what happens when
They got
PRX are
this.
truly, fully W keying every single round of the way.
And on the defensive side as well, right? They are just not scared. Last round of the half now.
Whoa.
Take your rubble control. Force T1 back.
Into a lone Devi around C.
Okay, Teo
And
drone
again,
out
you can play retake
fast.
if you want to here. Nightfall, Dimensional Drift,
Okay,
Steel Garden.
okay, they know where the
Very
vice is.
valuable
He
retake
didn't
ultimates.
get pinged
Something's
though,
already in
right?
position.
So
Gotta be quick now.
everything will be active
Salvos
on
to
site.
launch. T1 looking for space, looking to get the spike down. Devi is
Go.
just biding his time with his
Does
ult.
he have?
Yeah, but I think
He still has the
to go in
flash.
First here. Make sure you're
Oh,
sniffing out
boy.
who's going to be where for the team.
Uh-oh.
Oh, every single ult at the
All right.
same time.
Dude,
T1
ults
just
for ults
completely
for
in
ults for
disarray.
ults for
They're calling it
days.
Mayday. Where do we go? Meanwhile,
Oh,
PRX
no.
says there's no return,
Dude.
pushing up
No,
front.
chill.
Every single
Whoa,
kill
no,
going
medium.
through to them, and it's
Like,
just these who up by Mount.
okay.
He's getting dinked
4
up.
HP,
He's
doesn't
low
matter.
HP. The spike gets defused,
It does
and Patman
matter.
delivers on the final kill.
He missed the
Oh
snake swipe, but there's
my
not too much you can do
gosh.
at the end there. When your guns get removed on the side itself, when you've got the dimensional drift of something, getting all the information, the shots are being collected by PRX. It's PRX, it's 10. And they are looking to send T1 a packing unless during this halftime break there is a different awakening force for T1 to come back.
Unless. My God. Komodo bringing out the Roman numerals now. Again, this is a situation, a scenario that we are so darn
You have to be
unfamiliar
a
with.
flat
Yes, T1
chat
has been
next
tested throughout
week.
this entire group stage, the playoffs even against DRX, but not a 2-10.
Okay, I know that word.
Yeah,
I don't know the
fighting.
top, so I'm going to say T1 fighting.
No, you gotta draw Carpe
Years of
in on the
encouragement
side
for
there.
T1. They
Carpe's
certainly
a
need it
4
right
Okay,
now.
Stacks is going am. They got this.
PRX
Not even worry, chat. What did I say? Give them the 10 so they feel comfy. You know, so they can't blame it on the 9-3 and all that.
I mean, when
T1, the stage is set. The stage is set. The ultimate, this is how you do a real comeback.
Korean teams in VCT Pacific.
Just watch. Watch and learn, chat.
Certainly
watch and learn.
Mean a lot more for PRX, especially for the upcoming games as well. But for T1, again, can you believe it? You have to eliminate
Wake
one
up,
of these
Bottom.
teams
Come on.
at the end of this match. T1 certainly hoping for a lot more. The Masters Bangkok winner.
And then you've also got, you know, our stage 1 winners in DRX who are in the lower bracket too. They still have an opportunity to fight for getting back on the international stage.
All right, what have we got for the pistols? What kind of fancy schmancy have we got, T1? Come on.
T1. Well, now starting things on the defensive side.
Whoa, Sylvan,
got
why?
some control. They're pushing out the Teo drone as well.
Why would we jump peek while tagged by the haunt?
I highlighted it earlier. Both on map 2 went the way of PRX. They've got the first one here. Can they get the second?
So you
really
saw
seal the deal with the cherry on top
minimum 1,
on
but maybe 2 on C, 1 on B. So PRX knows. So Izu, you got to play for your life here. No. You got to play for your life here.
Corralling over onto the A site.
Oh my.
Prowlers out.
Oh my.
Izu
Okay, you got to take.
Every single player rotating over.
Yeah, a lot of numbers here now for T1 towards this A site. I think PRX might just have to go patient a little bit here. The timing and the smoke, Meteor on the salvos.
Trailing off for the mid-round call, but they're hovering in towards Link.
Okay, keep them trapped in.
Keep
them trapped
hiding inside a tree.
The thing is, PRX are already in front of this.
Oh, Izu's so low though.
So Izu doesn't have to worry.
But maybe Izu wins it. I think he might be able to, because it's Izu. Because it's Izu. Let's go. The stutter step.
It's something gone.
It's all right. He did his job.
Able to bring things back into normalcy.
3v3.
Down, Meteor eventually salvos back online. Fault line for Stacks as well, but the push up from Jing finding more damage.
That hurts. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. Oh no.
Well, down to the tags.
No.
Back and Jing in for the double kill. The pistol round has been picked up in the second half. It's 11-2, Komodo.
Things go from bad to worse now if you are a T1 fan or T1 themselves in the server here.
All right, stinger
the pistol
time.
round collected again by PRX.
It's stinger time.
You'd have to see the force up. Essentially, to keep them off 12, keep them off series point, and I'm casting it back to what we said at the end of map number 2 here, Quack. We had a 13-3, we had a 13-4. Surely we get a map 3 that's going to be close, right? Right now, different universes.
What in the world is this script? The wheels are coming off of T1 right now, but they're trying to bring things back in together. You got Sheriffs, you got Stingers, and they're all positioned up towards B as well as C.
Oh, that's an early paranoia, but it's recoverable. T1, just chill.
They're happy with the info that they gained.
Just chill.
Yeah, if you're toying with rotations, you're toying with ideas, you've got a lot of space to be able to do that as well.
You have to just constantly try to get ahead on a force on defense like this. You can't go for the retake.
So how favored do you feel going towards, well, the other side in A? Slow and steady, PRX.
Gotta play careful. They will eliminate the first threat of Meteor. Izu as well as Buzz.
It's okay.
Stacks as well, still hovering around near
Doable. Okay, maybe not anymore.
Buzz has to TP out.
And Stacks has
no idea.
No idea that Jing's already got
T1.
Open B side as well. Spike getting planted soon enough. Izu still trapped.
How far forward does Jing go?
Still hovering around.
Jokes aside, what's going on? There is no joke here. But what's going on is that PRX is playing with confidence. They're playing ahead of the tempo, and T1 is just like
got 3 more hostiles
not ready for it.
Trying to sleep
and they keep thinking,
now, but the
I mean,
on the other
no
side
offense to either of the teams, but they're doing what Notion's doing, where they're like, well, I can win this duel, and it's like, I mean, you might, but why not play it safer?
Copium. It was a real belief. I mean, you better bloody be believing right now, folks. 12-2. You would need to see an absolute change of affairs here on Lotus from T1 to get back into this one. Will the next rounds provide us something a little bit different for them on this defensive side? However, you look towards them, and I mean, the attacking side of this map for Lotus for them, I mean, yeah, so defense also, yeah, so I don't know.
Really?
Make work of that one.
Oh my.
But it's just going to be something quickly sending them to their doom. Another kill as Forsaken opens up the C side. This might be it, Komodo. Oh, it's Jake diving straight in. He knows it's almost over.
Absolutely Goomba stomped on him.
Just 100%
No way,
Stacks.
man.
How do you work your way around this 1v5? You can't bow out, but you only have a singular Guardian, 2 flashes and an Aftershock, and 5 PRX players to kill. Look at the positions they're holding as well. He hears them coming up from the back.
I can't believe it.
They're going in for the knives! Defy cuts him at his throat, and PRX end this out.
I actually
Final
can't
score,
believe it.
13-2. They've been going up and down, but here they are in playoffs, and track by track, PRX are not done yet.
They are honking the horn of that train, mate. 13-3, map number 1.
I actually can't
T1,
believe
but it's an absolutely commanding reverse sweep for PRX.
I don't even know what to do.
13-2. That is the most commanding victory they have had on this map through this whole year. We've seen 13-9, 7s, 10s, 7s, 5s, but a 13-2 against the Masters winners in T1? Are you bloody joking? You'd have to be. You can't imagine this scoreline. You have to watch through the entire series. You wouldn't have been expecting this looking at the first map's results.
Dude, that's actually insane.
And they've turned this entire situation around. What a triumph.
I can't believe you paid
for the
that.
Dinos themselves. Meanwhile, for T1, though, your heart goes out to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anyone who predicted this playoffs bracket so far with 100% certainty, what have you been blessed with?
All right.
I would say we have had some unexpected results and maybe a little bit more unexpected in the score lines in the server itself.
Very obviously, chat,
absolutely flat on
I underestimated the value of the power that I hold.
I mean, everyone stepped up on
so
that just means so much.
We're gonna have to do a little market review tonight
on the stage as we toss it to Jen over with the victory interview.
Because this is. No. This is there's no
what
shot.
What a match from PRX. Winners of tonight, Forsaken. Here you go. I'm gonna need you up over here.
Oh my
gosh. PRX의 Forsaken 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 아까 경기 끝나고 다바이 선수가 PRX 돌아왔다라고 얘기를 했는데 약간의 정체기가 있었지만 이겨내고 폼을 복구하고 있는 PRX인데요. 오늘의 퍼포먼스에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Jason. I mean,
thanks to whoever bought 5 subs for the tactical curse. Shout out to Hypersteph
do you feel like you guys are back?
Twitch.
How are you feeling about how the team performed today?
I mean, we performed good, and as well in the practice, we've been like practicing a lot. We've been putting a lot of
dude. But in all honesty, okay, hold on.
So I guess the result is here. The result is here, and yeah, we're gonna keep practicing.
진짜 너무 기분이 좋고 확실히 이렇게 팀의 폼이 올라오는 것 같고 그동안 연습을 굉장히 열심히 했기 때문에 그 부분이 오늘 결과로 나온 것 같아서 너무 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 좀 열심히 연습을 했을 텐데 2주간의 시간 동안 어떤 부분에 집중했는지도 물어보고 싶네요. So you guys practiced and practiced, worked really hard, right? What did you specifically worked on, you know?
I mean, since Batman is like new to us, and I think she needs a little bit of time to adjust with our playstyle and stuff. But yeah, I think I trust him on that, and we're just practicing on like, I would say, maybe last time we have role issue, right? But now maybe we will fix a bit on some map, you know?
Okay.
Maybe we will to think of fracture again. Yeah.
Okay. 팬맨 선수가 팀에 적응하는 게 먼저 급선무였고 그리고 뭐 워낙 팀원들 모두 팬맨 선수를 믿고 있기 때문에 연습을 하면서 어떻게 이 팀워크를 끌어올리느냐가 문제였고 그리고 그 부분을 굉장히 열심히 연습해서 채워 넣었다고 얘기를 하면서 그리고 지난번까지는 약간의 역할이 겹치는 그런 이슈들이 있었는데 이제 롤 체인지를 어느 정도 정립한 것 같고 다른 맵에서는 조금 더 손봐야 할 부분도 있고 확실히 교통 정리를 해야 할 부분이 있는데 저도 그중 하나가 아닐까라고 얘기를 하는데요. 이어서 이 프랙처에서 굉장히 큰 변화를 도입했는데 이것도 어떤 과정이 있었는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Speaking of fracture, major changes.
We can figure out a number,
map,
Gary.
Right? I don't know.
You know where to reach me, Gary.
Future, but can you talk to us about why you guys made those changes?
Because we were thinking like, actually, I think we're just good at double duelists, and even in practice, I think we wreck a lot of teams with this comp, but somehow in tournament it feels different. But yeah, anyway, it is what it is. Yeah.
확실히 페이퍼렉스는 투 타격대가 맞다라는 생각과 함께 연습과 스크림에서 상당히 이 조합으로 많이 승리를 했기 때문에 좋았는데 이상하게 좀 오늘 무대에서는 잘 나온 것 같지 않아서 다시 한번 생각을 해보든지 아니면 비디오를 돌려보면서 제고를 해봐야 될 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서 내일 붐을 만나게 됩니다. 사실 지난번 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 성장한 모습을 보여주고 있는 붐인데 내일 경기 어떻게 예상하는지 마지막으로 물어보겠습니다.
You have no idea what you just started. This is war. Oh, you railroad, PRX railroad workers.
So, any thoughts on that upcoming matchup?
I guess it's gonna be our second revenge match.
Oh, we're not raising the price? Well, it ain't my fault that Trump raised the tariffs.
But yeah, I'm just gonna
that ain't my call. Nope. That ain't my call. The tariffs a bit. It's too late. Nope. It's crashing the market in Korea, man.
재밌는 경기 치렀으면 좋을 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 포세이돈 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And good night to you all.
Well, what a day for Korean Valorant.
A good night indeed for PRX. They take the series 2-1 versus T1.
All right, chat.
Unfortunately, very, very sad that we have to say goodbye.
I mean, I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed your low prices of 5 subs for the day. We're gonna have to figure this out. I'm gonna have to do some research. Clearly, I didn't know. Clearly, I didn't know the true value.
That's how tough our region is.
We gotta figure this out. This is not good.
Exactly what PRX
not
is
good.
good at, both on Ascent and Lotus. They were so disruptive. They got in the face of T1.
Chat, to celebrate this moment,
they're always active. You could see them getting active on the sea side of the map with the off-roads.
I will send you guys over
on the rubble side of the map all the time.
I will send you guys over to Spicy U.
We're just passengers.
PRX streamer.
It felt like they
so
just connected to the server.
I gotta wrap up here at the venue. So thanks so much for watching. We will be back tomorrow, obviously, to watch party.
Yeah, I think especially
and
T1 will have been feeling
obviously.
Then
I will also be hoping to watch the Americas game as well. So that's the plan.
Incredibly dominant. And look at the post plants. T1 managed to get the bomb now 9 times, but only converting 2.
It's just not good enough.
And then also thanks for the subs. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for all the new followers. Thanks for everyone hanging out. Appreciate it. Hope you guys had fun. Nongshim's run ends here, but we'll be back stage 2. But the watch parties will continue. So I will see you all tomorrow for more of it. Get your gifted subs ready, chat, because we're gonna have to review this. All right, have a good one. I will see you all on the next one.